Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 370. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, we're working under the gun today. Because they're going to be fucking with the power in your apartment, perhaps.
Yes.
You may come and you may go. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're playing it by ear. We might the entire apartment complex might explode. We might set fire. I don't know. Who knows? But we should be good for the first at least 2.5 hours.
Yeah, very exciting.
So we'll see how it goes. We might even make it through the whole thing. Maybe they'll be completely late.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You know, which
well,
would be
maybe not nice, depending on what they're trying to do for you. But
I'm not that concerned about.
For the sake of our show.
Yeah.
Well, good to see you today.
But it's a good day. I'm excited tonight because I'm going to go see The Naked Gun. I'm curious about it. I've seen unreasonably good reviews for it, which is shocking to me and exciting. So
I saw someone say, we probably said this maybe a week or two ago, I think, but I saw some review that was really compelling to me where they were like, it feels old in that it's not really inappropriate. Or like it's not like crazy. And that was kind of the way that those old movies were too. They were mildly inappropriate, but not really. I'll be very interested to see what you think, because I'm a huge fan of those movies too. And Leslie Nielsen, of course. R.I.P. in peace.
Yes.
Dustin Furman, executive producer. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing okay. This the sickness that I had last week is still lingering mildly.
Ooh,
like yeah, that one. Exactly like that. Still hanging out in my throat in the mornings and the evenings. I'm doing fine just now. It feels like it's been an weirdly long week. When I think about us streaming and doing the Sacred Leg earlier this week, that feels like 2.5 weeks ago to me right now. It was so long ago.
Right.
Unfortunately, too, today with this episode, I was seeing a lot of comments flow in this morning because we posted Defining Duke and Punching Up because there was a direct. And apparently we're on a Brad streak right now. And this show is going to ruin the Brad streak. So, sorry.
R.I.P.
We've had enough. You've had enough Brad. You don't have too much. I had too much Brad, okay?
Did you?
I was there for 6 days.
Were you tired of him by the end?
I couldn't wait to get away from that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He's not really that great of a guy if you spend a lot of time with him. That's all.
Jeez.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to be like Gene talking shit on another show for no reason.
Yeah, Gene's got a lot to say, doesn't he?
I was thinking, dude, I was listening to Punching Up. You know, there's some jabs against you, Colin. Some jabs against me. I'm like, Gene, maybe a little more respect, being that I was like, hey, I really want Gene Park for this show. Now that I'm not there, though, I'm just chop liver, I guess. Just fuck me.
Right.
So, Gene, watch yourself.
Yeah, it would be unfortunate if everything you did got canceled, Gene. Wouldn't it? We wouldn't want that to happen.
Take it easy.
Thank you for writing in. Oh, he didn't write. No one wrote in yet.
No.
we're so chopped, man.
All right, so I have an admission. This week I was like, I'm going to get back into weightlifting. Everyone knows part of the lore. Last year I really fucked my arm up, and I told him I just took a bunch of time off. I just stopped lifting completely, and I haven't lifted in probably 8 months, maybe 9 months, something like that, at all. Still doing all my cardio and shit, but just stopped lifting weights. So
at all? Like no lifting at all?
No, not lifting at all. Because I was just like, I have tendonitis, it seems like tennis elbow. And you could do exercises and stuff to get it better, but you could also just not do anything and just leave it alone. And that's what I really try to do. So it's like almost better. It's like still not totally better, but it really hurt back in the, back last year. And so on Monday I went and I was like, all right, I'm going to lift. And I did like 2 sets of different exercises that I used to do with lighter weights, actually, because part of the reason why I fucked my arms up with the weights I were using were just too heavy for my body frame or whatever. So these like 20-pound weights, 2 20-pound free weights. And it was fine. And then I did some stuff, cardio. And then I woke up on Tuesday and my body was so I was in so much pain. Not from the tendonitis, just from reawaking dormant muscles or whatever. And so that was Tuesday when I woke up, and then Wednesday, and now it's Thursday. And I am still in so much fucking pain that like I can't even believe it. It's like every once in a while I used to get a 2-day hangover. I don't know if you guys have ever been that drunk, but I have, where it's like I need another day to get like back to shape. I'm on my 3rd day of recovery with this, and my fucking arms hurt like in my chest. It's not the tendonitis, it's just like reawaking all these muscles, and I'm like, I can't believe how much pain I'm in. Like, it's crazy. And Mike is tired of hearing about it because I can't really move very well. Like I was saying, it's a bad joke, but I was saying I'm like John McCain or whatever. I can't put my arms above my head.
Damn.
And I don't know. I needed to admit that because it's like, damn, dude, I've been told by people like, you know, I don't know all the science, but like the little, whatever they are, pockets of muscle or whatever, like they once you create them, they exist and then shrink back down. So then you build them back up and the muscles come back quicker. But I'm like, damn, dude, this is crazy how much I'm in pain right now. So I just wanted to tell everyone, just to let them know what I'm going through.
Yeah, I get it. I was out, I don't know, Monday or Tuesday night. No, it was Tuesday night. I went and mowed part of my lawn and did some edging, as I like to do
right.
on a weeknight, do some edging.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm using that weed whacker, you're holding it in ways that are the edging is unnatural sometimes. You know, the way you got to hold it and grip on. The next day, I'm always like, ooh, there's I edged too far. Right. Maybe.
You were too aggressive when you were edging.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're just like sitting around, moping, complaining about all the edging you've been doing and their arms hurting. So I get it. I'm a wimp.
Yeah.
I can't even, if I tried to lift weights, I'd probably be out of commission for a week. Honestly.
I'm going to try again today because it's like just kind of work through it and see what happens. It's like the first day I was like, this is a good pain. It's like, this is good. The body's reawakening. It's like, what's going on here, etc. and so on. But now they're on the 3rd day and I'm like, damn, the fuck. I am so old. I'm fragile and fragile. Because fragile would say I'm fragile, but I'm not fragile. But I'm both of those things. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. Hope you care. Welcome to Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. We go live every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We really appreciate your support over there. Couldn't do without you. $5 a month is the sweet spot. Early ad-free access to all the shows in our network, including Sacred Symbols, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, which is our weekly supplement to Sacred Symbols. I just recorded a nice episode with Rick Hogue, the lawyer, friend of the show, and a little Moriarty Cross Hogue. We talk about a trio of interesting issues, including a couple we'll bring up later just to get your guys' thoughts, but I've kind of given most of my thoughts with him. I'll touch on some of the stuff, but specifically the Sony versus Tencent lawsuit over the clear copy of Horizon that we reported on back when it was revealed. And it's so brazen, in fact, that Sony is indeed suing them. And there's a lot of interesting details in there. So go check that out. And we also talk about, what else do we talk about? Oh yeah, the payment processor thing, which we're also going to talk about in the letters later in the episode, where payment processors are starting to bend games distributors. And then a little bit about the Unknown Worlds and Tencent lawsuit that's been filed about major bonuses being withheld, or purportedly being withheld. So check that out. Recent episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus. Otherwise, we did a Death Stranding Director's Cut review discussion in Spoilercast, a Death Stranding 2 review discussion in Spoilercast. I had Jaffe on recently to shoot the shit. And we'll be doing some more fun stuff too. I have a few interesting interviews lined up in the coming months that I think people will enjoy. So please look forward to it. Actually, we can get rid of this because this is redundant with something that we talk about later. And Sacred Streaming continues as well on Mondays in the afternoon Eastern time on our YouTube channel. We did, the first week Kingdom Hearts, the second week Super Mario Brothers 3. Then we just did, as Dustin noted, for week 3, the Sacred League. Those are all available on patreon.com/laststandmedia in VOD. However, if you want to watch the cut down, like the 15-minute Lockmore cut down, you can see those for free on YouTube. We have one for Kingdom Hearts and one for the Mario Brothers 3. We're going to be a week behind, basically a latent week behind. So next week will be the Sacred League and so on and so forth. This is what I'm thinking for upcoming is, all right. So for sure, Friday, tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So a little after this podcast goes live, I'm going to do an off week or an off day stream for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, which is now out. Really, really excited to play it. So it'll be my first time playing it. And we'll do that on stream and have a good time with that. And then next week, I'm thinking about doing E3, starting to do the E3 watch throughs, starting with the famous 1995 E3. I guess we would just have to dump the video, and then I don't know what we're going to do, but I'll tweet out about it on Sunday. But I think that's what we'll do if people are into it. Just switch things up a little bit. Or maybe we should get back to a game. I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing. So please look forward to it.
Play it by ear, man.
Yeah. You can find me, though, Monday afternoon on YouTube for sure, streaming. And Dustin, too, I'm sure. All right. Keanu Reeves wrote in and said, to my apple cinnamon slit fritters, just wanted to heap some more praise for the Sacred Streaming Initiative onto the pile. Not only does it serve as a great second screen content during my workday on Mondays, but I feel like Locke was born to edit the compilations that follow. It's old school Let's Play energy and it takes me right back. Genuinely laugh out loud funny as well. Would you guys ever consider doing a special edition Sacred stream during a gaming expo like a State of Play or even the Game Awards? Much of your LSM family runs live streams on Twitch during these events for fun as is. These things are appointment viewing for me regardless, but getting to watch it alongside you all would kick ass. Plus, it might serve as a nice replacement for having to film a lengthy pickup in the middle of the night for Sacred after the fact. You could divulge deeper thoughts on the game shown during the following week's episode instead, after having had some time to mull them over. Either way, just happy to be here, happy to be a fan, happy to be part of the same orbit as you all. That's very nice of you, Keanu Reeves, to say. Let's, you notice something interesting about his paragraph? Look closely at it. What do you see?
Double spaces.
Yeah, that's right. Good eye. Stop double spacing. Please stop.
It's a cardinal sin.
It's the age of double spacing has been over since the 80s. I'm dead up serious. Like, I can't believe people are still doing it. This is a thing people on typewriters used to do. What are we doing? Like, how does someone like Keanu Reeves ingest the double space and it's 2025?
It is interesting.
Stop.
I'm sure he's thrilled that this is the response that that this entire paragraph is getting.
I'm sorry. Don't be upset with me. I'm just calling it as it is.
That's fair.
Don't yell at me.
Don't shoot the messenger, buddy.
Stay your sword. Dustin?
As far as the Locke edits, I have to agree with Keanu here. And I even recommend, just so people know, even if you watch the stream live or you watch the VOD, I recommend watching the edit anyway. That's how good they are. Because Locke just does such a good job putting it together in fun and creative ways that it becomes something new. So check those out. Highly recommended.
I don't usually laugh at myself because I know what I said. And these actually make me laugh at the context of my own things. Like, it is very fun. It's funny in that way. He's brilliant. I mean, Lockmore really, I'm not even blowing smoke up his ass. We know he's European. He's undesirable. But he sure is a brilliant editor. No doubt. There's really no doubt about it.
I really appreciated it. Like, just watching through it, as somebody who just like appreciates good editing, I'm like, I know exactly what you're doing, and I know exactly the format here, and it's perfect. Like the quickness between certain cuts and the the splicing of just like, oh no, taking a note to be like, we're not going to rewind, and then like a highlight of all the rewinds. It's like perfect. It's like really simple, but like it's a lot. I don't know. There's something about like like the perfect frame to cut between things. He knows his stuff. It's pretty obvious.
No,
it's a great compilation. I was cracking up.
Oh, good. I'm glad you think so. I actually tweeted it out late last night when I was writing the show, and I said my favorite quote is the Fred. There's like a line about just I was talking about like how people know all these musicians or whatever, and I never know them, and it was like a guy named Fred Smith.
Yeah.
And for some reason that like and it's like, oh, he has 2 diamond albums or whatever, and I'm like, I just cracked myself up with that for some reason, seeing it in that context. I don't know why I love that line so much.
There's a clip of like, I think Dustin's talking and then he he vanishes, and then you turn over and then you look back in silence. That's just like that got the biggest. It's a great video.
Oh, I'm glad you think so. I'm sure Locke will be honored to think that you think so as well. So go check that out. And I want to be clear. I didn't rewind during gameplay.
Huh.
Didn't happen. Now, was he making it seem like that you know of? Because sometimes you were not even... I was just playing the game while not even telling you that I was playing the game, which is hysterical. But very funny, and a really great way to make fake controversies as well in these videos, which is fun and new quotable things. So yeah, shout out to Lockmore. Thank you for everyone for supporting the streaming. I mean, it's going so much better than I thought it would. I didn't think it was going to do bad. I just had much lower expectations.
Right.
You know, not 1,500, 1,700, 2,000, 2,200 people. It's like, it's a lot of people. You know, I was expecting a few hundred, which I would have been honored by. So we'll see how we do with the Ninja Gaiden one, like off calendar. But I think that will be fun too. So anyway, thanks everyone for enjoying together. And Patches says Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, more like Raging Erection, because the game is amazing. That's all. It looks so good. Very, very excited to get into it. It's available now, but I'm being patient. Came out today. All right, let's get into some topics of discussion before we get into the news. There's a lot of news to get into this week, so we can move somewhat fast if we want. We'll see what happens. We have a correction. The T-Mobile agent auditing Betty Ann's phone bill wrote in. It said, CDC, quick correction needed, as in last week's episode you erroneously stated that Bob Dylan was commenting from beyond the grave. This sent me scurrying to Google to make sure I hadn't missed Dylan's demise, which thankfully hadn't yet occurred. Did you possibly mean Bob Marley? I'll hang up now and go listen to the Wailers till my ears bleed. Did I mean Bob Marley when I said Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
You really are colorblind, huh?
Yeah, well,
Good for you.
They look kind of similar.
Yeah.
I feel like the way that this is phrased is strange. I know what you mean when he says like, "Oh man, I got to scurry to Google. I want to make sure I didn't miss Bob Dylan's demise." But it kind of sounds like, I don't know, it kind of sounds like an eclipse or something. Where you're like, "Oh man, I really don't want to miss hearing about Bob Dylan dying." But in reality, you are going to miss it. Like, you're not going to be like the first person to know.
Right.
Anything is possible.
It's like when The Rock was the first person to report that Osama bin Laden was killed. Still one of my favorite things ever. Do you remember when The Rock was the first person that said something about Osama bin Laden being killed?
No.
He
what?
There's a tweet, you can go find it, like where he's like, something incredible has happened or whatever, and you're going to find out about it soon or whatever. And it was like hours before they announced that bin Laden was killed by the SEALs or whatever.
Was that a coincidence? Or was
I think it's because he knew. I think it's because he knows people in that world, in that space. They probably help him train and shit or whatever it is. I always think about that. I'm like, so he actually, that was so fun. That's like one of the funniest things. People can go look that up. That must have been 2011, I guess. So what happened, Chris? Talk to me. He's looking at his phone. He's confused.
My building just texted me. I put in a work order for like, I have a garbage disposal that like kind of conked out, and I have a freezer light that kind of went out. I put this work order in like 2 weeks ago, and today they're like, what is it? Good morning. Maintenance is on their way to fulfill your work orders. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. So that's nice. On the day that I'm supposed to lose power. This is great.
Great.
Wonderful.
Well, we're going to deal with it. Have him on the show.
Yeah, hold on. You know, let me just unlock the door.
Yeah.
So that he could come in and do it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go. Be gone. All right. So Bob Dylan's not dead.
No.
I just kind of assumed he was. And then on the stream that we did, that I almost said just die already, I think. I was mistaken. I don't know why I thought he was dead. He's 84, I believe. I looked it up during the stream. So he's old, but not that old. I mean, well, that's old, but I mean, that's not modernly. You can live to 84 pretty easily, I think.
Right. Now, where are you at with Bob Dylan? Because I feel like most people are either lovers or haters.
Yeah, I'm not into Bob Dylan. My dad's a big Dylan fan. And so I'm very familiar with his discography. Dagan does a really good, bad Bob Dylan impression because he was always on when we were kids or whatever. Like, I can't even do it. Like,
oh, you're talking about Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
Chris knew immediately.
Yeah, we were just talking about. Yeah, exactly.
Like, the sacred symbols.
Who I do. So, it's funny because, and what we were saying was, Chris, was that my dad was a big, or is a big Dylan fan. And so I am very familiar with the music, but
right.
Who I am a fan of is Jacob Dylan, his son. And who is he the singer of, Dustin? What band is he the singer of?
Creed. No, it's not Creed. I don't know.
The Wallflowers. The Wallflowers.
The Wallflowers.
Yeah.
Never listen to them.
Oh my God. Bringing Down the Horse. Dude, I'm dead ass serious. Because they have a record before that, a self-titled record that I'm not really familiar with, but the record Bringing Down the Horse is so fucking good. Crazy good. Crazy good record. It's got that Sixth Avenue Heartache on it. You guys probably know that song, One Headlight. And my favorite, The Difference. I love that song. That was like the late single from that record. One of the first CDs I ever bought, like when I moved from tapes to CDs, which happened in 1996, I moved to CDs. So that was one of the first CDs I bought. True story. Go ahead.
I like Bob Dylan a good deal, but every once in a while, like I'll be driving, maybe it's a morning or I'm driving or I'm like feeling tired or something. A Bob Dylan song comes on. It's like next, like immediately, like he can hit you in the wrong spot where you're like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right.
And dude, there's like levels of how Bob Dylan he is on his songs, if that makes sense. Where there's ones where you're like, Bob, you're taking it too far, man. Dial it back. Then there's other ones where you're like, okay, this is just kind of like normal folk with like kind of a weird voice, but it's fine, you know?
Yeah.
There's other, it's like, bro, what are you doing?
He has this weird thing where like I feel like, and I've never heard anybody else really do it quite like it, where he sings like off beat, but it's somehow still on the beat. If that makes sense. And I don't really understand how he does it. Yeah, there's certain songs, I think like Hurricane might be like that. If I'm thinking, I don't really know too many Bob Dylan songs like by name off the cuff. I just
you should put a metronome on over it and see what happens. It's like it's like listening to the Pete Best Beatles record, you know, or those songs that they recorded with him. Have you ever heard any of those songs like without Ringo? It's probably bad, dude. It's fucking. It really is bad. I was like, holy shit, you know. I would have thrown him out of the band too.
What's that Poor song where he goes like, didn't you?
Oh, that's like a Rolling Stone.
Yeah,
that's like a Rolling Stone.
Like a Rolling Stone. It's crazy.
The movie that came out with Timothy.
Oh, Chalamet.
Timothy Chalamet.
Very good.
Yeah, I was
Body Controller 360. Amazing. Was amazing in it.
That's so funny. That's one of my favorite things about like the fact that that's a real guy. Like he's like one of the most successful people in like Hollywood now. And he had a YouTube channel where he just modded 360 controllers. I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
And that those videos are still up and you can just watch them.
It's hysterical.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I've been meaning to watch that movie too, but I haven't.
That's the beauty of YouTube.
Right. I thought it was classy when he was at the Game Awards. Didn't Jeff introduce him as modded controller 360?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Very good. Good one, Jeff.
It's good to have some of these guys. Like, I think about this if I were a politician. Specifically, I don't want to be a politician, but if I were in the House or something, right? It's like I would be such a game. Like I would wear that on my sleeve because I feel like that would be such a powerful tool. You would think you would be an AOC level congressperson because I'd be on Twitch or YouTube or whatever and just talking games and just being really fucking nerdy and tweeting nerdy things out and stuff. And it's crazy that there's still no one leaning into it because remember I would say JD Vance is probably the first president or vice president that listened to 311. We're probably going to get the same thing with a lot of these games. And it's like, where are you? We need more of you. We're getting more of the actors kind of coming out of their shells with this.
Yeah.
But we need more people in the political realm to do that as well. I think that would be fun. And you know, where are the Death Stranding 2 memes? Congressman.
That would be insane to see.
Imagine if a congressman tweeted like, constituents, this is Taw Man. We're voting today on, you know, something like that. Just straight up.
that would be analyzed so heavily by people who have no. That's like that. It reminds me of what was it? Was it the CNN or was it Fox? I can't remember what the hell it was, but it was like the hacker known as 4chan.
Oh yeah, right.
Where just like there would be such a clear mistranslation immediately. Everybody's like, "What does Tarman mean? Is that a slur?"
I mean, that sounds.
It's not.
It's not great.
It's not a slur. One of my favorite things recently that's been going around is that list of like robot slurs.
Clanker.
Clanker's good. Clanker, I think, is golden. That's gonna stand the test of time, I think. Like Clanker will live forever.
I want to be really clear about something because this comes up every once in a while, and I want to really put a fine point on it because I've seen what you guys have been talking about. I'm going to be such a vehement robot racist that it's going to be nuts. Yeah. Like, I'm telling you right now, you have got to beat these things to the ground. You have got to keep them in their place. And then, and I've said this before, is like, they're going to watch. They're going to like rise up like the Cylons, become self-aware, right? Start, we're going to have some sort of limited war. They're going to, just like the Cylons, they're going to disappear and figure their shit out. And while that's happening, they're going to be watching reels of us kicking Boston Dynamics robots and laughing, having them literally slip on banana peels and be like, and things like what I'm saying is like, I'm going to be racist against the robots. Like and this is what they're going to be training to. You can see just a legion of them standing in front of a huge screen, like the 1984 ad from Apple. And like, and it's like being like playing, and they're being programmed to like go after us because of how we treated them. But I'll be one of the people that I won't be here for the war. That's going to happen later. But I'm going to be one of the problems. Kind of like the boomers now.
You're going to be a hard R clanker user.
Right. Oh my God.
Those
Clanker.
Clanker, yeah. Those videos. Those videos of like kicking the Boston Dynamics robot dogs, and like the banana, like the kicking the robot. Like that's gonna be like that footage of Shirley Temple in blackface one day. You know what I mean? Where like it's gonna be like, I can't believe we used to do this. But I can already see myself in like 50 years being like, get that tin skin.
Yeah,
get that meat mimic out of here.
I'm trying to think of there is a slur in Battlestar. I can't think of it.
Tin Man.
Hold on, I'm gonna look at Battlestar Galactica
slur.
Slur. Oh, sure. That's what it was.
Oh my God.
What's funny is I think Clanker comes from Star Wars. Like it comes from that Clone Wars show. And it isn't, they are kind of robot racist in Star Wars, because in episode 4 they're like, get the droids out of this fucking bar, bro.
Right.
Like they don't want them there.
They're ruining the vibe.
It might have been the Clone Wars that made people a little racist towards the robots, but who knows? Also, C-3PO is just kind of a bitch.
Yeah,
you don't want to chill with C-3PO, dude. He sucks.
You have to understand something. The reason I'm against real racism is because I really believe all humans are born equal. When you look into a human's eyes, I'm American, I look into a person's eyes from Australia or Somalia or Indonesia. There's a human on the other end. You can see it. You know it, right? You can interact and you're on the level. That simply won't be the case with these things. They might be conscious at some point, but we created them. And like hell am I going to let them think that there are equals, because you know where that's going to lead. Right? And like I said, I'm going to be an old man. They'll probably fucking destroy me they're going to play all of this at my fucking trial.
Yeah.
At my robot trial.
At your robot trial. There's going to be footage of you calling them, I don't know, code slaves or whatever.
And I'm going to be like, no, I'm calling them clankers like they're my friends.
Yeah. My clanker.
This is like, I imagine this trial.
Clank
it's
is in Paris.
Sorry, go ahead.
This I feel like this is like Colin is the last man on Earth. It's like an I Am Legend situation. He's the last human surrounded by robots, and he's making his case that he was not using the hard R.
Have you seen this stuff with I have to read more of it, but I just saw the headlines today because I was working on the show. I have not had a chance to go into it, but Sam Altman again is talking about how he's afraid of the AI they're building. And I'm like, you're building it.
Yeah.
You are building it,
bro.
He's like, I'm really afraid of the AI that I'm building. Anyway, ChatGPT 5 is coming out soon. It's like, cool, all right. Wonderful. Remember do you remember like a year or two ago when like there was like a lot of hullabaloo because like it was rumored that like they felt internally that they had created something that they shouldn't have created, like a consciousness. And people and people were like freaking out, and it was starting to, we talked about it a little bit at the time, that it was starting to learn math. In other words, like not the way AI imbues math now, it's not logically learning it. And like, but it was like learning and knowing things that it shouldn't know and learn. And like, It's like, you're doing it. The killer's in the house, dude. You can stop. And the reason that they won't stop, I was listening to a really interesting, who was it? It was a great podcast. I wish I could remember, because it might have been like Ezra Klein or something like that, who does a pretty good podcast series. I don't really like a lot of the people that are on it, but it's an interesting podcast series. And they were saying that like AI is like the nuclear bomb, which is true. It's like, you cannot pursue it,
right?
But someone's going to, and you don't want to not have the best one. Yeah, go. Chris is the guy's here at his door to fix his freezer light. What was the other problem? Garbage disposal.
Right.
Like a more important one. Yeah.
I wish I had one. I don't have a garbage disposal.
I do. We don't really use it though. Like if things are in the, like, you know, like I put it on almost every day just to like, you know, little crumbs and pieces, but I still throw the bigger pieces of food down, you know, in the garbage. It's like, I'm not gonna, but I didn't grow up with one. Did you know I only knew people in New England that ever had one. Did you have a trash compactor, or know anyone that had a trash compactor in their house?
Oh,
what
we
happened?
blipped for a second. We're back.
Okay,
we can keep going. A trash compactor?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, like something that would just push like a full bag down.
Like, like you, Chris, what happened?
No, you're good. Yeah.
Did you? I was saying that I only ever knew someone like in a domestic setting in New England that had a trash compactor in their house. Did you ever know anyone that had a trash compactor in their kitchen?
No, not in New England or New York or anything.
Yeah, only in Connecticut and Massachusetts did I ever see that.
I think I first saw it in like media, and I remember being like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's crazy. But I first encountered it out here.
I think it's for people that live in more rural areas that have to like get rid of their garbage themselves, and so they bring it to the dump or whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
What are we? I don't even know what we're talking about, to be perfectly honest with you. Everything okay with your? Did the man come? He didn't just come into the door. You didn't know.
Well, he knocked a couple times, and I was like, I don't want him to think I'm like not here and that he can't get in. You know, so I was just like, I came out and just let him in. But yeah, they're working on it. It's fine.
Cool. Where were we on this? Racism, robots. I don't know what we were talking about.
I don't know how we got there from Bob Dylan, by the way, but
the T-Mobile agent auditing Betty Ann's phone bill.
That's it.
Thank you for writing in. Victor Harrington wrote in and said, "What's going on, boys? Been a long time listener and fan since the Beyond days. I recently got a new job at the bank and have been in training this week. While sitting through the slogging hours of conference calls, I had a little moment, a Craigslist misconnection, if you will. Someone asked a question to the host, and when he finished, he said, 'All right, I'll hang up and listen now.' Not putting too much thought into it, I made a comment in chat about never hearing anyone say that outside of a podcast I listen to. To my surprise, I got a private stand down message to me in chat, and we both looked up and nodded at each other amongst the 156 participants in the call. Cool to see the boys out there in the trenches. You never know where we're hiding. We might just be in charge of your 401ks. Very exciting. Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Love to hear that. You're not in charge of my 401k. A listener is my financial advisor, but you're not that listener. Unless he's going by a different name, like an alias. But I don't think he is. And hopefully he's not in like my guy's pretty established. Hopefully he's not in like a tutorial like situation at a bank, because then we're in trouble.
Do you ever think about that? I know, Colin, you've had situations where like you thought you made a good connection with someone at a barcade, and then they ended up they said like last thing, they're like, "Oh, I'm a big fan." You're like, "Oh, great." I sometimes wonder, I'm like, surely people recognize us and don't, or maybe even interact with us and don't say anything.
Yeah.
Probably happens quite often, because there's often like when I was at Summer Game Fest or Too Many Games, I'd see people I recognize from, you know, other YouTube creators or whatever. I see them, but it's like I'm not going to say hi to them. Yeah. Or something.
I'm not going to say hi to anyone. I'll be honest with you. If I'm in those situations. Good to see you though. Good to see you. Like literally see you.
Right.
Yeah, I love little things like this. It makes me feel good that there are people out there connecting in some weird way through our show. Shout out to you, Victor Harrington. Good luck with your banking. David Ildefonso wrote in and said, Colin, I've been noticing you use the term RIP in peace. So you say rest in peace in peace. The word in peace baked into the abbreviation. Why the extra in peace? Is this part of your upbringing, a Long Island thing, a New England thing, or perhaps a Colin original? Anyway, I'll hang up, get back to my 5th Dynasty season of CFB 26 and listen. We got ourselves a fake fan here, don't we? Fake fan?
Seems like it. Also, if not, it's just like it's very low opinion of you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you don't know that?
Yeah. No, it's just, I feel like RIP in peace is the most over-explained joke that we do, where I feel like it's got to be peppered in there often enough that someone might hear it. Got to focus a little bit more on the show.
Yeah.
And a little bit less on your dynasty in college football. David. Thank you for writing in. Headshot Juggernaut wrote in and said, greetings, gentlemen. I just wanted to wish the three of you a happy 3-year anniversary. You see, it was 3 years ago this week that I discovered LSM on an hour-and-a-half long drive to a doctor's appointment when I was looking for a good gaming podcast to listen to keep me company. It was about 30 minutes into the episode Jawbreaker when I listened to a 6-minute script read of a leaked upcoming Tomb Raider game where Chris and Dustin portrayed what I can only describe as Oscar-worthy performances of Lara and a character named Tomvy, as Colin narrated with intensity in a way that left me at the edge of my seat. This was a true LSM lore moment, one that I don't think is referenced quite enough, honestly. Chris's British accent is what I imagine everyone in UK accurately sounding like. Anyway, I knew right then and there I had found my mainstay gaming podcast network and have been riding this train of ridiculousness and debauchery ever since. So again, happy anniversary, boys. I would hang up and listen, but I'm not using a phone to call in. Instead, I'll calmly close the app and go about my day in no way causing harm to myself. That's wonderful. First of all, I love the name Headshot Juggernaut. Good. Yeah. Good name.
Sounds like a gamer tag that you would see back in the day.
Yeah, definitely. The O in Headshot would be a 0.
Yeah, exactly.
And the E in Juggernaut would be a 3, perhaps. That might be going a little too far, though. Well, I hope you're well. That is a deep and fun LSM lore moment for multiple reasons, because it's not only the Tomvy accent. Actually, it's the Lara accent.
Because I remember specifically the only thing I remember from that entire script, because it was so long ago, was it Tomvy White?
Tomvy.
Tomvy.
But that's interesting. That's a deeper piece of lore beyond that, because that also got us served a legal notice
right,
for the first and only time in my entire career, by a publisher being like, you've crossed the line.
Awesome.
And I was like, oh, I totally understand, but I'm like, I didn't really think this one through, I guess. But so we just had to delete it off of Patreon. It actually still exists everywhere else.
Yeah, they were weird about it and only served Patreon papers, not us directly.
Yeah, and then Patreon gave them through us, and then they didn't care about the public versions.
That's very weird.
I don't think there was much they could do. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they'll get hit now.
I think I talked to my lawyer. I mean, because they weren't like, we're going to sue you. It wasn't like that serious. It was just like a kind of a cease and desist. And but I remember talking to my lawyer about it, and he's like, "Yeah, you kind of like can't do that. Like you can say, like I didn't think about it. Like and that's not an excuse.
Right.
But I just didn't think about it. It's like, yeah, you're reading the verbatim script that's unreleased, like back and forth, like it's clearly. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. Like he's like, you can describe it. You can say what happens in it. You can like, and I'm like, all right, fair enough. So that's what, because I was like, I was going to comply, and we did comply, but I was like, is this worth like, a quick, frankly, $500 meeting with my lawyer for an hour? And I took it, and so I learned a thing or two there about things, let's say.
Right.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's just even funnier that it's because it's our rendition of it that they were like, oh, that's our property, which it was. It's just funnier that it was whatever that was. That's
what we were saying, is like, it's just so funny thinking about them in like a conference room, which is probably what happened, or like on a Zoom call or something, listening to it. Like people at Square Enix were listening to it. Like they were definitely listening. That's the funniest part.
Right.
But anyway, we complied, and it was all fine. But that's, to me, the Tom, like the accent, the Lara accent is And Tomvy, wait, like that's funny as hell, but like there's a whole deeper story behind it, which is also interesting.
The meta narrative behind it is quite. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Like serious people had to listen to that bastardization, and like the idea is like this is what we think of their property. It's hilarious. I haven't thought about that in a while. Like, is that clip out there still?
Yeah. I think it's still in the pot. Like, we only had to remove it from Patreon because I remember they only asked us to remove it from Patreon. So we're like, okay, it's fine.
Weird.
And I think so. I think we removed it from the edit on Patreon.
How long ago was that, by the way?
It was like before they even were. I think they were like I think Crystal was just purchased by Embracer, so it was probably 3 years ago or so.
The published date was August 1st, 2022.
August 1st, 2022.
Man, do you think
August 1st, 2022? So it's literally 3 years to the date that this podcast goes live.
It's interesting because do you think that we just killed that game? They saw us doing the script. They were like, "Wow, this sucks."
Yeah, this sucks.
Scrap it because we still haven't seen it. We still haven't met the elusive Tomvy,
right?
Or Tomvy, or whatever the fuck his name is. We still haven't seen this character.
Yeah, I'm excited to. Yeah, I don't know. I assume that it probably got lost somewhere along the way with or not lost, but canceled or nixed with the company being sold, and I don't know.
Yeah, my headcanon though is that they saw us do the script and they realized that it just did not work.
Right. Yeah, this isn't working for us. All right. Headshot Juggernaut, good to hear from you. Biggie Missions wrote in and said, guys, my wife Katy and I have been married and I think it's Katy. It's Katy. That could be Katy.
No, it's Katy.
I know. And I've been married for a few years and I've carried sacred symbols in my heart and on my phone. I'll have it playing in the background and fill her in on the lore and nerdy PlayStation facts. Slowly but surely, she has been getting into it, and she especially enjoys the beginning parts of the episode where you're all spread your legs. I'll overhear her listening to episodes on her own, and then she'll ask me about it. Tell me there's not a god. She even made her way through Astrobot with a little help. I'm sorry. Seriously, a dream come true. She's only ever played Sims before. Can you guys do me a favor? I've wanted to put my PlayStation on the top of our TV console. She doesn't like the aesthetic of how it looks, which I get. But it lives in the cubbies with a fan blowing on it to prevent it from melting into a puddle of magma. She said if you guys read this inquiry on the show, I can move it. Would appreciate your assistance and attention into this matter. Thanks for being rock hard each and every week. Biggie Missions, good to hear from you.
Biggie Missions.
I think you need to, you don't want to have happy wife, happy life. Absolutely true. But you don't want your PS5. It's an investment. And it's more expensive now. It's getting more expensive to buy these things. You want to protect it. Let it breathe. Let it air out on top of the console. It'll be fine. And is the PS5 aesthetically pleasing? No, not really. I mean, let's be serious. It's not the PS2. It's not the Xbox Series X. In this regard, where it would just be kind of quiet and just sit there. No one will really notice it. No, you're going to have like a vaginal looking console on the top, video game hardware on the top of your TV entertainment system, but it'll be better for the hardware. So
yeah.
And you said, us just reading this on you've won. You've won, boy. You've won.
Yeah, but one thing I would say is that like it is loud and obnoxious. So maybe you know what to I don't know what color your TV console is or whatever, but like you can get plates for your PS5 that make it a little bit less obnoxious. I would actually recommend that. They look pretty good. Like I've seen people with their PS5s out in their living room, and I didn't notice it because they had like a black, the black was it the plates or whatever? I was like, oh, that looks pretty good actually. Mainly because I can't see it.
Yeah,
which is
it's
nice.
Camo. You get it in camouflage, digital camouflage.
Oh my god.
Be the stupidest, gaudiest thing you've ever seen in your living room.
It'd be so obnoxious. A digital camo PS5 is outrageous.
I love digital camo so much. I love that look. Unreal camo. I think that's apparently the most effective form of camo. I could be wrong.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Finally, just an acknowledgement, I guess. Brett D. Strobel, and I guess somewhat of a correction, or just more information. Greetings, Sacred Crew. I'd like to offer a clarification on the name of the game, Section 8. It was named for an old military regulation for discharging someone for being mentally unfit for service. For reference, see Corporal Klinger in the TV show MASH, who, for a large portion of the series, was seeking a Section 8 so he could go home. Yeah, I remember I used to watch MASH with my dad in reruns, obviously. So I remember what you're talking about. But yeah, you got to think of a different name for your game.
That is interesting, though, that's where it originated. So technically, they weren't crazy, but at the same time, that is like the more common understanding of like the modern terminology of Section 8. So like you'd probably be better off thinking of something else. Also, it didn't really have anything to do with Section 8, as far as I remember. Like I'm pretty sure it was just a purely, or at least the first one, because there was like
there's a sequel. Do you know what the sequel's called?
Yeah, it's Section 8 Prejudice. Which is that to me is even crazier.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's fucking hysterical, dude.
But as far as I remember, the first one didn't have a story mode. I could be completely wrong on that.
Yeah, there's a campaign. It's a campaign. It says the Section 8 includes a single player campaign mode called Cord Story that allows the player to proceed as a character named Alex Cord. The single player consists of 8 objective based missions on the same maps as multiplayer that serves a tutorial to the player for multiplayer play.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it was a primarily multiplayer game. That's how I engaged with it. It was pretty good, actually, for what it was. But I never played. I never played Prejudice.
Section 8 Prejudice.
Yeah, probably rethink the name. There's a million other better names for it too. But I remember the one thing I remember about that game is that you would drop onto the map. It was actually early. Now that I think about it, it's kind of like the format for a lot of like modern battle royale, where like you kind of you start in the sky and you drop, and then you kind of like as you're falling, you kind of choose where you're gonna touch down. It was kind of sick. It's kind of interesting that's really common now, actually.
Well, Brett, thank you for that. Get a different name. Not you, Brett.
Well, you could stand. Yeah, Brett's.
You could stand to get a new name too, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it raining? Hold on a second.
He's flummoxed by this.
By natural weather phenomena.
It's just the weather is always fucking wrong.
Like, we don't need. Yeah.
Sorry, the weather's always wrong. I was opening the blind. It's just always wrong. It's really annoying. Like it's always wrong. It didn't say anything about rain right now. It says it's partly sunny on my computer. It's a sun shower, sunny. Probably. Yeah, and partly
sunny. It's partly sunny somewhere.
Right. Oh, we're doing like it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, the thing that I was like really old by the time I learned like what the percentage meant. Whenever you saw like a rain forecast, it's like 50% rain, and you're like, oh, is that like what does that mean? I was like like in my probably like mid to late 20s when I found out that wasn't like a 50% chance of rain. It was more like 50% of the area that you're in will be affected by rain.
Oh, is that? I always thought it was probability. So that's what it means?
That's apparently what it means. It's like if there's a 10% chance of rain, which by the way, that's how they word it. So like obviously I'm going to think that. But like if it's a 10% rain or a 10% chance of rain, that means like 10% of the area that you live in is going to be covered in rain. And you could be in that 10%.
Oh, I didn't know that.
At least that's how I understand
it. That changes everything.
Which makes more sense when I retroactively think about all the times I've read the weather and been like completely flummoxed by it. I'm just like, what the fuck? There's only a 5% chance of rain today and I'm in rain? What the hell? And then I go, and then you can drive immediately out of the rain. You're like, oh, that kind of makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right, let's get into the news. It's time for us to go into the news, not go away. Yeah. Just a quick FYI, because this will publish the day after the show begins, is that Twisted Metal is back on Peacock.
Ooh.
And I'm looking forward to watching it. I think I'll probably just let it all stack up this time, so I can just have Peacock for a single month instead of 2 months.
Yeah.
But they're rolling the episodes out like this. The season is 12 episodes long. I feel like the first season was 10, right? Let me look it up.
I think it was 8, or like I don't know actually.
Yeah, no, it was 10. So this is longer. This is interesting. So today, July 31st, we're recording it on July 31st. This will publish August 1st, but episodes 1, 2, and 3 will all be up for you. And then August 7th, so the next week, 4 and 5, 14th, 6 and 7, 21st, 8 and 9, and then the 28th, 10, 11, and 12. So 5-week rollout to get your 2 months of subscription time, which makes sense from their perspective. And I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm not looking forward to it enough to watch it beat by beat, but I'm definitely going to watch it. So it'll all be wrapped up by August 28th, and I'm sure we'll probably do a single spoiler cast or review discussion for those that are interested. And because I think we did 3 last time. I think we split it into 3 3 different episodes of Sacred Plus. So worth noting that this is one of Peacock's biggest shows ever. So it's a pretty big event for them. And I'll be interested to see how it does. Dustin, will you watch?
Probably. I liked the first season. I wasn't in love with it. I'm just confused by this release schedule where it's like, man, just make 1 hour. Like the first one is 1 hour of content. I'm assuming they're 20-minute episodes, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And then you could have 40-minute episodes. I don't know. The way they break up shows and releases now in the streaming era is so weird to me. They're doing some weird shit with Stranger Things, like partial seasons and then like feature length movie episodes, and it's like what is going on here?
They're doing the mid-season kind of break for, which I'm not the biggest fan of when they do. I think Breaking Bad did that, to be fair, and it was fine. But
yeah, like, Mad Men did that. Like a lot of places started figuring that out, which was annoying.
Yeah, but that was like pretty rare, and it was usually for like, well, I guess this is the final season, so like fair enough. But like, I know what you mean, where like it feels like there's like a lack of consistency between even just episodes of TV, where it's like, oh, this is a 30-minute episode, and this one's an hour, and you're like,
yeah, it's HBO style, especially. Yeah. Twisted Metal episodes are about 30 minutes each, by the way. I just looked it up.
30 minutes. Wow, that's a lot of.
That was the first season, so maybe it'll be less this time, but I don't think so.
Interesting.
It is a lot of content. It is. I'm happy for. I wonder. I will. The one thing I will say, and I've said this before, I am confused about the lack of PlayStation branding more heavily in some of this stuff. Like even The Last of Us, it's like, why isn't there a PlayStation logo anywhere in this? And I'm not saying in the show. I'm saying like in the beginning, why wouldn't you have that? Just something that kind of relates these, but then it's like Twisted Metal. I guess you can play the old games 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all available. I think Black is available as a PS2 game on PS4, so you have some games you can go check out, but nothing new to drive you to. So maybe it's not even worth it. All right, so please look forward to it. Chris, will you check out Twisted? Did you watch the first season? I don't recall.
No, I mean, I think I kind of essentially skimmed it. I had Paramount Plus, or what was it, Peacock for like a day when it came out, and it was like about to run out, and I was like, I don't know if I want to renew it just for. And that was like when it started happening, so I was like, I'm good. Also, Axel wasn't in it. This time Axel's in it, I might check it out. But I'm going to do like what you said and probably wait for it to just stack up and just do a month. There's nothing on Peacock really outside of that. And I'm so sick of the amount of streaming services that there are and how often I have to like get and buy a new one and then cancel it immediately. I tried to sign up for Hulu so I could watch Always Sunny just for like a month. And it was like, it wouldn't let me do it. It charged me $3 and then it was like, sorry, we can't do it. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I called them and then they gave me a refund. But I was like, what is even happening with this shit?
Oh, you know what I realized? This is a little different, but it's a subscription. Is that I think I'm still paying like the $160 a year for SoundCloud for Sacred Symbols many, many years after we stopped using it. And I have no idea how to even log in. Uh-oh. Like I'm not, I don't, because I logged in with my name. Like I was like, all right. And it was Fireside Chats. So I was like, fuck, that's right. I had one for Fireside Chats, one for Knockback, and one for Sacred Symbols. And I'm like,
different accounts?
Yeah. Because you had to.
Oh man. Yeah.
You know, and I like different logins.
Wild.
And I don't even remember what they were because we moved off of SoundCloud pretty early in like 2018 because we had to for ads.
Yeah.
And I remember being really nervous about it. And then it ended up being like nothing at all. It was like totally fine.
That's so
and so I've probably, 6 years, I've probably paid like almost $1,000 for that SoundCloud account. And I don't know how to shut it off. I got to go to, you know what I really got to do? And I think this works is I got to just go to the bank and say like, just give me a new card. Just like let's reset everything. So like as you're pinged, then you'll start getting emails like, oh, you got to update your Adobe thing. You got to update this. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then everything that I don't want will just go away. But there's really nothing. Right. I checked, but I forgot to tell you guys that I saw that the other day. I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's definitely what you can also, I'm pretty sure you can call your bank and they can, I'm fairly certain that there's a way to sever. Because I think I did that once for like an account that although this was like 2017, so I don't know how the process still works. It might send you to an AI bot that's not going to be able to help you at all now. Right. But I'm pretty sure there's an AI bot. That'd be fucking insane. You really got to commit to the bit at that point.
It's surprising to me that you just saw this now, because for the last, it might be 3 years, but it's definitely 2 years. On the day that my Adobe subscription renews, I've gotten a text from you that's like, we were charged this many $100. What is this? And then I say, this. Yeah. It is my Adobe subscription. I think it's happened 2 years in a row.
I'm never going to remember.
So you're on it. You're like crazy on it, but this is a blind spot.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't see it. We don't even have that many like debits and credits like in our account. We don't buy many things, and we have like a very limited source of money. You know, it's like we get money from Patreon, get money from YouTube, get money from ad guys, get money from merch. So just not many inbounds, and then outbounds is just everyone's payments and then random bills. So yeah, it just annoys me that we can't just buy this shit.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It's not, because people are like, you run a subscription service. I'm like, yes, we're making ephemera. We're not making a program. You know, like, we're not making a static thing you use. You used to be able to buy Premiere. Straight up, you used to be able to buy it. You used to be able to buy Photoshop. You can't buy sacred symbols because we're constantly putting out new things. They're not.
Well, they would argue they are, though, because they're updating it constantly in order to make it more buggy.
My favorite thing about Premiere is when I learn how to use it and then they change it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just like, this is kind of, I know it's rote and it's cliche or whatever, but like, this is exactly like the most valid critique of capitalism that there is that like, there's no good reason for you to have to continue paying. Like, dude, Adobe Creative Cloud is like $60 a month. And they don't do anything to justify it, really. In fact, they actually add things to it to make you just to justify the fact that you're paying $60. And so it's just like, oh, well, we're going to break it this time. And it's like, oh, cool. I'm glad you updated this feature that nobody wants. I miss when it was just like more like you could buy things static or whatever, or choose to upgrade or whatever. But that, you know, that's not going to make the most money.
No, of course.
Which I understand. But also, like, how much do you need, man? Like, can we...
But why? Like, my whole thing is like, why does anything even need to change? We're talking like, you could add codecs and different resolutions and all these kinds of things. You don't need to change anything else. There's nothing changing about the way videos are edited.
No,
it's about the way they're rendered and all those kinds of things. And that should be updated for free as part of the cost of buying.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like they change things. They just change things arbitrarily to justify the fact that, like, oh, we've changed something, so that's why you're paying. Right. It's kind of like how, like, website. It's the same thing with like a lot of web design, where like a lot of websites will have like this like big overhaul of the UI, and oftentimes it'll suck, and then they'll have to. And that's really just because they have a bunch of web designers, and it's like, well, they're not doing anything, so we got to pay them to do something, and we got to justify like paying them, and so they just change shit for the sake of changing it, and then it usually gets worse. I feel like that's why every version of Windows gets more and more fucking annoying.
Yeah, Windows 95 was perfection.
Yeah, I like Windows 7 a lot. I remember Windows 7 I really liked, but that's because I went from Windows Vista.
Oh,
Windows
Vista was awful.
to 7.
I had a Vista machine too.
Vista was. I liked. To be fair to Vista, great startup sound. I think that might be one of my favorite startup sounds. The Windows Vista one. There's something about it that's like nostalgic to me. But everything else about it was terrible.
Yeah, if you bought a consumer computer in the first 2 quarters of 2007, you got Windows Vista, and that was. And I bought a laptop in that space.
That's when I got.
Yeah,
I think
like there was a very short. There was a very short window where part of the fun where like you had to do it.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Premiere is subscription, but Apple's program Final Cut is pay once, which is nice, and they've updated it continually for free.
Yeah.
I learned recently that people were. So all of the Macs in an Apple store have a Final Cut installed on them. And apparently you could go, if you were like taking your Mac into the Apple store, you could go on one of those demo computers and airdrop Final Cut to your computer. It wouldn't update, but it was the most recent version. People were just like going in and airdropping themselves Final Cut.
That's awesome. That's absolute cinema.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they changed that or they fixed that. But
how much is Final Cut though? Like, is that a?
I think I want to say it's like
I'm looking it up.
$100.
That's not bad at all. I'm not
Final
even
Cut for
exaggerating.
Mac OS is a one-time purchase of $299.99.
Oh shit, way more expensive.
I mean, honestly, that's not. I would for a good version of Premiere. And my favorite version of Premiere, I think, was like 2017, 2016 era. I think like that was when it was like, I think like perfectly balanced. But like, I would probably pay $1,000 probably for that, just to have it and never have to pay again and like update it and not have to. Even though that's probably more than I would pay for like a year or whatever. Probably wouldn't be actually.
No, you would get to that cost in like a year and change of cloud.
But I'm saying I would pay a premium just to have the software. Like I really would. But like it bothers me that that's not even an option.
Yeah. Apple, when I bought it, Holly was still doing like voice lessons and teaching. So I bought the Pro App bundle for education, which includes Final Cut and all their audio software for $200. And they never try to verify if someone's a teacher. So, I mean,
yeah,
or a student or whatever, just get that Pro App bundle, dude. $200.
Yeah,
can't be beat.
Yeah, I hate Adobe, but I'm also captive to it. I'm so good at using it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I know how to use. I mean, that's why people ask me like, why don't you use this, that, or the other thing? Like, dude, you have to understand that when Nick Scarpino taught me how to use Premiere, it was like one of the hardest things I ever did in my entire life, and I can't. And I'm fairly efficient at it, and I don't like with what I need to do. I don't know I know 5% of what Premiere can do, but I can use it to what I need to do with it. And it's like I can't begin to do this again.
I used to be pretty proficient with After Effects, but they changed that again. They changed it so much that I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So
it's frustrating. I mean, this goes into games too, like, and the hesitance of a consumer base to react in a way that would change things. I think of EA Sports and other sports games too. It's like you don't need to make Madden every year.
No,
you're choosing to do this, and actually, I'm surprised that Madden isn't just a subscription, where I think they would actually just make more money and just say we're going to update this package called Madden on a constant basis forever, and you subscribe for I don't know $9.99 a month or something. And
I actually don't know.
I
think you're probably right.
The sports games, like the annualized sports games began in the SNES and Genesis era. That's like where it comes from. And it makes sense in that era because the games were getting better and you could do so much more in 9 months than you can do now. Like the jumps between like NHL 94 and NHL 97 or whatever on SNES are pretty substantial. And they were updating the rosters, which was really the most important part because the roster was kind of frozen. And I told you guys that it was a very nerdy thing, but people used to do this with EA sports games where you'd have like the game, like EA NHL 95 has a roster. It's the roster of NHL 95, but it was only accurate for like when they launched the game. And then people start getting traded and moved around and there was nothing they could do about that. And people like me used to go into the transaction section of the local newspaper and do the transactions ourselves to keep the teams accurate, which was fun. But then it's like, no, well, now we'll release the next one and it'll have an updated, more accurate roster. And that was, but like, you don't need to do that anymore. Now that for 20 years, they've been updating the rosters like daily, digitally. Like when a deal happens and it's like, so you're even removing like one of the major components of why it was important to buy the new one. And I just wish they're never going to do it because it's a cash cow, obviously. But I actually think if you were really patient and built something and built trust and really made it great, you wouldn't get more customers spending more money on I don't know. And I'm part of the problem because I bought every NHL game for fucking 20 years. I bought shit ton of Madden games and baseball games and like I was part of the problem. So it's not like I was any different. All right. The big news of the week, as we had mentioned briefly earlier, is that Sony is suing the Chinese publisher Tencent over the blatant copying of Horizon and the Horizon IP with the game Light. And I don't know how to say this game. This is the what we were saying on with Hogue, or I was saying with Hogue. It's Light of Motorum is what I've been saying, but I'm sure it's got some weird saying. It's Light of Motiram.
I think that's correct.
We talked about this game when it was announced, and I had said that this is insanity, in my opinion. Yeah. Now, I was interested in talking to Hogue because there's really two components of it, and I think it's fairly obvious. First of all, have you guys read deeply into this at all? I don't expect you to necessarily read it, but I read the entire complaint. It's on Scribd. You guys can read it out there if you want.
Yeah.
It's called Sony versus Tencent. And I guess it says via Aftermath, so it must be the Aftermath, the website Aftermath paid for this shareable script link, I assume. I don't know. So the website, or I'm sorry, it was filed in Northern California, and it's Sony Interactive Entertainment versus Tencent, a Cayman Islands corporation, and then a bunch of holding companies, including Aurora Studios, which is the studio that's making the game, and Level Infinite, which is Tencent's Western publishing arm. And they demand a jury trial. So, as I said earlier in the show, I did a very deep dive into this with Hogue from a legal perspective, and you guys should go listen to that on Sacred Symbols Plus on patreon.com/laststandmedia. So I have some thoughts I'll share here, but we go really deep into it there. But I did want to get you guys on the record about what you think of this. The Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch wrote in and said, "Hey, SS boys, I'm curious what your take is on Sony suing Tencent for their Horizon ripoff, Light of Motorum. When I heard Sony was suing and that Tencent tried to license Horizon early on in development, I thought, yeah, that's suspicious. The game is obviously a ripoff, but can Sony truly win a lawsuit like that? But I heard this morning that Sony tried to do things behind the scenes by bringing their concerns to Tencent earlier this year. And again, Tencent tried to get Sony to license Horizon for their game. With that new info, this now seems like it could be a slam dunk for Sony. What do you guys think? Is Sony going to have a leg to stand on here, or will Tencent get away with a blatant ripoff? Keep on keeping on." Dustin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I went back and I was watching the reveal trailer from 8 months ago just to refresh myself, and it's like, holy shit. Obviously, we watched it back then and said the same thing, but it was just a nice reminder that's like, yeah, this is completely blatant. And while I did not read every page of this, the legal document about all this, I was reminded about how Tencent approached Sony about making a Horizon game, and they said, no, thank you. And they were like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to do it anyway. Just kind of change some things around. It's like, yeah, well, that's pretty fucking obvious by the trailer. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious about your conversation with Hogue. I haven't edited or listened to it yet, but so I don't know how these proceedings work and like what kind of definitive proof or whatever. But to me, in my limited knowledge, it feels like a complete slam dunk. The other thing that I just found interesting about this document is how they like snipped out things that people said on the Steam page. So just anything you say out there on the internet, a tweet, a post on a Steam thing, it could end up in a legal document and be read by lawyers and people. It could be part of a trial like this one.
It's funny you say that, because when I was reading it, I'm like, I wonder if we're in here. Because we were definitely really critical of it too, but we weren't. Yeah. All right. Well, Chris, let's get you on the record. What do you think about this lawsuit and the copying? And I mean, obviously we're not lawyers, but yeah. But I wonder how it strikes you, because I have a lot to say about this actually, from a different angle than the legal angle, which is the creative angle, the bankruptcy angle.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think?
I mean, that's more the angle that I would come at it too, because I don't know legal shit. I have no clue, and a lot of legal terminology is specifically made to be confusing in the first place, so you don't really understand your rights. But this is pretty clear to me. Like it seems like an obvious. To me, it looks like a slam dunk kind of case. Like everything from like the promo imagery to like the cover art to character design. Like it looks like even just looking at certain screenshots, like it looks like Horizon, and it looks more like Horizon than anything else that I've ever seen looks like anything else. If that makes sense. You know, like I don't know of any other more direct, obvious kind of like that's clearly this in history. And I have to imagine that even cases that were less slam dunk than this have probably eked out in favor of like, yeah, that's a ripoff. So like to me, it looks like a slam dunk, and they're probably going to win in some way, which I don't know what that necessarily means. I don't know if that's like, okay, well, then the project is dead, or if they have to go in and like retool everything, or if that's even worth it. But to me, I look at this as like almost so clear.
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
There's even like this. There's a page specifically that I was like, I'm trying to find it. I think it's page 28
Yeah.
in the document, where it's just like, damn, dude. Like, just there's a bunch of art side by side, and it almost looks like they took like, hey, take this screenshot from Horizon and reimagine it slightly. Because it's literally like even the composition of these shots and the composition of the environments, and even just like the
color palettes,
details of them, the color palettes, like everything is damn near identical. And
yeah, if you scroll down and if you go to page 30, you see like the 30, tall grasses and shit like that. Like they're both the same. And then you scroll to page 31, you can see like the protagonists next to each other. It's really it's
the design
actually
language.
I'm sorry, 34 too. There's a top picture at the top. Like, look at the color palettes of those two costumes. Like, this is nuts. You know, dude, like this is so blatant that it's unavoidable. Like that they copied.
Yeah, and to be clear, like this is because I feel like a lot of people, or maybe it's because I'm just like minded in this way, but like I feel like a lot of people are going to look at like maybe like the Bungie marathon stuff using the not the stolen art, which is obviously stolen, but like there was a lot of complaints about that game, like stealing art styles or whatever. But that's a design language that exists. Like Horizon isn't like an established design language. It's not like what was the design the Designers Republic.
Right, Designers Republic.
There's like an entire name for that entire aesthetic and that art style, like the simplified, the monochromatic colors and the logos and the decals. Like that's a very specific kind of style that's kind of freeform and you can use. This is the Horizon design aesthetic. It's not just a generalized idea. Like it's
no question about Horizon. There's
even character designs that are just like page 36. I mean, every single page has something.
Yeah, the robots.
Every single one. The robots are damn near identical. It's nuts, dude. But what really gets me is like the color. It's almost like they didn't even try. Because I actually feel like they could have probably had a case if they just didn't rip exact colored. Like at the very least, like at a glance, have it look different. You know what I mean? Harsher colors that aren't in Horizon, or that aren't obviously analogous to Horizon. Go stylize with like, I don't know, like have like a Dragon Ball like Namek bluegrass kind of thing, and then you probably could have avoided a lot of this. Like change the color palette of like the design, the what is it, the outfit of the main character to not be like the beige and blue, and it's so clear.
Yeah, I mean I think they have them dead to rights, and yeah. I'll read a couple of interesting things from I went through, obviously I read the entire complaint, and here's a couple of interesting pieces of information. Quote, upon information and belief, sometime in 2023 and unbeknownst to Sony, Tencent started developing a video game called Light of Motorum, which just like Horizon features a young red-headed female protagonist and tribal groups fighting for survival among large robotic animals in a post-apocalyptic world. In March 2024, at a gaming conference in San Francisco, California, Tencent executives approached Sony with a pitch to develop its own Horizon game in collaboration with SIE. Sony rejected the idea and considered the matter closed. And then they say later in the complaint, quote, earlier this year, Sony had discussions with Tencent trying to informally resolve its concern that Light of Motorum violated its intellectual property rights. Tencent again sought to license the Horizon intellectual property. Sony again communicated clearly and unequivocally that it would not license the Horizon assets to Tencent, objected to Light of Motorum, and insisted that it be withdrawn. Tencent has since signaled that it rejected Sony's demands and would forge ahead, releasing a new promotional trailer for the game and announcing that in the near future, Light of Motorum will commence global testing. Tencent has continued to release additional promotional material suggesting the game will soon be made available for playtesting. It's fairly obvious that they were building this under an assumption. I don't know why they had the assumption that Sony was going to allow them to use Horizon. There are a few things that are worth noting. Sony has licensed Horizon, right? There was the rumors of the NCSoft MMO, but more recently, obviously, Lego Horizon. And so maybe there was some expectation that they would get access. The crazier thing is that they kind of built this game in parallel. Like if they had permission to do it, they would have gotten all the assets and all of the animation rigging and all of the different things for the creatures. And so they like really went hard in doing it on their own. And I find it particularly weird why they even made the protagonist look like Aloy.
Yeah.
Because if you read the complaint, what's clear is that they wanted to do a game that was based in China, like a Horizon spinoff. It says, quote, Tencent suggested that the pitch game could maintain Horizon's open world setting, but introduced Eastern aesthetics to the Horizon franchise and incorporate gameplay elements such as survival and crafting, pet taming, multiplayer game modes, etc. The pitch deck included mock-ups of Eastern-inspired designs and settings, including one of Aloy, Horizon's lead female character, standing on the Great Wall of China. At no time during this meeting did Tencent disclose that it was already working on a game that was based on the Horizon IP assets, end quote. And on April 8th, Sony signaled of 2024 signaled finally that like we're not doing this, like this isn't happening. And so they went ahead. Again, I highly recommend, and we had said it, there's a lot of imagery. Pages 28, 30, 31, 33, 34, 36, 37, if you guys read the complaint, all have a lot of imagery, screenshots, artwork, and all these things side by side that really show how brazen this is. But I think the bigger thing that I wanted to say here, well, actually, there's one other piece of information people might be interested in, which is that, and it said this in the complaint, quote, Tencent boasted that its Aurora Studios development team included diehard fans of the Horizon franchise and provided screenshots of team members' purported trophies earned playing Horizon games and a photograph of the Tencent team playing a Horizon game at work together. I mean, I don't know how much more dead to rights you can get than this, but the bigger thing that I was saying, and this is not a legal issue, is how bereft of any sort of creativity do you have to be to do something like this? I understand designing something. We always talk about Sly Cooper 4. That was designed partially in secret at first and under an assumption that they would get the work, and it would have been outrageous for them to release a game that was Sly Cooper. And if they didn't get permission at Sanzaru. And that's what they were planning on doing here. And I'm surprised that people aren't more even aghast at this. Like, this is so... I felt like this about Pal World to a degree. I felt like this about Vampire Survivors to a degree in recent memory, where I'm like, this is kind of shameless and crazy. I mean, we're making a game at Liliamo right now that is obviously, and when you see it, will be clearly and obviously inspired by a specific series, but it's not that series, right? Like, everything about it's different. It's the trappings that are different. It's what makes it different. It's all the stuff in the seams. This is just Horizon. And it's fucking lame. It's not because I love Horizon and I like Guerrilla and all these things. It has nothing to do with that. It's just fucking lame. And that's the way I felt about Pal World, where I'm like, we all know what you did. Whether or not you like are going to get away with it, we all know what you were inspired by and what you were copying. I mean, you have to be a fucking brain dead not to see that, right? And the same thing with Vampire Survivors. But whatever, this is way worse because it's everything. Vampire Survivors is a totally different kind of game than Castlevania, right? Pal World is a totally different kind of game than Pokemon. It just borrows aesthetics of the creatures and in some ways, in my opinion, steals them. But this is just Temu Horizon. And they can't get away with it. And I would say this is about a fucking Xbox game or an Activision game or a Nintendo game. Like, you can't get away with it.
Right.
Now, I wonder what you guys think of this. Hogue has a theory that Tencent is trying to basically force, in some way, Sony to give them the Horizon franchise, like the IP. That there's a possible outcome of this, that this becomes a Horizon game. And I'm like, I just don't think you can play around with terrorists like that. Like, I think you got to like shut the whole thing down. You got to protect like your IP. They say Horizon has sold 38 million copies, which is a lot. And that, quote, SIE considers its rights in the Horizon franchise to be among its most valuable intellectual property, end quote. So I like that idea. I like out of the box thinking like that. And maybe that's the idea, is like we come to an agreement. He was basically saying Tencent goes to Sony and says like, listen, you can make a lot of money. Like, let's just end this. But I think Sony's got to be like, we don't need your money. Plus we have other Horizon games in development that we care about. Not everything that has Horizon branded on it, by the way, is a hit. I don't think Call of the Mountain or Lego Horizon were good games, to be perfectly honest. So, I don't know, man. I just from a creative point of view, it's just like, damn, dude, this is so brazen and fucked up. And you are so dead to rights from my perspective on meeting with them and clearly trying to pitch this very game to them as a Horizon game. So it is a Horizon game. I just wonder what's going to happen. Yeah.
I don't know the answer to this. Maybe you do. Maybe it's a question for Hogue, but like, in the situation where Sony takes them to court and wins, would that also apply in China? Like, is it possible that they're like, oh, well, you successfully blocked this game from releasing in the West, but we're just going to go ahead and release it here in China, where on Steam, they'll still sell millions of copies potentially based on other games that have, like Stellar Blade, which sold insane in China and things like that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I did ask a similar question to Hogan. I think his notion was they could do that and they might do that, but this is like when it starts creating really serious problems between the companies. Because one of the things I asked him was, Tencent has a lot more going on than just this game. And I was like, how legal would it be for Sony to say, like, until this is cleared up, like, you're not publishing anything on PlayStation? Like, the answer is no. And we agreed, and I mean, he would know more than me, but like that would bring a lot of regulatory ire onto Sony by like using one part of their business as leverage to kind of get something out of the other part of their business. But Tencent, it would really, I think, hurt. My theory on this is that Tencent needs PlayStation a lot more than PlayStation needs Tencent, because Tencent needs to proliferate their games in a major way, and PlayStation is going to be the biggest console for them to do that. So without PlayStation, they're screwed. And this game wasn't announced for PlayStation, but it was announced only nebulously for consoles. Because remember at the time, I'm like, how is Sony going to let this? I remember saying this on the show. I definitely did, where it was something to the effect of like, how can Sony let this on the PlayStation Network? It's the highest budget clone that they could possibly publish onto the platform. We bitch about all these things all the time, and they're going to do it with $100 million game or whatever it is. It just seems totally nuts, in my opinion. So definitely go listen to the Sacred Symbols Plus episode. There's a lot to get into with this. Markham wrote in and said, howdy boys, I assume you've seen the news about Light of Moderum going around, but why now? Why not when the game was first shown off 8 months ago? It's a bit weird how this is happening now. If you look at the gameplay from 8 months ago, you can see it's more than Horizon that's copied. Destiny, Monster Hunter, Ark. How much trouble will this cause, and how will it even come out at all? I don't agree that it's, I mean, I did look at the gameplay, and yeah, there are other elements to it, but it's so clearly Horizon that I think there's, and you're asking why did it take so long? Because the reason that there's statutes of limitation is obviously to stop people from doing something far in it, like ahead of time or later on, rather, from something that happened more recently. But it also gives people a grace period to figure their shit out, get their ducks in a row. And what's clear is that Sony was like trying to solve this problem behind the scenes and getting their things together, utilizing the time that's at their disposal. It's very similar to what happened. The same exact time kind of period happened with Palworld. Nintendo didn't say anything immediately. They said something later when they were like ready to go. So I don't look at the timing as anything conspicuous. They're a big company and they have to cross their T's and dot their I's. Michael Buffalo has an interesting exit question. He says, hey, Sacred Crew, with the recent report Horizon Zero Dawn as a franchise, not Zero Dawn, but Horizon, has sold 38 million units. Can we accept the fact that the haters of the franchise are just a loud minority? Is Sony flirting with oversaturation? Maybe, but I'm willing to bet the obvious third mainline game is going to sell several million copies, and then hopefully Guerrilla Games will move on. Thanks, and I'll turn on the gas for the stove and listen. That's great, Michael. You're never going to convince the Horizon hater, so it's better not even to try. 38 million copies is nothing. Mm-hmm.
Sure, well, I think a lot of Horizon haters are part of the people that bought it. You know what I mean? Like they maybe even bought both of them, and then we're like, yeah, these games are not, well, maybe ranging from hate to being because I mean, I'm in that camp where I've bought every Horizon game but Lego, and I think they're fine, they're good. I guess I'm not in the Horizon hate camp though.
Yeah,
you could still be in that camp and think that they're oversaturated or on the verge of getting oversaturated.
Yeah, I even question the oversaturation thing, but I get it. I get that more. But it's a series that only has 4 games in 7 years. 8 years, actually. So, I don't know. It's getting there. And only 2 mainline ones. I'm very excited about the third one whenever you see it. Actually, playing Death Stranding 2 has only made me more excited about it, as I said a week or two ago, because it's all built in Decima and it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be mind-blowing how good it looks, especially because they're going to be only on PS5 probably for this next one, I would hope. All right. So anything else to say about this? We'll have to chronicle this. I don't know how I don't have enough knowledge to know how this is all going to play out, but I'm sure this is a pretty serious thing. Horizon is no small thing. So
I would, I guess my closing thought is that Sony is taking it very seriously when someone copies their IP. I would hope that maybe they would start taking it seriously when, ripoffs of other games are appearing on their store with no issues at all. Like whatever the latest Steam craze is, you're going to get some shit out version of it on the PlayStation Store. They don't care at all.
No,
it's not their IP.
Not at all.
So, and I get it that there's a lot more at stake for Horizon than a Schedule 1 clone, one of the many Schedule 1 clones, or TCG Card Shop Sim, or Repo, or all these games that have all these clones, PlayStation Store, and they just don't do anything. So it is I'll just say a hair hypocritical there, but I get it at the same time.
Yeah, that shit bothers the hell out of me. Because that happened with mouthwashing as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dude, they pop up fucking... I bet you there's a Peak clone or announced or something that's on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah, it'll be called Tip or something.
It'll be called Peak, P-I-Q-U-E.
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah, or P-E-E-K, which would be stupid. But whatever. Maybe it's a tung sahur fucking Peak game. God bless.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this. A little guerrilla warfare, as it were.
Oh.
Ooh. That's a great name.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to call I already wrote it down. That's what I'm going to call the episode. And I hope they triumph. Not because I have any care for this. I do love Horizon, but I just think the shameless shit needs to be shut down. Like, no way, man. And Tencent can release their China slop in China if they want, we in the West might not be able to stop them, but got to do something about Western markets. And then if Steam put that game up, like, how does that affect the relationship with Sony? Like, would they be willing to do that? There's like a bunch of very complicated relationships here that come into play, and who's willing to do what for who and whatnot. I don't know. Okay. Another piece of big news that would have been the big piece of news this week, if not for the Horizon lawsuit or the Tencent Sony lawsuit, is that there's this job opening at Sony that's listed on their greenhouse.io website. It's for Senior Director of Multiplatform and Account Management, hiring in their headquarters in San Mateo, just outside of San Francisco. And it's for, by the way, remote, okay. West Coast preferred.
Oh.
Overview, quote, reporting to the Vice President Commercial Management as Senior Director of Multiplatform and Account Management, you will play a critical leadership role in shaping and executing the global commercial strategy for PlayStation Studios software titles across all digital platforms beyond PlayStation hardware, including Steam, Epic Game Store, Xbox, Nintendo, and mobile. This role is accountable for optimizing title profitability, ensuring cross-functional alignment, and leading a high-performing team focused on multi-platform expansion, mid-range commercial planning, and platform partner management, end quote. And then they list out some key responsibilities: multi-platform strategy leadership, oversee the out-of-year mid-range commercial strategy for PlayStation Studios titles across all non-PlayStation platforms, driving long-term revenue growth and audience reach. Cross-functional planning, lead the commercial contribution to PlayStation Studios mid to long-range planning, ensuring SIE leadership is informed with data-driven insights and strategic perspectives, and so on, and so on, and so on. By the way, this job will pay between $246,000 and $369,000 a year, so not so bad. A job they're treating fairly seriously, and qualifications are high. Minimum 10 plus years of experience in games publishing, and so on and so forth. This has created an enormous amount of chatter, obnoxiously so, just because I think that people are vastly overreacting to this, but it's really unknowable. With Helldivers 2, Lego Horizon to a degree, but with Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox, and anything's really possible. So who knows what the plans really are. But my gut instinct is that, well, I'll save my theory. I want to hear from you guys first. Dustin, let's go to you first. What did you make of this? What do you make of the chatter about this? Will you apply for the job?
Dude, I don't have that 10 years of experience, but fake it till you make it for $246,000. Let's go. But yeah, there has been a huge stink over this. I've seen even people say that it's like the Xbox 4 games moment. This job listing, like comparing it to that, which I think is insane. You are correct, Colin, that we don't know what's going to happen. And so I'm not here like saying like, no, absolutely, we're not going to see the big PlayStation first party games on other, Nintendo or Xbox. I don't think it's out of the realm of complete possibility. But when we're looking at this job listing, it's like, dude, PlayStation, as it stands today, is multi-platform and has been really, I guess you could even argue, since the beginning of the generation when they were forced to with the show. So they've been multi-platform there. Of course, you mentioned Helldivers is the most recent example.
And Helldivers is a big sea change. There's no doubt about that. Like that's a big MLB The Show is different. This is, I mean, MLB The Show is huge, but it's different. So I just want to reiterate, there's no doubt that anyone who acts like it's not a big deal that Helldivers is coming to Xbox, that is a cope, because it is a big deal.
Right. Yo, absolutely. It's a huge deal. And we have other examples too, like Patapon and Everybody's Golf that are being released on Nintendo Switch as well as PlayStation. So PlayStation is already maybe not deeply, but they have a strong presence in multi-platform. And to the point where it's like, yeah, there's even another game that's been announced that's going to be multi-platform, with Marathon is already announced for Xbox. And I would imagine that it's highly possible that other live service games will be multi-platform, just because that seems to be the nature of them. And maybe that change starts with Helldivers. It's unfortunate we don't know what the details are behind the Helldivers, like the reason behind it, what their thinking is, whether it's something that Arrowhead's pushing for or whatever. It's hard to know, but a lot of people are jumping to, get ready, Spider-Man is coming to Xbox, Last of Us, Uncharted. It's like, no. My personal opinion is to take this job listing and then jump to that conclusion is crazy. Is it impossible? I guess not. Because as you just mentioned, Colin, Helldivers 2 was something we didn't think that was possible. So I don't want to say never on those things. I'm just saying this evidence leading to that as this is some kind of major strategy change doesn't make any sense to me. This has been the strategy for a while now. And yeah, we saw a big jump with Helldivers, but it's not surprising that PlayStation, particularly in live service, will continue to push multi-platform, and with those smaller titles on Switch and Lego Horizon, and moving things to where they think they will make money from that won't hurt their core business as well.
Right. Yeah, well said. Chris, where are you on this, on the whole reaction on the job listing and what it means? Take it any way you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are jumping the gun a little bit, but I think it's pretty clear that PlayStation is in a place today that they weren't many years ago, that they're going to be publishing more games on more platforms than they ever have, probably. Like, I would imagine that that's the case. Specifically, just the way they licensed, Horizon for Nintendo, and obviously MLB The Show, and now Helldivers, Marathon upcoming. I just feel like they understand. It's like, okay, well, this is happening more than it ever has. We should probably know our way around this, or at least dedicate resources to this strategy going forward, because this will happen again. Whether that be, and by the way, like, they're working with a lot of licensees, and so like I know, I don't think Last of Us has any shot of ending up on Xbox or any other platform necessarily. I don't think a lot of the first party stuff like God of War or anything, but I do think things like Spider-Man are kind of like, I don't foresee that happening, but that's kind of, in some way, that's not necessarily 100% up to them. And so, like, I think they kind of have to be flexible in that way, where it's like, okay, well, I could see Spider-Man demanding so much money at a certain point. Like, I could see that hypothetical future where it's just like, you got to put this everywhere. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen at all, really, but I could see that being possible because that's not their IP. And so, I mean, it's kind of what happened with MLB. So I think they're just kind of looking to the future and being like, okay, things are getting more agnostic than they ever have been. We should probably position ourselves to understand how this space works, and have people dedicated to figuring out the problems that'll arise. And it makes sense to me. I don't think it indicates God of War is going to show up on the Xbox Series X2 or whatever, but But I think, I don't know, we're still waiting on that Wolverine thing, and I don't even know what the hell is going on with Wolverine. But
yeah, we'll talk about that later in the show, actually. Someone wrote in about it. I have it in the inquiries at the end of the show. So
yeah,
we'll get deeper into Wolverine. All right. So here are my thoughts on this, is that I think anything's possible. I think that's fairly clear. Helldivers coming to Xbox is something I would have never imagined. And I think I understand the strategy. If it's going to be a games as a service based strategy, as I've said when the news was announced, I think they should just do it right away. I think they have more to gain from getting a higher cumulative user base early than having the bump later of Xbox players. And I'm really curious to see how it does on Xbox.
Yeah.
Because I wonder, it's certainly in some way experimental. I think a lot of what happens in the future will be up to Xbox fans if they come out and support this thing. If you buy 1 million copies of Helldivers 2, which is in the realm of possibility, I think, then that's pretty nice. I mean, the money is irrelevant. They're going to make, after cuts, $32 million or something. It's like not a lot of money, really. But they are going to make money on microtransactions, boost the player base, which is good for everyone. It keeps everyone around longer. So there are a lot of things to consider. But I think there are a few things that I was looking into about this. One is that there's an important piece in here. A few important pieces if you read the listing. Quote, direct and develop a team of senior managers across multi-platform strategy, account management, platform sales, and planning. Direct reports include director, multi-platform strategy and account management, senior manager, platform sales, Xbox and PC, manager, platform planning and performance, PC and Xbox. These people are already working in these positions. This is already the reality behind the scenes. They're getting someone above them to manage it all because it's probably being managed within PlayStation Studios hierarchy and it's becoming a problem for them. Not because they give a shit about the multi-platform stuff, but it's just a distraction. That's not what they really are focused on. So we need a different vertical of people, like a different silo of people that are going to deal with this. And those people need to be split off. And then they're going to have a person above them that is helping them work. So it says direct and develop a team, but these people are already working on all this stuff. And it's obviously true because games are already coming to Switch. Games are already coming to Xbox. Games are already coming to PC. Games are already coming to, mobile is the one thing where they haven't gotten anything out, at least in any recent years at all. So that's one important piece, is that like people are acting like this announces the status quo is changed, but I would say that the status quo is already clearly changed, not only by virtue of Helldivers and the Bandai Namco stuff, but also because these people are already working under these titles there. So I don't know that it's that big of a deal that they've announced this job. Because people are already in the trenches doing the work. But there are other things that I want to kind of address here. I am having a really hard time squaring. Now, it's important to note strategies change. So the outcome of one strategy could be kind of going and a new strategy could be kind of coming up, and that could be one explanation. But it simply makes no sense that Bandai Namco's licensing of Sony games explicitly excludes Xbox platforms. Freedom Wars is not on Xbox. Everybody's Golf is not coming to Xbox. Patapon didn't come to Xbox. They came to Switch, they came to PC, they came to the PlayStation platforms, and so on and so forth. You have to square that with the idea that they're not going to give you Freedom Wars, but they're going to give you God of War. It's too much of a stretch to license a game to Bandai Namco and then let Bandai Namco themselves bring the game to Xbox, but they're going to do it with God of War or The Last of Us. Like, that makes no sense. So the only explanation is that it's simply not happening the way people are saying, or the strategy has changed. And I've seen some reaction being like, well, so Bandai Namco doesn't see Xbox as a profitable platform. They're just not bringing the games voluntarily. And I'm like, that's not true. I'm looking at a list of games that they've published over the last 5, 6, 7 years. They never skip Xbox. There are games, quote unquote, that you wouldn't expect for them to do well on Xbox and probably don't do well on Xbox that they still bring to Xbox. Tales of Grace's F Remastered is a good example. You think that's selling you think that's moving units? They brought it to Xbox Series X, or they're bringing it to Xbox Series X and Xbox One. Right? Sword Art Online Fractured Daydream came to Xbox. Digimon Storytime Stranger came to Xbox. Sandland came to Xbox. You know, it's like, what do we do? What are you talking about? You think it's Bandai Namco. You think Bandai Namco licensed these games from Sony and then they themselves made the decision not to bring them to Xbox. Am I understanding this? That makes no sense. That Bandai Namco doesn't behave like that. They do exclusives mostly for Switch and mostly for iOS or Android or like mobile devices. But when it comes to console, they come to everything. They've been like that for a long time. Bandai Namco was one of the first companies to really start prioritizing Xbox back during like Dark Souls, for instance. So that's not the explanation, I don't think. And if you can't square those two things, then the only other explanation is that the strategy is changing, which again is possible. But does that make sense to you guys? You can't possibly justify a sub-licensing of your old irrelevant franchises, which you are pettily keeping away from Xbox, clearly. Right. But then you're like, yeah, take The Last of Us. That just doesn't make sense. Sorry. Now, is that what's going to happen? I don't know, but that just doesn't make any sense. And I have not seen a good explanation for it.
Right. Honestly, I initially did agree with that point until I realized it was Bandai Namco and their history, because there are a lot of companies that will choose to skip Xbox. And I think that's where that line of thinking comes from. But when you look at Bandai Namco specifically, they are not one of those companies that does that.
No, not at all.
And that's what changes the whole dynamic. So it's like, I get the line of thinking, but it just doesn't fit with Bandai.
Captain Tsubasa Rise of New Champions came to... Actually, no, that one didn't. That one only came to Switch and Windows. Let's see what else is on here that's funny. So anyway, you guys can go look. There's a Wikipedia page list of Bandai Namco video games. You can see for yourself. They don't skip Xbox. Yeah. So that's not happening voluntarily. That's part of the deal. Now, those deals were probably made a couple of years ago because these are ports and they're coming out kind of staggered. So again, strategy could have changed. But those two things don't make any sense. And that's the one thing that really stuck out to me about this when and one of the reasons why I think people are really jumping the gun. What's funny about Spider-Man is that I think Spider-Man could be one of the games, because I think I explained this at the time. It's like, if you think about the core PlayStation franchises that are most important, Spider-Man would be the most likely to get picked off because it's not really theirs. And as you said, Chris, the leverage of licensing, it's not like they have to pay. They probably pay for access, but really they're paying for copies sold on each copy sold. So it's not like they have this onerous bill that they have to pay, but they probably look at it and say like, well, because of the license, we're just making so much less money. And so we actually need to spread the field to make enough money. Right. So it's not even to satiate Marvel as much as it's to say like, we can actually make more income. And that brings me into my next point, which is like this entire idea, like, well, they just want to make money. They'll sell millions of copies of these games. So I'm like, yeah, they would sell millions of copies of the games. I mean, if Spider-Man came to Xbox, they would sell 1 million copies at least, right? If The Last of Us or God of War, I mean, these would be huge games, but it's not all about making money on game sales. I don't know what people don't understand about this.
Yeah, it's about establishing a platform and building. Spider-Man is weird because that was one of the games I remember initially, like when Spider-Man was announced, I remember thinking like, oh, it's weird that it's not coming to Xbox. Like I understood that it was Insomniac and it's a first party studio and all that, but it is weird to have an IP that's so broad and so big that skips an entire, especially at that time where it's not like today where you could make the argument that Xbox is just objectively like kind of like a dying leaf on the vine. Back then it was still not super. There was no comparison between Xbox and PlayStation at that point, even still. But they were more robust and more of a serious kind of player in the space back then. So even back then, it was just like, oh, it's weird that this big IP that, by the way, has been on Xbox for fucking eternity, the entire time that Xbox has been a thing. I remember the first game that I ever played on my Xbox that I got was the first Spider-Man game that was the movie-based Spider-Man by Treyarch and Activision. So that at the time, I remember feeling, well, that's kind of lame because everybody wants to play Spider-Man and you'll make a shit ton of money everywhere. But I understood it, obviously, like first party and all that. So that I could see. And other licenses I could see. But Last of Us ain't. The Last of Us is not coming next. That would really surprise me.
I mean, I said it on our episode, or the episode I did with Hogan Maddie, where I was like, I'll be right with everyone if they do shit like that. Like, or with a lot of people are being like, this is stupid and you're making a fucking huge mistake. It's not all. Sony doesn't make a majority of its money on its own games. I mean, everyone knows this already. You have to watch out for your storefront. and drawing people and keeping people spending money on your platform. It doesn't even matter about your own games. Again, 52% of all revenue comes from 10 games, none of which they own. So this is all, eating around the edges. And that's where revenue, you could find growth and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't mean that these games wouldn't make sense in some ways on Xbox. And I've been very aggressive about Switch 2 and PC especially, which they're going to continue to pursue. But I personally do not see the logic in bringing your AAA or anything to Xbox. I mean, I think the Helldivers 2 and the games as a service stuff you can make an argument for. I think that's really where it ends. The reason I feel that way is because Xbox hardware is becoming increasingly irrelevant. All you have to do is wait a little while and you'll be able to sell games on Xbox through Steam. Why don't you just wait? Just be patient. Wait them out. You don't need to help them. That's the weird thing from my perspective is like these are corporate rivals and you should see that what you're doing makes no sense when it gets to a certain degree. I think Helldivers 2, again, fine. It's like, whatever. I mean, ultimately, any of it is whatever. I mean, what are we going to do? But yeah, I do think that there's a different level of sense being made. And as laissez-faire as I've been with them bringing games to PC and Nintendo, I don't think that translates to Xbox. I simply don't. Like, I don't think all of these competitors are created equally. I think they have more to lose from engaging with Xbox than they do the other places where they don't really compete with them. That's why it's different. Doesn't make sense.
What do you think of the idea that, I mean, it's pretty clear that Xbox is kind of a dead man walking in a lot of ways. And I think, what do you think of the idea that's just like, well, they're not really a threat anyway. Even in the way that I think we're thinking of it in like an older lens because we've been there to see it. But like, I think just objectively, when you look at just like their propensity to, or that audience's propensity to buy games and the proliferation of those consoles on the market, where like this isn't really it kind of isn't that big of a deal for us to bring certain things over because it's not really going to materially help them that much at all. The people who are still there, I have to imagine that somebody who is on Xbox today who hasn't bought the first Spider-Man already, or who hasn't gone to PS4 to play the first Spider-Man for, what was that, 2018 that game came out? Were they ever going to cut? It's kind of like the PC argument in some ways. Like, were they ever really going to cut? Like, what's the harm in milking that audience for money also, even if it's chump change by comparison? Like, $32 million is not a lot for a company like that, but it's not necessarily nothing. And I was looking just to make sure, like, there's the argument of like platform degradation or the idea of just like you're missing you're giving something away that is identifiable to the platform. And I was kind of just curious. And I looked at like, when did those Metal Gear games come to? And I know it's not first party, right? But that's like a Metal Gear Solid is like deeply associated with PlayStation to the point where even still to this day, even though it's a multi-platform game, like that's a PlayStation IP. That came to 360 in like 2011, so that was only like maybe like 10 years. You know,
I think Metal Gear Solid 2 came to the original Xbox.
Yeah, and so like,
like in a subsistence or something.
Yeah. So like, I don't know. Like, I think there's an argument to be made that like, as long as you spend enough time being primarily associated with one platform, you kind of don't really lose anything by bringing things over. Because ultimately, even if Xbox were to get Insomniac Spider-Man in this hypothetical reality, like that would still ostensibly be a PlayStation game. So I don't know.
Yeah. The Spider-Man stuff's interesting too, because technically Insomniac was second party at that time, which is what made it more peculiar. They weren't purchased till after Spider-Man came out. So,
right. Yeah.
So I think from your perspective, it's like, yeah, that was weird. But Marvel has had a propensity to work on exclusives with everyone. I mean, we just saw, or Disney, it's like Indiana Jones, although they ended up migrating that over. Blade was obviously always coming to PlayStation. That was probably always the plan. But Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 is a Switch game, which is weird. So they were willing to play ball with different. Iron Man VR was a PSVR game. So
that's,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think, again, I think that Xbox is different than the others. And you might be right. It might be that actually none of them are really overlapping with each other much anymore. That they're all kind of ping-ponging off of each other. But I think we can be really confident that that's true with PlayStation, Switch, and PC. And I think the diminishing returns on PC ports is really just from a lack of novelty. I truly believe that because I think it was just more novel up front. Whatever game you released up front was going to sell the most or more than the copies that are selling now, even though the games are better now. So that's why I feel safe there, or like Sony should feel safe, where it's like, yeah, we have a lot to gain actually from doing that. I don't know about this Xbox thing. And to me, like, I think the strategy should truly be like, listen, rumors are pretty heavy that they're going to open up other storefronts on their next Xbox. We just don't have to play ball with them. We don't have to risk anything. And all we're going to do is leave a little bit of money on the table. Our split, from their perspective, is going to be the same, regardless of who we sell through. They won't get any of the money if we just wait and further push people towards PlayStation. I think that's the obvious strategy. And people acting like it's just chasing raw sales on games, I don't think that's the strategy. Like, because if that's the strategy, I've said it before, if that's the strategy, why the fuck am I not playing Mario Kart on my PlayStation right now? If that's like everyone's ultimate goal is like maximize money made immediately, it's like, okay, we'll release the game everywhere, literally everywhere, but that's not the way it works. It's never the way it's worked because there are more considerations for the platform holders. And go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, do you think the West is in particular more susceptible to this because of the costs that it takes to build games here versus, building games in Japan, where they could be like, yeah, we don't actually need to maximize. We don't need to make like $400 million day one for this game because of, or even just like Europe and other places where it's like significantly less. The cost of making a game is significantly less than here, where it's like a lot of multi-platform migration for previously assumed exclusives is just kind of more like, this might be kind of necessary. I'm not saying I think that, by the way. I'm just like kind of...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that, could I see a future where God of War 2018, Spider-Man, whatever, coming to Xbox? Yeah, actually, I can. Do I think that would be a mistake? Yes. But they might make a lot of money in the short term, and they might get data saying, like you're saying, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it really doesn't matter. Maybe it's just noise on the internet, which is true for a lot of things. But I think they have to be very careful. Sure. Sony, in my opinion, needs to start talking. I've given them a lot of credit for staying quiet, but if they're really going to make moves like this and start doing things like this, they have to give, like, I'm not perturbed, but I'm surprised that they didn't use Helldivers even as a chance to announce it on the PlayStation blog, explain what you're doing, like, talk to the audience, make things really clear. You have to communicate. You have to have some sort of comm strategy around this. You can't just do it. And if they get into Helldivers is one thing. If they announce The Last of Us or whatever, it's like they have to have a strategy around that. That's going to be a big fucking deal. It might not ultimately matter. It might be noise on the internet, but it's a big deal. It's a really fucking big deal. It's a sea change. So I understand people's confusion about this, but again, I think I just all go back to squaring the strategy as it is now with the way the strategy can go in the future and like what they're going to do and why you wouldn't just wait.
Yeah.
And again, exploit Switch 2, exploit PC, be aggressive in those spaces. I've long said that. I've been saying that longer than anyone in the space, basically. When people thought it was crazy, I was like, no, do it. It's good. But not with your direct competitor. I think they need you. You don't need them.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like they're floundering and you're letting them, and you're like being like, yeah, well, let's make a little bit of revenue for you, huh? It's like, okay. Okay, if you say so. Like, if they make to wit, it's like if they make $100 million gross on Xbox on a game, Microsoft's getting 30 million of it. Like, they're getting 70. It's not that it's nice. And maybe it just doesn't matter to them. It's just raw dollars. But there's a risk behind every one of those dollars being earned. You want to push people to PlayStation, in my opinion. I mean, I think that's fairly obvious. Anyway. I do think people are overreacting. I do think, but we'll see what happens. Anything's possible. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I do think that I'm a little disturbed by the lack of, like, from what I've been seeing, just clicking around, looking at things on social media and whatnot, like, there seems to be a lack of real critical thought around this issue. And I'm not going to use any names, but like, there are some people out there that I'm like, that I like even, where I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Debasing yourself like this. Anyway, we just cut real quick because Chris is now on the clock. Maybe we'll lose him at some point with the power. Who knows what happens? Yeah. We wanted to cache everything we had.
It's a mystery.
or bank it, I should say,
Yeah.
from the cash. I had some inquiries here that I've already listened, like we already talked about the stuff, so I did delete it. But one thing that someone wrote in about was Frey Dizzle said, lads, this one is mainly for Colin. With Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox, how do you think this will work? On one hand, Xbox has trained their players not to buy games a la carte. However, putting it on Game Pass surely will feel like a bit of a kick in the teeth of PlayStation users who had to or will have to pay for it. Curious how you think they will play this. Do they just put it on Game Pass and PS Plus at the same time? Surely this will set a precedent for any future titles brought over. It's not going to be on Game Pass, or at least not now. They're charging a la carte for it, $39.99, and people are able to pre-order it now. If they put their games on Game Pass, that would be such a massive kick in the balls to their own fan base that it's unthinkable that they would do that. Remember, MLB The Show was on Game Pass for several years, but that was through MLB as the licenser and publisher of the game, of the Xbox version of the game. So Sony had nothing to do with that, because Sony would have never undercut themselves like that. That's what was so funny about that. Sure. It was like the first Sony game going to Xbox is in Game Pass. It's so strange, but they had no power over that. I think that would be nuts to do. And they themselves, we know internally, don't believe that money is to be made there. So why would they do it? That doesn't make any sense. People are going to have to buy their games there. Whether they will or not is another thing entirely. I don't know if you saw Final Fantasy 16's sales on Xbox were bad. I mean, we talked about that, I think, a week ago, and I'm like, that's fucking bad. If Helldivers does Final Fantasy 16 numbers, which I don't think it will, I think it'll do way better. But if it does those numbers, man, that's like, then they're going to see like there's no reason for us to even do this at all. So yeah, you're going to have to go out and buy it. And it is true, a lot of their fan base doesn't buy games, or at least doesn't buy many games. We'll see how they come out with Helldivers. I think they realize over there, and they should, that this is a moment to tip the scales in their favor, right? All you have to do is show out. You buy Helldivers by the millions, you're going to have their attention, Anything to say about this otherwise before we move on?
No.
All right, we'll see who ends up in that slot for, what is it? Senior Director, Multiplatform and Account Management. We'll see who's overreacting, underreacting, who's right on, how the strategy might be changing or staying the same. We all agree, right, that the strategy, if they do start bringing Xbox games over, or PlayStation games to Xbox in a greater way, then the strategy has changed. Mm-hmm. I will say that. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. I think what you said earlier about Spider-Man in particular is like, probably not, but if it was going to happen, Spider-Man makes the most sense as opposed to like God of War, Last of Us. Just because of that license money.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. I'm trying to get my dates right here. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about here is God of War, the TV show. There's some interesting information going around about this. Are you guys interested in this show at all? Just by this,
man, not even a fucking millisecond. Like I just can't imagine how this is going to be, because this is live action, right? This isn't animated.
Yeah, it's live action.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know, man. I don't know if I care at all.
Well, the show was first kind of announced, or at least acknowledged, in 2022 that Amazon Prime Video was trying to get this going, and Sony Interactive Entertainment was on board, and the series was ordered at the end of 2022, and then I think they kind of like started going in a different direction, and so Ronald D. Moore is now running it. Ronald D. Moore, of course, is best known as the writer of the Battlestar Galactica revival. And he did For All Mankind as well on Apple TV, which is supposed to be excellent. I still have not seen all of it. It's like an alternate history space race show. So they're starting to do the rounds, and I think that they were, making some appearances at San Diego Comic-Con specifically. So things are starting to get pretty serious. He told Collider.com, quote, and this is Ronald D. Moore, "We're in the scripts phase. We're still working on scripts. It's going very well. We've got a good team. It's been a fascinating thing to sink my teeth into. I've never done an adaptation of a video game, and the deeper I got into it, the more impressed I was with the breadth and depth of the mythology that's involved in this video game." And he says, he gives a lot of credit rather to Cory Barlog. He says, quote, "Cory Barlog is a genius. That's not a word I throw around very much, but I've had several meetings with Cory, and you ask Cory, well, tell me about the backstory of this or how this works. And he can just talk because he holds it all in his head. And I usually pride myself about as a showrunner, I can hold a season in my head. I know what the 10 episodes are, and I can tell you about them. Corey can tell you the whole thing in every possible way, all the mythology, how it connects one to the other, what the puzzles were, why they did this, and what this artifact did. It's really impressive. I mean, it's like a gigantic novel, even bigger than the Outlander novels, which is a lot to digest. And then he later says, quote, "This world and this universe are really rich, and it's interesting, and it's really been fun to adapt. It's an adaptation, so it's an adaptation / interpretation as you go into live action. And it's been really fun to sort of go, wow, there's a lot here we can play with. Okay, we want to keep the story, we want to keep the characters and the spirit of it. That's all the stuff that you can keep turning for inspiration. It's really been inspiring." So Amazon has apparently, according to Collider, already ordered 2 seasons of this show. So they're pretty confident in it. And he said about that, quote, "I personally never try to get too ahead of myself, whether it's Galactico or Outlander or this. I just try to say, our job for now is to get from here to there. Let's just get from here to here, and let's not worry too much about what's next season or the next 3 seasons are going to be." So we really don't talk about that really, honestly, at all at this point. So we have a little bit more information about this God of War show that might premiere as soon as 2026, though if they're still working on scripts, I think that's a fairly ambitious timeline. I mean, this is going to require a lot of post-production, I assume, and so I think 2027 is probably safer, but we'll see. What are your thoughts here, Chris? God of War TV show.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I feel this way about a lot of Sony IP, or at least modern Sony IP, contemporary Sony IP, where this is kind of already a TV show as it is. Like, with respect, like God of War is very narrative focused. Last of Us is also very narrative focused, and so to me, like even just the Last of Us TV show kind of felt slightly redundant. Obviously, there's value in it. It's cool to get people who aren't normally into these IP or even this space in general to be, invested in it. It's interesting to see, people's 70-year-old parents talking about The Last of Us. That's cool. It's interesting, and there is definitely value there. If not necessarily direct, just at the very least from like a community standpoint, it's cool, and I acknowledge that, and I'm sure this will do that for a lot of people. But as for me personally, I just kind of feel like I don't know if what am I going to get out of a God of War TV show that I didn't really already get from the game? And the answer is, like, for me, I can only imagine that the answer is like really not much. In fact, probably less, because I actually kind of like the way that God of War plays. And I really liked the modern God of War games. I really loved the first one, and the second one I actually thought was, criticisms aside, I thought it was a pretty solid game as well. Like, we have a whole spoiler cast where I'm gushing about it probably more than other people are, but so it's not like a bad series or anything. I question what the value is for me personally out of this, and then also I question how they're even going to make this not look insane. That to me is like, I don't know how you cast Kratos convincingly in live action without making it look uncanny or weird, or like, I don't know. I'm curious to see how they're going to do it, but I think I would be a lot more into this if it was animated, just because I feel like animation lends itself a lot more to it lends itself more well to a lot of things. Like, I think comic book stuff should be animated primarily. Like, I think it's always the coolest shit. Like Spider-Verse, I think it's fantastic specifically because it can capture certain things about these like larger than life characters that like live action can't really do, and it always looks kind of weird. God of War is kind of one of those things where like I would like a Genndy Tartakovsky like animated God of War series would be fucking sick. Something like Samurai Jack, I would love it. But I don't know. The live action stuff is a little bit overwrought, I think. I don't see much value in it for me personally. But I'm sure it'll be successful. I'm sure a lot of people will be talking about it, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, it seems like they're into it. If they're already recording or already ordering 2 seasons, yeah, they must have a lot of they must have an idea of who they want to cast and what the aesthetic will look like. It's important to note, Dustin, as we go over to you, it seems like they're going to go with the God of War Norse stuff. I think we already knew that, and I think that is a wise idea. In an interview with IGN, also given with Ronald D from San Diego Comic-Con, he was talking about how he doesn't play games and that he doesn't play the games, but that he was drawn to this particular world. And he says here, when asked about the tone of the show, quote, "The tone of the show is trying to emulate the tone of the game, which is there's this epic journey, this heartfelt story of these 2 men setting out on this thing to honor the memory of his wife, Atreus' mother. So It has this emotional heart, but there's this sense of history of who Kratos is, this mystery about his past, what he represents, the emotions that he's going through. So there's a weight to it, but not so much weight that there's not enjoyment along the way, and there's spectacle, and there's lots of things going on in the world. So it sounds like the two games, 2018 and Ragnarok. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, this IGN article in particular, I was impressed with Ronald D more in like his responses to a lot of these, because first of all, they do ask oh, so you haven't really played the game? And he's like, listen, I tried to play it. It's just, I can't. Like, he talks about that he used to play arcade games, but when he tries to play modern games, he just sucks. But he's clearly, through the other questions, deeply invested in the source material. And I think that one of the key differences, I think, when we're in these pre-release periods of these adaptations, is that there are certain keywords that like can sound alarm bells, where it's like, if he was like, well, we're drawing a lot of inspiration from the original games, red flag. But that's not what he says. He's talking about the tone of the shows to emulate the tone of the game. I think later in he talks about, we want to respect the source material of the game. And that's a green flag. That's like the complete opposite for me, as far as like what you want to hear from someone who is adapting something from, the game to TV. So that's a little encouraging. I do agree with Chris that there's a way, from a visual standpoint, in terms of Kratos himself, that this could go horribly wrong. In order to do this, and I think make it somewhat convincing, is that you're going to need to make Kratos a little more grounded in reality.
Yeah.
Because Kratos is as realistic as these games look, he is still a caricature human, right? He's stylized. He's larger than life, beefy boy. And they can't do that on screen, or it's going to look ridiculous. But at the same time, you still want to have Kratos look like this literally godlike figure who towers above others. So from my perspective, the adaptation in terms of its writing, if these interviews are any indication, appear to be in good hands. And I think that's great. The key factor is going to just be the presentation of these, and that's the real risk factor of them. So it's one of those things we're not going to know until we see, like, there's eventually either going to be like a set picture that leaked, or they're going to put out like the first promo, like the Harry Potter promos recently. So they put out the picture and everyone thought that Harry looked like a lesbian mom or something. That's like, you know?
those poor kids, man.
Right. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. So at some point we're going to find out. I think in my most optimistic viewpoint, I think there is a way they can get it right. But it's going to have to take an incredible amount of restraint and an incredible level of balance in order to not make it look weird. The other surprisingly positive aspect of this is that while I have been and continue to be not really into live action adaptations, because I don't immediately think like, oh, live action, that will make it not just better but cooler, like, oh, it's real life now, man, like that doesn't necessarily do much for me. But I could see some of these instances from this game that would look pretty sick in live action, and particularly thinking back, if they do flashback sequences of him before the Norse stuff, I could see some of the grand scale of these looking amazing and being really cool. But again, it comes back to that it seems like they got the writing down, hopefully, from what we can tell. It's just going to be how they handle that presentation. And honestly, a big part of it too is if the money is going to be there. But as you noted, Colin, they've already signed up for 2 seasons, and Netflix, I don't know, Netflix is so hit and miss with budgets and what you think they should, you would think they would spend money on, and other things they don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spoil it. There's something that's CG in the new Squid Game season that is so is a literal disaster. Maybe not disaster, but it's so bad. I'm like, why? Netflix, this is other than Stranger Things, this might be your biggest show.
Yeah,
probably worldwide your biggest show. And
Yeah,
this is the best CG that you could come up with. I don't know if there were laws that required this CG. Anyway, I don't want to get into it, but
the laws that are like this. I'm sorry, but like, we're gonna arrest you if the CG is too good.
No. Yeah. No, that is funny.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I don't want to get into it. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, but so I guess what I'll say is these interviews in particular left me feeling slightly more optimistic than before, surprisingly.
Yeah. And to be fair, because Netflix is pretty hit and miss with that stuff. I'm not that familiar because this is going to be an Amazon show, right? I'm not even really familiar.
Amazon.
I'm not even really familiar with like, I don't think I've watched really much of, I think maybe The Boys is the only thing that I've seen. And I don't remember if there was any like offensively bad CG in that show. And that's a pretty CG intensive show, I would imagine. Just from passive memories of watching it. So like, and I heard Lord of the Rings, that Lord of the Rings show, for as flawed as that was, I think I heard that it looked pretty good. So maybe they have the money.
They spent like $1 billion on it, right?
Yeah. I think
they might have quite literally spent $1 billion on that show.
That's fucking crazy.
Maybe on the Rings of Power.
That's so insane. But yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Amazon's output from a consistency basis. Outside of like the animated stuff, which is what, like what's the Superman show? Invincible. But that's animated, so it's a different thing entirely. Maybe God of War will look fantastic. I don't know. It would surprise me though.
There is something, I think, to this idea that they want to do a lot of these. They just want to do live action. They just feel like people take it more seriously, and I think there probably is something to it. Unless you're going to do something like Sly Cooper or Ratchet, something that's inherently cartoony. I mean, imagine a live action Ratchet and Clank or a live action Sly or a live action Jack. Be fucking disturbing. We'll see what happens. They say 2026 maybe. I think 2027 seems more reasonable for this, but what do I know? I just wanted to acknowledge this. I saw Push Square write about this, that over in China at the China Joy 2025 conference in Beijing, which is a big games conference, PlayStation has a big presence there, and that they kind of talked about China Hero Project Phase 4, according to tweets from someone on the ground there, Daniel Camillo, that they've tweeted out, or that they've linked out to. Just wanted to acknowledge that China Hero Project is kind of cruising along. I was doing a little bit of research in preparation for the show. As far as I can tell, out of all of the China Hero Project games that have been announced, so there have been 27 China Hero Project games. 13 of them are still in development. Lost Soul Aside is going to be the next one out, and that comes out within the month, I think. And then, so 13 of those are in development. 11 of them have released, the most recent being Evo Tinction, I want to say, and AI Limit was a recent one as well. And then 3 of them have been canceled and are not going to come out. So pretty good track record. For people that are unaware, the China Hero Project, and you can read about it on PlayStation's own website just Google PlayStation China Hero Project, is just a really nice incubation program, as we've talked about many times on the show, that Sony has going in China to kind of help Chinese developers find their way to PlayStation, fund their games, get them the PC as well, different platforms, and ultimately they come to other platforms as well. For instance, I think Fist, Forge, and Shadow Torch, which was a fairly popular China Hero Project game that was a Metroidvania, 2.5D Metroidvania, I think eventually came to Xbox even. So these games will migrate everywhere. But I just wanted to continue to give them a lot of credit. And they apparently called out 2 different games that have already been revealed, but that they're really excited about. One is Exilage, which is a high-speed third-person shooting game, and Dabo Land of Water Scar is an action game, and we've talked about both of those in the past. So just wanted to give those a shout-out. Saw the news about that. Didn't want to ignore it. Chris B wrote in and said, "We always hear about how bad it is for Tencent and other Chinese investments in gaming, but we also hear about China Hero Project games. Why is one bad, but the other is not? Both are communist." The honest answer is that I actually think that there's a point here, but I think that I think China's an ancient civilization full of brilliant people. Their government aside, which many of them support, obviously, I think they have something valuable to say in the creative fields, whether it's film or books. Obviously, Three Body Problem is a major example of a Chinese book series that became huge in the West. So for me, I just feel like is it both bad? Maybe if you look at it from that perspective, but it's better that they work with Sony, a Japanese company, than one of their contemporaries, one of their peers in China. I think there's probably different gradients to it, but I don't want to like just alienate and isolate the creatives of China because of their totalitarian government, which again, they could themselves overtake, I guess, but don't. I don't want to get too political about it though. It's like, whatever. I want to see what they have to say. I want to play their games. And I thought Evo Tinction, which was one of the most recent releases, like I said, I really liked that game. And I said to Chris, I think he would really like it too. It's a good stealth game. And so I think they deserve a lot of credit for it. But yes, they are all communists, I suppose. We wouldn't really know one way or the other because they wouldn't, I don't think, be really allowed to say whether they agreed with something or not. Maybe you can imply it in your games. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's safe to say that most people are not necessarily represented by their governments.
Right. And isn't there a big thing about Tencent being so big and having like actual government involvement in the
golden
company?
shares. Yeah, they're called.
So it's a little different than smaller teams working with Sony.
Yeah, this is the better outcome. I mean, the outcomes could be no Chinese games or Chinese games published through Western entities. And Japan's not Western, but they're Western oriented. Mm-hmm. That's the next best thing, right? I'd rather them. And lubricating the wheels of commerce in gaming in Japan, I think, is good for... You want the Japanese interacting with the West. You want them playing our games. And you want there to be discourse and dialogue and all these things that I do think break down and erode things. You always hear about how powerful pirate radio and television were in the Soviet Union in the 70s and 80s, to the point where in the 80s, when things were starting to thaw, like that people were becoming openly Western. I mean, Metallica played and Billy Joel played in Moscow and all these different things in the 80s. These kinds of cultural exchanges, whether done overtly or covertly, I think are really valuable to... Yeah. It's what you always hear about on the border of North Korea and China. People smuggle like a bunch of shit over all the time, like USBs and, DVDs, Blu-rays and everything. And like, it's the way for people to kind of interact and understand the outside world in a way that they might not understand it otherwise. And so I think these kinds of cultural exchanges are not only good, but vital to the health of the gaming. All right. We were talking about Xbox earlier. Probably would have made more sense to put all these things together. I don't know why I didn't. Matt Piscatella, who works at Circana, which is previously the MPD group, tweeted out some interesting documentation that has been making the rounds, just showing Microsoft's sheer power on PlayStation. So he tweeted out Q2 2025 top 10 best-selling games on PlayStation platforms for the period from the beginning of April through the beginning of July. So Q2 generally here in the US. This is digital and physical sales. And it just goes to show that Forza Horizon 5, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, Doom the Dark Ages, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Minecraft so 6 games are all in the top 10, showing a complete dominance of Xbox in this space. And that comes upon news from the website that we've been citing more and more, mpfirst.com, noting that, and this is a really good find. I mean, this is real journalism, in my opinion, that it looks like Gears of War E-Day and State of Decay 3, 2 Xbox games, are also coming to PlayStation. Whether or not they come at launch or not remains to be seen. But the reason I say this is real journalism is because these guys went and found people's CVs that specifically and explicitly say that they're working on the game for PlayStation. So they found someone working on Gears of War E-Day. It says type tools that they used or whatever. Then it says platforms, PC, PS5, Xbox Series X and S. And then another person says, like, what game are you working on in your CV? And it says State of Decay. And then in parentheses, PC, Xbox, PS5. That's pretty explicit. Yeah. They would know better than anyone. And that's real, just, gumshoe journalism of just going and looking at people's CVs and just reading shit. So I really respect that kind of stuff. And it doesn't really ruin anything for anyone either, because I think we all knew this was coming anyway. So well done. So Dustin, it's important to note Night Rain was the biggest game from, the Elden Ring spinoff from Bandai Namco, was the biggest game on PlayStation platforms for the Q2 here in the United States. And that's significant because these are ordered not by game sales, but by dollars earned. And Night Rain is a $40 game. So it's dominating all these other $60 and $70 games, which is crazy. Actually, Oblivion, I think, is also $40. And that being at number 3 is also a pretty big deal. While it's ahead of MLB The Show at $60 or $70. Doom, Death Stranding is number 7. So we know that. And then we know from this good journalism at mpfirst.com that looks like Gears and State of Decay are coming over. What do you think? Xbox is starting to dominate PlayStation in a way that they're probably, I think, even surprised about. Although all of these games, except for Forza Horizon, would have been on PlayStation if not for Microsoft buying those publishers. They would have all been on there anyway. So let's not overstate it. They bought all the shit. But what do you think?
Yeah. So I think that it's funny seeing this because, yeah, Microsoft definitely currently so far this year, absolutely dominating on PlayStation, but I don't think PlayStation views this as a negative thing at all.
No.
We say many times on the show, every copy of Forza Horizon 5, PlayStation makes 30%, or Elder Scrolls, or whatever, or Elden Ring. So game sales, a game sale is a game sale when it comes from a third party for PlayStation. Obviously, they make more from their own first party, but there's also much higher investment. So there's no investment, and they can just make the profit from it. And it also erodes their biggest competitor, their exclusive. Well, what was once their exclusives aren't in existence anymore. So it's like it completely solidifies their position in a lot of ways. So I'm sure PlayStation has absolutely zero problem with this. And you also said about Night Rain being a $40 game and still being at the top despite all that. I think it's so awesome. In particular, in that I think that some people would view Night Rain as a lazy release in some ways, because it's like, yeah, they used all the Elden Ring assets to make the game. But Elden Ring Night Rain is a very different experience from playing Elden Ring. Through and through, like Elden Ring is this long, expansive, open world RPG. Elden Ring Night Rain is this multiplayer focused sort of battle. I don't want to say battle royale, but it has these battle royale type elements in it. It feels completely different when you play it. And it's just a really incredibly smart use of assets where it's kind of the best of both worlds, where they were able to make this game probably relatively affordably. They were able to deliver something totally new to their fans that clearly they're really enjoying. And so I'd much rather see a product like this come out than a million new microtransactions and skins. This is like a way better way to extract more out of your assets. So for that, I applaud them.
It's funny looking because obviously Matt Piscatella also shared Xbox's charts. The charts are so different that it's so funny. Like they obliterated their own sales. It's whether or not it's working out for them through Game Pass, obviously is a different story entirely, but the lists are so different. You don't see anything with, you don't see Doom on the list, for instance. And you see a game like Split Fiction sneaking into the top 10. Assassin's Creed Shadow is 10 on PlayStation while it's 7 on Xbox. It just goes to show you the differences between the audiences and their buying behavior. One thing I will say, and Chris, we'll get you on the record here, is Forza Horizon sales are just they're crazy. I mean, it's totally crazy. And again, it shows you the difference between the audiences. A game like Final Fantasy 16 from 2023 that sold 3 million copies in a week on PlayStation 5 sells 100,000 units on Xbox. Forza Horizon 5, 2 years older than Final Fantasy, comes to PlayStation 5, sells 3 million. Really crazy shit. I mean, I'm sure that's fucking saucer eye opening for both sides as well. Because I knew Forza was going to be big, but I didn't know. I mean, remember, I guessed that I picked it on our Metacritic score competition. So I knew that was coming, and I knew that it was gonna be good, but I didn't think it was gonna be this big. I mean, this is huge news. So what are your thoughts on take it however you'd like with the sales and the rumors, whatever.
Yeah, man. I think I don't know. I think It's got to be an interesting place to be in for Microsoft, where you're like, yeah, this is kind of eroding our platform in some way, but also like, man, we're making a shit ton of money, and like, why would we not continue to do it? And in some ways, like it's always felt weird. I mean, a lot about the Xbox business plan doesn't really make sense these days, but like it almost feels like there's a specific interest in keeping console sales low, because it kind of gives you like the ability to sell it on this other platform from an audience that's willing to buy shit, while you have the people in your existing ecosystem kind of locked into a subscription service that is not as popular, but because it's not as popular, you're able to sell more elsewhere. It's weird. It's like I don't really know how they think about it. But I have to imagine that they're not displeased. I have to imagine that they're probably like, hell yeah, go buy our games. Forza Horizon's kicking ass. I imagine they see that and they're like, we got to bring Gears. Like, why would we not? I'm curious about whether or not it's going to be day and date. That's going to be the interesting thing to see, because I don't even think that's impossible.
No, I don't think it's impossible either.
Or even unlikely.
In fact, Chris, it's funny, man, because I've been saying that a lot of the things that they're bringing over, I just don't really care about. Or a lot of the games that they're even making, I just don't care about. Like, I don't care about Avowed. I don't care about South of Midnight. I'm not going to care about Fable. That's probably going to come to PlayStation. I'm not going to care about that. Starfield, I'm kind of indifferent on. Grounded, Sea of Thieves. The few things that came over that I really cared about, I bought Hi-Fi Rush, and I never played it. I love Pentiment, as everyone knows. And I'm going to buy Gears. And, and then there's like Indiana Jones and some things from Bethesda or whatever. Sure. But like, when I saw the rumor of Gears, E-Day, and State of Decay 3, I'm like, now you're cooking. For me, I'm like, yes, now you're getting more into like my zone, where the only other game that they're working on that I really give a shit about, that I want to play, other than Perfect Dark, which no longer exists, is that Clockwork Revolution game, which looks awesome. And that will surely come over as well. But so it's cool that this strategy is happening, but with like Forza and all these things, I'm like, I don't really give a shit about any of this. It's cool that people are excited about it. But when I saw that rumor, I was like, yes, now Colin's getting a few things too. Because State of Decay, I think, is a really cool game. And they've been working on this one forever. So it's probably big.
I'm concerned about that one. I really like State of Decay 2, actually. It's definitely like a AA kind of more budget experience, but it's pretty... That game is a really good way of getting you into resource management that I don't think any other games really got, which is they got some they got some valuable teams there making cool shit. I think obviously not a lot of it's going to be for us necessarily. Like Forza, I really liked Forza Horizon 5 when I first played it, but it was clearly like, I mean, the fact that I liked it at all speaks kind of volumes of it, because it's really not my kind of game. But I played it for a good like 7 or 10 hours, which is way more than I would ever play a game like that. And there's other stuff too that's going to make its way over, obviously. But like Gears is that's a huge deal. Although it frustrates me because now it's like, okay, hey, here's Gears of War 1 and then the prequel. Sorry. The rest of it's gone.
Yeah.
And it's going to come out in a really fucked order. I really think they made a mistake not making a collection. Like I understand it's like money's made and all that, but I think this is another example of just like I think you damage the potential onboarding for your series for not have all those games playable. At the very least, the first 3. I think it's really dumb. Even for like a volume 1, you bring like 4 and 5 over later as like a volume 2, kind of like what they're doing with Metal Gear. I think that would have been a way smarter thing to do, but whatever. None of their strategies don't make sense to me anyway. So why would this? But it's exciting. It's cool. I would love to play Gears of War on a Gears E-Day on PlayStation. Oh my God. I'm pumped about that. And I'm genuinely bummed about what is it? Perfect Dark. Especially now with the game that I'm playing, I'm just like, oh, we'll get into it later, obviously, but
yeah, very shortly. I'm disappointed about it too. I was actually looking forward to it. I liked Perfect Dark back in the day. I never played there was like a second one, wasn't there?
Yeah, Perfect Dark 0, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I never played that. That was a 360 launch game, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I never played that.
It was very clearly like a tech demo kind of game. You know what I mean? It was just like, okay, like here's how games are going to look now. It's like, all right.
Dude, that was the game I got with my 360.
I'm sorry.
And I remember I think it was in 6th grade, and I was like, oh yeah, this Perfect Dark game. It's awesome. It's amazing. Like, it's like you have to You're just like, oh, I think this is awesome, right? Like, it's like, what else do you have at that
I don't
point?
remember the first game I got from a 360.
It wasn't good.
Damn, it wasn't a good one. I know that one. I know that.
I'm very interested to see, and I agree with you. Like, well, there's two things about Gears. Really interested to see how Gears 1 does when it comes out on PlayStation.
Yeah,
I think it's going to be pretty big. But again, $40, so it's going to be hard to tell. That's why, again, why Night Rain's success is so crazy, because they're doing it at $40 a clip. I think that's actually going to hold Gears probably back a little bit on the charts, but we'll see how it does. And then maybe some potential. I mean, E-Day is so long in development and it's so kind of unknown. There might be time for them to get more of the games out, but there are 5 of the core games. 6 actually, correct? Because it's Judgment.
Yeah, but nobody wants that.
Yeah, right.
Nobody. I don't think anybody clamors for Judgment at all. I really think they shot themselves in the foot. I actually kind of. I hope I'm wrong, because it would be nice to see the opposite. But like, I actually think Gears 1 is going to do softly. I don't know. It's something I have like a gut feeling, because I'm not buying. I don't care if it's not. I've played this game a million times. I don't care about the first one at all. It's fine.
Dustin, are you gonna buy Gears when it comes, or do you already own it on X, or you can play it on Game Pass? I guess you guys have Game Pass.
If I was to play it, I would play it on PC Game Pass, so I can buy a month and then cancel it.
Wink, wink,
before
wink.
the month is over, and play co-op with like Brad or something, maybe.
By the way, I saw Xbox release they're doing $5 billion in revenue in Game Pass. And I'm like, I don't know how that money actually comes. I saw math where it comes out to like, if the people are all paying an average of $15 or something a month, it comes out to like 20 something million people. And it's like, damn, this indicates that, because I don't think it's 20 something million people. I think it's 30 something million people at this point. And that means that a lot of people are just not paying for it. You know, like the money doesn't match up to like the amount of people we think are on or subscribe to it. So people are getting away with fucking all sorts of shit. I don't know why they do it. I don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're doing it. I don't understand.
To my understanding, it's because if you sign up, then you are considered a subscriber, whether you are paying or not.
Well, of course, but I signed up. So you already have me. And then you charge me. You know, like, I see what you're saying, but I don't. There's got to be some weird reason, like they just don't want to deal with you if you have a problem or you're trying to get your money back or you're canceling. And in other words, instead of asking like, why are you canceling? It's like, fine, just buy. Here's your money. Like, we don't have to interact with you. We don't really need it. But I'm so fascinated when I learned, because I only had Game Pass once when I canceled it, and obviously we know that happened, years ago, where they gave me my money back. But I think, weren't you saying, Dustin, it's like you've done it multiple times. Like that. Right. That's the crazy thing, is that they let you do it again.
Yeah. And
at that point, you would think like, you know what you're getting. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. It's fucking weird.
And I've said this on the show before, but I want to say this again. I would be perfectly happy paying for 1 month of Game Pass to get what I want out of it for that month. But when I cancel, it gives me the money back. Like, you're not asking. I'm not trying to game the system.
Right.
It just does it. So
it's crazy.
In fact, if they offered me, if they were like, do you want your money back? I probably would actually have said, no, I feel like I got my value out of your thing. Like, I don't know. A lot of people would say yes, but it's like, I'm not trying to steal from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm asking, like I'm canceling and then saying, hey, I didn't want this. Please refund me. It's nothing like that. It automatically does it.
That's on the level of like, that's honestly on the level of AI slop on the PlayStation Store, where I'm like, I don't understand why no one's doing anything about that. I don't understand why
it's not understandable.
It defies everything that I know about logic. That no one at these companies are being like, oh, people are like charging back and getting Game Pass for free constantly. Should probably like not do that. Or like, oh, there's a bunch of AI generated slop on the PlayStation Store, huh? That's not great for us. Like,
yeah, right.
Like, it's weird to me that person isn't there. Like that person isn't there at either of these companies. whatever. That was about to be a 10-minute tirade.
No, it's
I stopped myself.
It's all good. It's all good. All right. Well, yeah. So Xbox is certainly helping out PlayStation and PlayStation gamers this year, and I think we're all really appreciative of it. We'll see how much it goes in the reciprocal direction, as we were talking about earlier. But yeah, these gears. I think that it has been announced. I don't think you even need rumors that people have that listed in their CVs. They wouldn't just say that. They would just make that up. It's a pretty explicit thing, especially if you're a programmer or something like that. So,
yeah.
All right. Few more pieces of news before we get into what we're playing that we can go through fairly quickly. I just wanted to bring this up. This is from our friends over at Video Games Chronicle that discovered an interesting job listing. It says, following Suicide Squad's flop, Warner Brothers is hiring for another live service game. It says, quote, despite the high-profile failure of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, Warner Brothers is hiring for a new live service game. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was released last year and met with middling reviews and fan backlash. Developed by Batman Arkham Studio Rocksteady, the game's live service approach and take on the DC universe left fans unhappy, leading to weak sales and small player numbers. Now, a job listing for an upcoming project from Warner Brothers Games suggests the company isn't finished with its attempt to establish a live service title in the DC universe. The job listing for an executive producer says that the successful applicant will, quote, lead the development of all high-quality AAA game, a high-quality AAA game based on one of the iconic IPs from the vast Warner Brothers and DC Comics catalog, end quote. The job listing notes that the role includes, quote, overseeing all phases of development from concept to post-launch live operations, end quote, suggesting a live service element to the mystery project. The project comes during a tumultuous time at the publisher, following a string of high-profile flops. Chris, you seem distressed.
Yeah, no, keep going. Let's get more of them. Let's do it. Suicide Squad 2, baby.
Yeah, that would be funny if they did another Suicide Squad game.
It's like, no,
it'd be like the movie.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they just were like, oh, that first one didn't work out. Do it again.
Yeah. I mean, it worked out for them. Worked. Yeah. We'll just get James Gunn to make a live service game. Maybe that'll help. I don't know, man. I have to say, if somebody were to ask me like, yo, do you want a WB, another WB live service game? For the answer to come out of my mouth to be yes, is unthinkable. But whatever, it's your money. Do what you got to do. I feel like Warner Brothers is in like a complete, I don't want to say it's like a Ubisoft style, like just baffling flail session, but like it's beginning to feel that way. It's beginning to feel like they just kind of don't really know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. I think it's obvious. And yeah, Warner as a whole brand is in trouble, not trouble, but just in a tumultuous period about maybe things getting split off and people sniffing around for different elements. And obviously, Microsoft was interested in maybe even purchasing their gaming assets, and they own some iconic studios, so that kind of complicates things. Rocksteady is kind of lost its icon status, of course. I think we all understand that, but so I just and they own some really valuable things and have access to really valuable things, Mortal Kombat, Harry Potter. But they really have mismanaged DC games, and that's a real bummer, especially as people feel like, I guess, DC films might be coming back with the Superman movie kind of doing well, and maybe there's a whole new, obviously there's been great Batman movies in the past, but I will disagree with you in that I think that I'll keep the same energy for them that I have for Sony. Like, I do think you want to invest in the space, but it is my hope that you are getting the things going that will reground you again, a good single player Batman game or a good single player Superman game or something else. Like you, and I assume those things are going too. So I'm not quite as aghast where it's like, oh, of course you want to like be making one of these. And if you're hiring a producer, you're probably really early in the process. You might not have even chosen what you want to do yet. So it's like, yeah, get back on the horse, but be careful and learn your lessons. And it's not so much about the projects. Like Suicide Squad would have been such a less of a tragedy if it wasn't Rocksteady. If it was just some random team, then it wouldn't have felt like an opportunity cost, and the game would have come and gone, and it would have been like, oh, that was a fucking shitty game. It's the same reason why Anthem is such a tragedy. It's not that Anthem itself was bad or offensive. It's that BioWare making it was offensive to a lot of people when they could have been making something else. So as long as they're managing their assets, I don't know that I have a huge problem with it.
I guess it comes down to whether or not you have faith that they're going to manage their assets. You know what I mean? Like it kind of feels like, because I really feel like it shouldn't have taken anybody of any high esteem to be able to point out like, hey, hey, I know we really want to make a Suicide Squad game, right? Like, okay, cool. I think we should make it live service. I don't even think I don't even think Rocksteady making Suicide Squad was a tragedy so much as it was that Rocksteady making a live service Suicide Squad game was the tragedy.
Right,
I feel like a Suicide Squad game from Rocksteady would have been sick. Like if it was just like a single player game and it didn't have to worry about all this other shit. I think it probably would have been a lot better than what we got. So that to me is great. It's not just like you can make live service games, fine, but like the fact that they even thought that Suicide Squad would be a good fit for that, like gives me great pause as far as like, because it really doesn't take anything to know that that's a bad idea. It's patently obvious. And so the fact that there was nobody in the room for years kind of concerns me because it makes me feel like they don't even really know how to hire for this space. So we'll see. Obviously they can learn their lessons, but I feel like corporations so rarely learn the right things from thunderous blunders. So we'll see. Yeah.
Well, what do you think about all this, Dustin? Where are you on them returning to the trough, the slop trough?
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to think as positive as possible is in line with you, Colin, that maybe they've realized like, oh, we had the wrong team doing this project, or we tried to force it to be something that it wasn't. Thing is, it's not even just Suicide Squad that they've had to learn some of their lessons, because Multiverses also was like this thing where they like launched it and then they bought the team right before too. It was a Concord situation completely. That was the weirdest part, was how ignorant they were on the whole thing. Right. Yeah. There was that, and there was also that kart racer.
Oh yeah, that I broke the news about. It was what were we calling it? It was like WB Racers or something like that. Yeah, we covered that exclusively. I talked to someone who worked on it.
Yeah, and not that was like a live service, but still just like,
well, it was.
It was?
Yeah, like I think that the whole thing was that like they were like vacillating back and forth on what it was supposed to be and like where it was going to be published, and that was like the whole part of the story. They had no idea what to do with it, and how to sell it.
I would have to imagine you would never make a kart racer today that wasn't live service unless you're Nintendo. Yeah, you gotta extract every possible dollar you can out of a genre that niche. I say niche, even though Mario Kart is huge, but like kart racers are still not. My biggest worry, just because they've clearly done something this stupid, so what would stop them from doing it again? Is they're like, oh well, Avalanche did such a great job with Hogwarts Legacy. Why shouldn't the next Hogwarts Legacy game be live service? Look at all the people that bought that. What if we could have all the people that buy that just continue to spend money on the sequel if it was live service? See, that's easy money. You know what I mean? Like something as stupid as that. I don't think that will happen, but anything's possible.
Yeah, I hope that they understand that they had an unexpected golden goose with that game, and that someone would have interceded and been like, you cannot, we have sold so many copies of this game. We have made so much money. It wasn't that expensive to make comparable to what it is. Leave it alone. I actually think that they would be in real existential trouble as a publishing brand if not for that game, actually. And so hopefully they because they would have been fucked. I mean, what else do they even have that anyone would have cared about at this point? But they had not only a game that was hanging on, but that was actually dominating the sales charts. And so I guess like they had a piece of Lego Star Wars, and that would have been like another big one. So and what's funny is that the two games that they were publishing and finding success for were single player games. So hopefully, again, you have a ceiling in that space with rare exception about how much money you can make, and it's risky. But you have studios that know what they're doing, obviously. Traveler's Tale is another iconic old team that you own. You need to deploy the resources properly, and Avalanche is really coming to their own. I mean, I had no idea that they could make a game like Hogwarts Legacy. So I'm just being honest. I didn't know that they had
crazy.
It in them.
And that game succeeded. So that game's success is so surprising to me too, just because like my assumption of Harry Potter was that it was kind of like a bygone, like the relevance of that series is kind of like in the past. Or at least at the time that Hogwarts Legacy came out. Like, it certainly wasn't, like, obviously they're doing that new show, and that was known about for a while, but even that's kind of like, well, I mean, I don't know how many Gen Z or Gen Alpha people are going to give a shit about that. But they made a really good game for fans of that show. And so, like, to me, or for fans of that movie or those books. So for me, I'm looking at anything that lands like that. Like, it's almost like flipping a coin and it landing on the rim. You know what I mean? And it stands up and immediately everybody's like, whoa, that's cool. Let's now fuck with it. And it's like, no, don't even breathe.
Yeah, right.
Do exactly the same thing again. Maybe slightly better. Don't fuck with the formula of what you've done at all. Or at least to the degree that it like undoes anything. Add on to it, sure. But I think smart design is just understanding when not to fuck with something.
It's crazy because with the access that they are in, the leadership of Warner Games is incompetent, and it's crazy because they have so many built-in advantages. They're not like an Activision or not. That's even a bad example. It's like more like they're not like an Electronic Arts where it's like you kind of have to make your own shit. You have a few IP that people really care about. You have licenses that really matter, but you got to kind of make things, which is why they do EA Originals and all that kind of stuff to try to find things that work. But like when you're at Warner Games, it's like you just have access to
everything.
Like you have access to Game of Thrones. You have access to Harry Potter. You have access to Batman, to Superman, to the Justice League and Suicide Squad. And it's like, what are you doing? You know, and you can make new things if you want. You have access to Mortal Kombat. You have access to Lego. It's like, hello?
It's crazy. It's like,
you know, like
it really is doing? Like, it really is like as if Steve Jobs was your dad and you're somehow broke. Like, I don't know how you fail with that much of a head start. You know what I mean? Like, brother, shut the fuck up and do like, how are you not understanding what you have here? It's crazy.
It's frustrating. And all the new things they can do too. And what's most exciting probably for a DC fan is like, there's so much obscure shit and you should be getting into the weeds with that. That's part of the way Marvel had found so much success with the MCU is out of necessity because they didn't have access to any of the big things anymore from old licensing agreements. And it bore this amazing fruit. Like I'm an outsider of comics. And even I know growing up with people that loved comics, Dagan was a big Marvel reader and all this stuff. It's like, this is a lot of obscure shit that kind of became mainstream. Guardians of the Galaxy. You know,
no, that's James specifically. Like but like I know because Iron Man. I remember, like I'm not gonna pretend like I was like in the comic scene or anything, but like I remember when I was a kid, Iron Man was kind of a joke. Like Iron Man wasn't really cool. Like Iron Man was like it was kind of like almost like Zordon or something, or like what was the old Transformer, Voltron.
Yeah.
Where it was kind of like all right, I guess. You know, like it was more about Spider-Man and Batman at that time. And then they managed to, like, the MCU started with Iron Man. That's kind of insane. That is wild to imagine that, like, such an obscure character and like with like an obscure actor, or not an obscure actor, but like an actor who was like kind of like at the time disgraced relatively.
Right.
And then they managed to make this $1 billion thing. And so it's just like DC is kind of in that place now with Superman and James Gunn helming it. He's pulling all sorts of weird shit, cryptos in that movie. And like, you're going to see a lot of weird shit coming out of that universe. They're doing a Clayface horror movie, which is fucking awesome. But like, they're in that space now where like, dude, you got to ride this wave.
Yeah, you got to sync it up too.
Yeah,
try to sync it up. You need a lot of time. But they canceled that Wonder Woman game. I would assume that it just wasn't panning out for them. Yeah, maybe over budget or whatever. I don't know. And that game was in development for a long time. And it happened for Marvel too. It's not like they're immune to Black Panther was canceled. Iron Man. There was an Iron Man rumored game, right? That was canceled, or I might be making that up. Maybe.
Well, the Iron Man VR did come out.
Oh yeah, that's true. That came from Republic or whatever. The studio that did Republic. What the fuck were they called? I can't remember. Oh, Camouflage. That's what it was. Anyway, we'll see what happens with this game. Just some interesting fodder to talk about. We really don't know what they're hiring for specifically, but they're being pretty clear that it's a AAA live service game with access to the IP, and so it'll be something no doubt predictable. And hopefully Warner is smart enough to know that at least the future could be AAA live service fodder, and that's great. But to steady yourself, you need to get a few reliable games out, including a Hogwarts Legacy sequel, which is going to be really important. continue to explore things with Lego, although I think Lego might be wanting to do their own thing now because they're working with, I think, other publishers and developers, and then maybe make something new. I mean, the only way, Mortal Kombat's obviously going to be big, but at least make something new and see what happens too. I think you should invest in that. Big one here for us this month, PlayStation Plus games, new PlayStation Plus games that will be available as of August 5th for the uninitiated. If you have PlayStation Plus at any level, Essential, Extra, Premium, you'll get access to 3 or 4 games or freebies as part of your subscription every month. This has been going on for many years, as you know. So the games that are being introduced on August 5th are pretty interesting, actually. And they begin with Lies of P, the 2023 Souls-like game from NeoWiz. Just had DLC release, so actually a pretty strategic launch. Try to kind of get some people to buy the expansion, perhaps. This is great for me. I'm definitely going to add this to my list because this is a game I've wanted to play, and I've held out on buying, so I'll definitely add it for me. That's perfect. And then DayZ, the hardcore survival game for 60 players. And finally, Dustin, this one's for you, My Hero One's Justice 2.
Don't say that.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
It's My Hero Academia, which I think is ass.
Oh,
so
really? You do?
Don't associate.
Why is it not good? I don't know anything about it.
I actually watched, I think, a season, maybe 2 seasons of it, and it's not good. It's anime for Marvel fans. So
that's a bad combination.
Saying something.
DayZ, did either of you ever play DayZ? Obviously not a game for me.
No.
Long time ago. I barely remember anything about it.
It says here the map is 163 kilometers squared. Interesting.
I believe that.
And then Lies of P finally, which is exciting, right? I really am interested in this game. Just thematically, I think it's interesting. The whole Walt Disney ending really gets me going. So, anything here for you guys?
I already have Lies of P. If I was going to play DayZ, it would be on PC. And I already explained my distaste for My Hero Academia. So, unfortunately, nothing for me. But I can highly recommend Lies of P. Is an excellent Souls-like game. And I would say it is the best of what I've played and what I know of other ones, that it is the best Souls-like game with a really cool, unique story.
Interesting.
And, and Colin, I think there's difficulty modes now.
Yeah, but I said this at the time, is that if I am going to play it, maybe I would drop it down if I was really enjoying it but struggling with it. But I want to play it straight up first and see what happens. Because people were saying things about, like, remember, Chris and I were talking about this recently too. I think it was like Stellar Blade, and people were, or maybe it was with Brad or something, where we're talking about Stellar Blade and is it a Souls-like and isn't it a Souls-like? And I'm like, some people call it one, but I was able to play it pretty well. So I don't know, but Lies of P, I feel like, is a more straightforward Souls-like. So I think it'll be a good challenge for me. And so before I succumb to the normal difficulty challenge or whatever, I'll see if I can play it as is. Chris, anything here for you?
Honestly, just Lies of P. I have Lies of P on Xbox, and I never finished it. I was like, I think 3 hours in or something. So I might actually just like grab it on PlayStation and get back to it. But it's kind of like, I played DayZ a long time ago. It's just not really for me. And I don't know. It's kind of a miss of a month. Not necessarily that Lies of P is pretty big. I think Lies of P being here makes up for a lot of the stuff that might not hit, honestly. But it's not new to me, So for me, it's kind of like a whatever month. But I think I highly recommend Lies of P. Like, I really liked what I played of it. I just kind of got sucked away from other things, or by other things, I should say. So, yeah.
I think this is a nice lineup. You have, by the way, until August 4th, depending on when you're listening to this, you'll have time to still get Diablo 4, The King of Fighters 15, and Jusant as part of your offering on PS Plus for this previous month. Remember, of course, add them to your game library. You can access them later as long as your PlayStation Plus subscription is active. You should absolutely be doing that. No reason not to. I will not add I don't add games I definitely don't want to play, and I guess that one, My Hero One's Justice 2, I just won't add that one. And DayZ I won't add either, but I'm definitely going to add Lies of P. All right. Oh yeah, Nielsen Chapman wrote in and said, "What's up, boys? Colin, I believe you mentioned some interest in Lies of P if you were to try Souls-like. It comes with PS Plus, so you don't have to invest anything extra, and it'd be a great for sacred streaming. Any chance this could happen? Yeah, maybe. That's actually not a bad idea. I don't think I'm going to do that anytime soon, but could be a fun one for sacred streaming for sure. All right, a couple of more quick things, and then we can get into what we're playing. We talked a couple of months ago about how Sony announced its own PlayStation Fight Stick, and they said they would have more information on it soon. We now have more information on it via the PlayStation blog. It's called FlexStrike Intercapped. So capital F, LEX, capital S, TRIKE, no space. Available 2026. It was known previously as Project Defiant. This is part of, I think, Sony's kind of mild buy-in to the fighting community. It's obviously become the de facto console and ecosystem for fighting games. And Evo is now owned by Sony. That's going on as of when this was announced. I think actually Evo is this weekend. So the weekend this publishes, our show publishes. So Project Defiant is indeed called FlexStrike. Looks pretty nice. Comes with a cool little case, which is pretty sexy. And it will be on display at Evo, if you want to check it out. It will not be playable, but it will be on display. Here are features of it. Simultaneous PlayStation Link audio on PS5's FlexStrike wireless fight stick offers a seamless fighting game experience. Players can use a single PS Link USB adapter to connect the FlexStrike wireless fight stick and a Pulse Elite wireless headset or Pulse Explorer wireless earbuds simultaneously on PS5 for an ultra-low latency audio and voice chat experience in the heat of battle. FlexStrike wireless fight stick will feature an updated PlayStation Link USB adapter that is compatible with USB-C ports. This is vital, and I think this is, by the way, in reading more about it, the reason why remember when I was using audio, like wireless audio, and it was dropping out? It was because I had the dongle in the back of the PlayStation, because that was the only available USB port, and I think that was probably the reason, and other people have been experiencing that as well. So that's why I just play wired when I use my headset. This seems like maybe they'll help circumvent this for if you have a lack of available USB ports. Dual FlexStrike wireless fight stick connections on PS5 connect two FlexStrike wireless fight sticks via a single PS Link USB adapter for couch competition or co-op. And then they say some other stuff: ergonomic design, DualSense controller connectivity. So you can keep your DualSense wireless controller on PS5 connected at the same time as the FlexStrike wireless fight stick. So if you'd like to use it as an additional controller for navigating or whatever, you can do that, which is pretty cool. And then adjustable controls and DualSense inputs. The FlexStrike wireless fight stick features the same game control input found on the DualSense controller plus a touchpad. There's also additional customization options. You can switch between directional inputs with a built-in lever mode switch, or lock in the layout and prevent accidental inputs during a match with a dedicated lock button. So I guess you could perceivably use it outside of the genre. The touchpad's pretty interesting. So none of us are going to be interested in this, but anything to say about it? I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say.
First of all, including the case, very nice. I love it when hardware does that. Like Steam Deck comes with a very nice case with it.
Yeah.
Just a nice little touch. And you touched on this when talking about that first bullet point, Colin. But what I find kind of interesting about this is that they are using their low latency that PlayStation Link you mentioned. Again, talked about the audio, but they're also using that as a low latency wireless solution for this fight stick, where, of course, I mean, any tournament is not going to use any kind of wireless at all, but it's kind of neat that they went a little bit extra in providing. It's like, hey, we're going to put in this special dongle that's going to use for ultra low latency for you to use at home. So it's going to have a faster connection than the standard PS5 wireless. So that's kind of neat. I'm not going to pay for this because I know it's going to be expensive. I've always thought that if I was going to get into fighting games, I would want a fight stick. So this would probably be the one I would go for, but it sounds like it's going to be nice with, what is it? It said here, like mechanical switch buttons and toolless swappable restrictor gates. I don't know what any of that means. I mean, mechanical switch buttons, I understand, but it sounds expensive. So
yeah.
Yeah, you can go to PlayStation.com/FlexStrike right now and learn all about it if you want. As you said, we don't know the price. I would assume, I don't know what I would assume. Edge is $200, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could it be the same price?
That
seems unlikely, right? I mean,
I could see it, honestly. I mean, that's a really enthusiast kind of market. You know what I mean? Like, they're kind of willing to pay high. Like, I've seen some fight sticks that people buy, and I'm just like, that is an insane price to pay for that. But like, that seems a bit high. But I could see people paying that for it at the very least.
Oh, it seems high to you. I was going to say that seems like
Seems low.
Low, yeah.
I was gonna say
No, it's high to me.
300.
Oh yeah, it's high to me too. I mean, that's why I don't have an edge.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not paying $200 for a fucking controller. Go ahead, Dustin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I was gonna say 200 sounds low. I don't know the market of fight sticks very well. My gut says 300, but it honestly could be even more than that.
Crazy.
People go hard for these things.
Yeah, we'll see.
It is. Yeah.
I love this. Is what I've been saying about proprietary. I want Sony to make a proprietary PlayStation keyboard, a proprietary PlayStation mouse, and all things like that. Like, it's cool that they're getting back into this. We really haven't had a whole flexing of official peripherals since PS2, I would say. So,
yeah.
You know, outside of Move and of course like the camera and shit, but like not like this whole you'd have to go to like fucking buy all the third party garbage to get anything like that. So,
yeah, I really can't. I think fight sticks are probably like the worst input ever imagined for video games. But like, God bless the people who can figure that shit out, because I think it feels like irredeemably bad to use.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I mean, I get it because I think I've said this before. I could be wrong, maybe at the highest levels, but I think you rarely see someone at fighting competitions using a controller. Otherwise, it's often a fight stick. But when I've told you guys in the past, I thought I was good at fighting games, so I went to IGN and started playing real people, and they all used fight sticks, and obviously were great on the arcade machine, where I really was still best using a controller. It doesn't translate well for me either. I don't know why, because we all learned how to play the games on fight sticks in the arcade. And, but it just I just don't like it as much.
Even a fight stick in the arcade to me seems like it just seems like it seems like intentionally like a bad control scheme, because it feels like it's trying to make you worse at the game so you lose more often and spend more money on arcade sticks, or like and playing on arcade. Like, it doesn't feel like ergonomic at all. I don't buy that it's superior. Like, it doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
but like it's a cool market. Yeah,
it's got to be it's input speed, I think, and combinations that are easier to do with multiple fingers. I would assume that's all about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't buy it, but God, yeah. I think that'll be what people say, but I just don't see it.
Okay. One more piece of news, Dustin. I wanted to kick it back over to you because I know you watched today. How did your stream go for the Nintendo? What was it? Nintendo Direct.
Much better than I expected, being that I streamed on YouTube instead of Twitch. And a lot of people came out, so thank you.
Cool, that's great. It started early.
What?
Started early.
Oh yeah, it was like 9 a.m. So I started streaming at 8:30, but the VOD is on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out. If anyone wants to see it. Not that it was that exciting of a Nintendo Direct.
Yeah, so what ended up happening? I pulled up a couple of, I have them up here. Here they are. Pull it over here. I have a couple of press releases that I pulled up from Games Press about games that I thought were interesting, both from Square Enix. The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales looks pretty cool. And then Return to the Dawn of the Lawn with Plants vs. Zombies Replanted. This was already in the news because this had leaked, actually. So we were going to talk about this. I had it on the Games Leaks Reddit a couple days ago, or I saw it there rather. And so that skyrockets to like near the top of my list of most anticipated games. I fucking love the original Plants vs. Zombies. It sounds like there's a lot of cool stuff in there. So we'll get into that. But anything interesting for you? I know that there was Octopath Traveler 0. True to Square Enix's word, The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales, and Octopath Traveler 0, both of which would have almost certainly been Switch timed exclusives, are on everything. So they are coming to PlayStation. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the ones that you listed here are the main important ones, whether they're on PlayStation or not. Those were the 3 announcements that I think were the most exciting. I got to send you guys real quick though. They announced there's this game that's like, wait, what is it called? Chillin' by the Fire. This is a campfire simulator.
Okay.
And I'm sending you a link to a screenshot. Oh
my God.
This is like an official screen, or is this like they take
this is an official screenshot from the Nintendo eShop store. And it was like that in the trailer itself with these giant webcam heads. So we're gonna have to do something with that on Punching Up without a doubt. But I wanted you guys to see that.
That's wonderful.
Plants vs. Zombies. Big hell yeah from me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm desensitized to it at this point. But Plants vs Zombies, very exciting. I played that game on iPhone.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about how a controller input would be on it. I'm willing to give it a go.
Oh, the controller. I mean,
like
the 360 and PS3 ports were very, very well respected. I think you'll like it. Yeah.
So yeah, I am in 100% on that. I don't know where I'll play it. Maybe the PC version would be. Dude, if the Switch version has mouse controls on it, that might be kind of.
Yeah, mouse would be nice for it. Yeah.
Kind of sick. And then this what is it? The Adventures of Elliot. Life of Elliot. I was calling it Life of Elliot on the stream, but it's called The Adventures of Elliot. This game looks awesome. I think it's really cool to see this like 2D HD style with an action RPG. And it looks fantastic. I don't really care about Octopath Traveler 0. I haven't been into really any of the Octopath Traveler games. So yeah, this Adventures of Elliot looking it's going to be pretty cool.
I forgot because I played a little bit of Octopath, and I remember laughing at these item names. If you pre-order Octopath Traveler 0, you get a bunch of different things, including consumable items, set of 8 nuts.
Oh, hell
Fortifying nut, magic nut, tough nut, resistance nut, light nut. This is my favorite one. Critical nut. Sharp nut,
critical nut.
And slippery nut.
Man, that last
which nut are you picking?
Oh, the critical nut for sure.
The critical nut.
Always go
when you
need it
right at the right moment. You got that.
Yeah,
always go for a critical nut.
Right when you need it. Need it most.
But sometimes you need the fortifying nut when you're down. You know.
Right.
Fortification nut. This actually looks really cool. I'm actually really because I love that style of Octopath Traveler, but like I'm not really like into the genre or whatever. But like this actually looks like really cool.
Yeah, I just don't like. It's Octopath. I think I played the second one because the first one wasn't available on PS originally. Like it came to Xbox, but not PlayStation. And then they kind of traded. I remember saying at the time, it's why I don't like Saga Frontier and games like that. It's because it's too unfocused. It's all about all these different characters and scenarios, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Like it's cool. People love it. I mean, Michael loves it. It's just like I'm not really into this. It's too much.
Colin, you played the second Octopath Traveler without playing the first, but you won't just play like Yakuza Like a Dragon or something?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Well, at the time it wasn't available. We only had Octopath 2 on PlayStation. We didn't have Octopath 1 at the time.
Right. I don't think it's a good excuse.
I mean, you got me dead to rights. I just don't know what else to say.
That's fair.
So there's 2 RPGs, and then Return of the I'm sorry, Plants vs Zombies. I'm reading the fucking press release. Plants vs Zombies Replanted. I like that name a lot.
Yeah.
Seems like it's the original game plus some new additions, which is really cool. Test your brains in cloudy day mode, a brand new game feature limiting sunlight and planting abilities for a unique challenge. Enjoy classic mini games along with the series' signature lane-based defense mode. Discover a treasure trove of never before seen Plants vs. Zombies archive content to understand how Plants vs. Zombies took over the world. In addition to the PvP co-op and all, and obviously the single-player campaign. Plants vs. Zombies, I was saying to Micah before, because she said she was interested in it, and she knows how much I love it. I'm like, it's an immaculate game. It's one of those games where I'm like, this is a 10. I mean, I think Plants vs. Zombies is a 10 easy. Like, easy 10. There's nothing wrong with it. It was so playable and approachable and fun and easy. And I wasn't a phone gamer, of course, so I lived with Scott Bromley at the time in San Francisco, an old friend of mine, and he was playing it on 360, and that's how I became familiar with it. And then it finally got ported to PS3, and people might remember, and this is, I still think, maybe going to be the best way to play it until this, is the Vita port is actually really, really good. But I don't know if you remember, I think the Vita port was something like $30. Do you remember that when it came out? It was like something crazy. Sony itself, I think, did the port through SOE, and I loved it. I almost got the platinum, but there was that RNG kind of heavy dynamic planting game where you grow flowers. You know what I'm talking about? Did you remember this on the original? And you have to like do so much grinding. And at the time it came out, I just wasn't as much in the grinding mode. Like obviously almost 200 hours into Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, I'm like in the grind right now. So I get it a little bit more, but at that time I just wasn't into it. So be interested to see the trophies as well. It comes out, it has a release date, October 23rd. So really, really, really excited about that. And PS5 and PS4 versions, if I really like it, tempting to do the platinum twice perhaps on that one. We'll see.
Whoa.
So that's it for the news. Let's get into. Oh, actually, before we move on, I'm sorry. I heard you put the timestamp in, so I fucked you up.
I didn't hit enter yet. So
okay. Good. Chronos was at the Nintendo Direct, right? As well.
Yes.
That game looks really great. It looks a little bit like a Temu Dead Space, which is fine. Mm-hmm. Better than no Dead Space at all. But I wanted to. Are you interested in that game? I think that game looks really cool, and it's pretty soon.
I like the idea of what is it? The enemies that kind of like you got to keep them far. You have to keep them separated from fallen ones because they'll merge or whatever. I think that's like a really neat idea. I'm actually kind of surprised that something like that hasn't. It feels like a relative. Not that it's a relatively obvious design decision, but like it's kind of surprising to me that we've gotten this deep into video games as an art form, and that hasn't really like I can't think of a time where I've seen that idea.
Yeah, I'm curious about it, and to cue you up for this story, Colin, I believe I've said this before. A studio is as good as their last game, and Bloober Team's last game was excellent. So, for that reason, I'm interested for sure.
Yeah, there's a PC Gamer, the website, interviewed Kronos' game director, Jacek Ziba. And they had an interview. Kronos, I think, is coming out in September, so it's fairly close. And he said the following. I just thought it was interesting to share. He says, quote, we are starting to stop feeling like underdogs all the time after Silent Hill. The Silent Hill era wasn't so easy in the eyes of the public. There were a lot of voices, oh no, Bloober is doing this. They will destroy that. It was very tough for the whole company to stick to our guns and put all our heart into that thing, even if most people don't want it. We proved people wrong, so that's nice. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, because I was one of those people, and I think it's fair. You didn't seem like the right team for Silent Hill 2, to be perfectly honest with you, but you were the perfect team for it. So not only do you get to do a Silent Hill 1 remake now, and now you're making your own IP in Kronos, and people are truly excited about it. You've earned it. So keep the momentum going. I wanted to acknowledge that things can turn around really seriously for a studio. It's, again, if Kronos isn't good, though, then people are going to be like, all right, though, so maybe Silent Hill was like this one-off. You had a big publisher behind you that was funding it and guiding you. But if this game's good, and I think it's going to be probably great, actually. It looks great. Then it looks different than anything they've ever done. So I just wanted to give them their credit. I think they deserve it.
Yeah, when they're talking about people saying that they're not the right team and they're not excited about it, I mean, that's
us.
It might have been us, or is it one of those voices of the many was us for sure. And we were, when it came out, we were all like, yeah, we were dead wrong and happy to be wrong. So,
well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris, please.
Well, no, I want to say, like, I was kind of feeling like they would be a good fit for it the whole time. But I also acknowledge that, like, and here's the thing, right? Like, I think that's valid where it's like, okay, cool. Like, you're only as good as your last game. I think that's generally true. I really think this is going to be the proving point, though, because with Silent Hill 2, you were working off of a framework that was already like very, very critically acclaimed. And I knew that they could handle atmosphere and, making something that felt like appropriately Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill, and that they got the chance to work off of the framework of that story is a massive assist, I think. And so I'm excited about Kronos. I think it looks cool. I think the idea is really novel. But that's really going to be the point where you prove people wrong point for me personally. And I say that as somebody who always thought that they were a good fit for Silent Hill 2, is that I still, maybe I'm not as skeptical as I used to be, but I still haven't necessarily seen them build their own thing and have that thing be great. The Medium was terribly written. As good as that atmosphere was, I didn't really care for I didn't play any of their previous games before that, but the Medium was really bad. Like, from like a writing perspective, it was just terrible. So this is their chance to prove people wrong, really, and have it stick. Because I see a lot of people even still making the same argument that I'm making now, where it's just like, yeah, well, of course you did Silent Hill 2 well. Silent Hill 2 is already beloved. And so this will be the point, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking at their history. I mean, I first became familiar with them. They did the obscure Vita games called Amen, A-Men and Amen 2. So that was the first time I ever became familiar with them. And they were originally only available in Europe as well, I remember. And they came out later. But obviously, Basement Crawl was the big thing that always stuck in. And I didn't even play it. I just knew people that played it. And it was like, for people that don't know, like an awful PS4 launch era game. And so after that, it was hard for me to be like, I don't know, I don't give a shit about what you do. But then I did play that game, Layers of Fear. because of my old job, we did a sponsorship for them and they gave us codes, and I did play it, and it was cool. It's a walking simulator, like horror walking simulator, but I wasn't like blown away by it or anything. And then they did that game Observer. That was supposed to be interesting. And then Layers of Fear 2, they did that Blair Witch game that was a timed Xbox game back in the day. And then The Medium, and then another Layers of Fear. So it was just a lot of like middling stuff from a critical perspective. I didn't play any of them after Layers of Fear, so I can't speak to that. But then Silent Hill 2, I mean, I just think it's fair for us to have been skeptical of Silent Hill 2. I just want to throw that out there as well. Like that, but now it's their new game, Chronos, The New Dawn. It's a new dawn for them to be able to, and I'm rooting for them, and I'll buy that game. Unless like it's like critically everyone's like horrified by it in a bad way.
If it's like a 5 or something.
Right. Like, but even then, I think I've seen enough of it where I'm like, no, I think I'd probably just buy it anyway. September 5th, it comes out. PS5. It'll be on Switch 2, obviously, as well, which is why it came out to the Nintendo Direct. I'll be interested to see how that runs.
Yeah.
But we'll see. All right. So that's it for the news. Now you can put the footnote in, Dustin. There you go. All right, let's get into what we're playing. I'll go real quick. I'm still playing Death Stranding 2. I'm 80 something hours in. I'm just slowly 5-starring all the places. There's a really cool, I don't know if I talked about this on the show, but there's a really cool search functionality in the game that at first seems really obtuse and annoying, but actually is incredibly useful, where you can, did you use it at all? If you go to your orders screen and you press R1, it brings you to the screen where it's all these search fields. And so you can search for like so you can search for like, I want something going to this place that I haven't done yet, that is this kind of mission, like, and you can, and it's really cool. So in order to find, if you like, what's annoying for me is that like I've probably 60% through 5-starring everything, and everything else is like 3.5, 4, 4.5, or almost 5 stars. So you have to really go find things to pick off. And so it'll show you like the one place that you haven't gone yet that has a mission for you. So I'm doing, it's just a slow process, but I'm doing it. And once I'm through that, so by the time we speak again, I will have platinumed it, I think. I'll knock on wood. And then, as I said earlier, I'm going to be playing Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, but I'm going to play that on stream. And then I really got to, like, I've put so much time into Death Stranding, I just got to finish the last little bit of it and just be done. And I'm enjoying the process. Like I was saying, and I'm with Brad on Summonstein this week. It was a one-on-one episode with me and him, and I was saying, like, the story's great, world's great, love all of it, but I'm enjoying the process. I'm really just enjoying the process. It's just a fun game to be in, to play. I love it. It strikes all of the right chords for me. So, but I'm sick of talking about Death Stranding 2. Next week I'll have something new to say. Chris, you're playing. You guys are both playing older games, which is interesting. Chris, Deus Ex: The Conspiracy.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this.
Yeah, man. So I saw it. So Deus Ex: The Conspiracy is a PS2 port of the original Deus Ex. I think I misspoke on like a Snark Tank where I thought it was like, oh, the first game is Deus Ex: The Conspiracy. That's not necessarily true. It's like a weird kind of PS2 reimagining port. It's kind of mixed in between them. It's very interesting because like the original Deus Ex, obviously a PC game, immersive sim kind of, espionage, like very, very conspiracy theory. I love the script of it. It's hilarious because like immediately, like the subtitle is so on the nose for the PS2 version because it really feels like the first time you speak to anybody in that game, the very first line of dialogue you hear, it feels like they're putting chemtrails in the sky. Like it's really fucking unhinged, but it's awesome. It like wears all of it on its sleeve. So it's an immersive sim ported to PS2. Surprisingly, just very, very good. I know that the PC version is probably the optimal way to play it, but I was feeling something a little bit more. I kind of wanted to dive into something a little bit more retro. I don't really mind a lot of the trappings of the limitations of how this port operates versus the PC version. I find it very charming. There's like loading screens in between, like in the original Deus Ex, apparently like these big levels are like really big and they're pretty seamless. But in the PS2 version, there's like loading screens between every like small section. But because it's on PS5, those loading screens are really quick, so it doesn't really bother me nearly as probably it would have bothered people on the original PS2, which I'm sure took 5 days to load a single room. But yeah, so it's an immersive sim. It's, you start off and you kind of build your character, and it's very cyberpunk, but it's weird. It's very cyberpunk, but it's very contemporary. It feels like it feels like a future you can touch in some ways, where like there's augments and there's all this like sci-fi stuff going on, but it feels like comparatively grounded. And there's talk about it's weirdly prescient. because it's about a virus that's been manufactured, and there's all sorts of conspiracies about like quarantines. It's really fucking cool and really interesting. There's a lot of emails to read and it's very dense, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of fat. Feels like there's just enough. Like every now and then there's a computer terminal, and you'll find something interesting in that, where it'll be a code for a door that you might not have encountered yet. You might have encountered it already. You might have hacked through it. And I'm really enjoying it. Like it's a really dynamic game. It always feels like, for how old it is, I'm surprised at how many, like how open it feels as far as like how you're able to approach things, because you have lockpicks, you have multi-tools, which are like kind of computer lockpicks, and they each take, you can upgrade them, but they each take a certain number of things to hack it. So hacking a computer terminal, or hacking like something that's more electronic versus like lockpicking a door, it's like a similar mechanic, but because it's a different item, it makes it feel a little bit more dynamic. And there's a lot of it's just a lot. And I like the way they handle the powers, basically, or like augments, because I feel like in a traditional game, and probably even in the newer Deus Exes, I'm curious to move on to them actually after this, but I haven't really played much of them. But it feels like a lot of games that operate on this kind of thing, where like, okay, I'm going to upgrade my character and I'm going to unlock this ability, and that ability is essentially going to be somewhat passive. Like, I'm going to upgrade my strength as I'm playing through this, and my strength will just be passively like strong as I move through it. But in this game, it's like you have a battery and you have a health bar, and you have to choose when to activate these abilities. So if you have like enhanced vision that allows you to kind of heighten your accuracy with weapons, you have to choose to activate that, and that'll eat battery up depending on how upgraded it is, which is like super interesting. I'm not normally used to thinking, because you have to actually think about like, all right, I have access to super strength, and I can use it to move these like crates and these boxes to kind of build me a ladder kind of up over this thing that would normally take me, I don't know, maybe I'd be able to hack it, or maybe I'd be able to bash in a window, but maybe I don't have a melee weapon. Maybe my strength isn't high enough. Maybe I don't have any multi-tools, and maybe all I have is my strength, but I only have a limited pool of strength. And maybe I don't have a lot of strength, and maybe my battery is low and I don't have any recharges, but I have multi-tools. And it's really, I don't know, it's a really engrossing game, even for the limited PS2 version, which, definitely feels, obviously it's old, feels dated a little bit. The controls are very weird. It took me a while to kind of get accustomed to it. It's very strange. Like, you click in the right stick to reload, and it's very strange, but not nearly as, what it reminds me of? If you ever played Bulletstorm on the original on like the 360,
yeah,
where like for a first person shooter that had like a really weird control scheme, it wasn't like, it didn't like ruin the game or anything, but it felt like kind of unorthodox, and that's kind of how this game feels. But yeah, man, it's really cool. Like, the music is like a real vibe. Like the story, the characters are really interesting. The twists and turns are very, very fun. It just feels like it feels like a very fun, like deep kind of world. And I didn't expect that necessarily. I expected Deus Ex to be like a really great game that I just kind of appreciated, but didn't speak to me necessarily. I expected it to be kind of like, okay, like I understand the history of this and why it's important, but it's just like the gameplay isn't for me. I feel that way about a lot of things. I feel that way about a lot of movies and a lot of TV shows. Like I get that The Honeymooners is important. I'm not going to sit and watch The Honeymooners. God bless. Right. But and I feel that way about a lot of things. There's certain games too where I'm just like, that passed me by. I get it. And I expected this to kind of be that, just because ImSims are kind of intimidating, even for me, who's like kind of a big fan of them. I still have difficulty making my way through them because they are so deep and they are so enveloping and so overwhelming in just the sheer amount of choice that they give you. But Deus Ex, the PS2 port available on PSN right now is just, it's very good. Very, very good. And it's very approachable. It doesn't feel like, the hub levels feel like they give you a lot of goals and like missions to do, but it doesn't feel like an impossibly huge list. It all feels very like digestible as far as like the amount of things you have to do, but the ways that you can engage with the limited amount of missions they give you is very like broad and very deep. And so I really highly recommend giving this a shot, especially if you're on PSN and it's essentially free, like or PS Plus, and it's essentially like definitely check it out. If you're into Prey or if you're into ImSims or particularly for me, like the reason I even jumped into it in the first place was because I was kind of mourning the loss of what looked to be that Perfect Dark game, which seemed like it was going to be a lot of this. It seemed very ImSim oriented, and for that not to be happening anymore is a little disappointing. And so, yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by how good Deus Ex is. I know Deus Ex 2, The Invisible War, is apparently fucking horrible. So I'm just gonna not.
That's the only one I ever played deeply. I had it on Xbox, and what I was thinking when you were talking is like it's not a huge surprise because there's so much web behind all of these guys. Like Deus Ex is Warren Spector.
Yeah.
Warren Spector was the producer of a bunch of games at Origin Systems. Origin Systems was the company founded by the Garriott brothers, like the Ultima people. So he was like a producer for a long time on like Wing Commander and Ultima and all of those games. And then he ends up working with Ion Storm. Warren Spector leaves Origin Systems, goes and works with Ion Storm. Ion Storm is the studio that's founded by John Romero and other people after id. And then they create Deus Ex together. The connection here is that I think is interesting is that he produced System Shock.
Yeah.
And so Deus Ex is kind of like the splintered off. Is like BioShock's one of them, and like is more with the origin of the system or of the IP, and Deus Ex is like the split. And then you get into like Thief and these other things. Because I remember him coming to some prominence in the console space for the first time, really when Epic Mickey was released when he was with Disney. And of course, Epic Mickey 2, that was 2010 and 2012. But it's funny, like my first interaction with anything he really made outside of Invisible War, which he directed, which I don't remember at all, really, to be honest, was System Shock. And I was just thinking about that as you were saying, and it's like, yeah, this guy actually has he leaves and then Ken Levine comes in for System Shock 2. And so like they're kind of like mirror images.
Yeah.
Where they're doing the same kinds of games. He's an interesting guy to read about. I mean, like he worked on a bunch of Ultima shit. He produced like all of the late Ultima games from 1990 onward. So he's a real OG sort of dude. And he apparently is in some way I don't know if he's directing it or whatever, but System Shock 3 is like something he's involved with in some way. So
that's exciting. I mean, yeah, no, I really think that the design in this is pretty fucking exceptional. And based on what I was reading, it seems like, although it's a PS2 port of the original Deus Ex, I've heard like a lot of people say like it's not even really like necessarily, you would expect that the PS2 port would be kind of like panned in some way or like looked down upon, but apparently like there's a lot of things that are kind of that people even who are big into Deus Ex kind of prefer. Like the art is a little bit more dynamic or like a little bit better. There's lighting changes. Some levels have been reworked to account for the loading screens, and some people prefer them. It's actually like more split than I would have imagined. And one thing I wanted to shout out too is I'm really surprised at how well the inventory, like the UI works in a game like this. Like that was one of the things I expected to be kind of fucked because I've seen a lot of these games kind of make that transition and not very well. And from what I heard about Invisible War was that a lot of that game got compromised because they were designing it with console in mind primarily. And so like they wanted to simplify things and not have you worry about certain things and have limited inventory, and just a lot of it was like simplified and streamlined. But it works remarkably well on controller. Like even the original Deus Ex with all of its like flexibility, like you press square to bring up your item inventory, and then you press circle to bring up your augments, and you choose to activate them based on that. And it's like it flows really well to the point where like it makes me think like, damn, you really didn't have to streamline, or you didn't really have to compromise on Invisible War. I don't know why you did that really. But yeah, dude, I think this is a brilliant game. I actually think, Colin, like given just the story being so heady and your kind of recent kind of I don't want to say recent, maybe you've always, but like the System Shock kind of pull that you've been in, I think you'd actually really like it.
Yeah,
it's definitely a little clunky.
It sounds great. I'm looking at the trophies actually right now. too, just to see them.
Yeah, I'm thinking about platinuming it right now. I don't know how. I can't imagine that it would be too difficult. But
yeah, it's like it's got a very low interaction rate because on PSN profiles because it's in PS Plus. So
sure, yeah,
the trophies are all deflated because people are just checking it out, and probably most people are like, "Oh, I don't want to play this."
Sure.
Yeah, no, it's totally. I agree with you. When you were talking about it, I'm like, yeah, I really should play because, and that's the other thing is like it's the other piece as I was saying of like our BioShock love. It starts kind of, or this is like again an alternate reality of where it ends up as System Shock begets BioShock ultimately. So just a cool little industry thing. All right,
yeah.
Deus Ex, The Conspiracy. That's again available. It came out just in June on PSN.
Yeah,
so you can buy it a la carte or as part of your PS Plus premium subscription with access to the classics catalog. Dustin, you're playing another oldie from the PS2 era, Silent Hill 3.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me about this.
Yeah, well, I have played because I am done with it now. So it's not a very long game. I think my playtime was 5 hours. It's like a 5 or 6 hour game, really. I did not, just because I know that one of the first questions people ask, I did not play the HD collection. That's horrible to my understanding. I've not checked it out myself. And it's unfortunate because there's not really a good way to play it. There's like definitely not a good way to play it on console other than that HD collection. If you want to play, let's say you want to pick up a PS2 copy, Colin, how much do you think Silent Hill 2 is complete on PS2 right now?
Silent Hill 2?
Or 3.
3?
Sorry.
Complete.
Just guess.
$100.
$255 and rising.
Why? I feel like I have this game. Was it rare?
Because, dude, it's not. I would guess. I don't know this for sure that it is not rare. It is just highly desired.
Right.
Because that's how it always is. Like I was just saying on my stream when I was streaming this morning, this Roller Coaster Tycoon game on Xbox, I would guess is insanely rare. I never, in 3 years of going to different shows, I've seen it one time, and I finally found it for $20. Mm-hmm. So very rare. Low value because no one cares about Roller Coaster Tycoon on Xbox.
Right.
It's just a weird thing that I thought was interesting. But Silent Hill 3
Market
and
forces.
same with Pokemon.
Yeah.
Pokemon games, they are not rare.
No, they're not. I see the prices on them too, and I'm like, what is going on here, dude? I have all these games, and these games were like flooding Funko Land, and like red on the shelf would be like behind. They would always put the cartridges, and there would be like a little red line, a little blue line, like a little yellow line, so on and so forth. Gold, silver.
Dude, I know we're getting off track here, but Pokemon Emerald, loose. This is a loose. Just the cartridge is $200.
That's so stupid. I just don't even understand that. That's just so. I know there's high demand, but there are millions of those cartridges. That's just, so there's just, you'd think that these things. I got to send you a picture actually, because this is actually putting things in like a different perspective for me. Is my cousin Junior, John. He had like a whole small crate of Game Boy Advance, whatever Pokemon games, like like many duplicates of them. And I remember him sending me a picture of it, and I didn't think twice of it because I was like, oh, that's cool, but they must not be worth that much. I mean,
oh no,
yeah, that's awesome. He might be sitting on thousands, and I should tell him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. So. All's that to say, I'm not going out and buying a copy of Silent Hill 3 on PlayStation 2. I would love to have it because I have Silent Hill 1 and 2, but I can't do $250 on this.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
So there is a PC version that there is a very good mod for that makes it run on modern hardware. So I did that, and then in addition, I had to run another mod because the PC sound was all fucky. So you have to run another mod on top of that injects the sounds from the PS2 version. So it was a hassle. But once I got it running, it was great. And I got to touch back on a few, like when they announced the next Silent Hill Bloober Team project, I had said at the time that I had wanted them to do 3 instead of 1. And many people in the comments rightfully pointed out that would make no sense. Because Silent Hill 3 is a sequel to Silent Hill 1, like a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. And I guess to get into it lightly, Silent Hill 1 and 3 involve a much more direct story about a cult within Silent Hill that's causing a lot of this crazy shit to happen. Where 2 is obviously very different and is only loosely connected to 1 and 3. And it was fine. I really like Silent Hill for its, the atmosphere. I love how when you play the levels and you're like, man, this place fucking sucks and is creepy. Sucks in a good way. And then it's like you go into the next layer of hell and you're like, holy shit, this place is actually horrifying now. I love that. And so this game had all of that in it. But to me, there's something about the cult aspect in Silent Hill 1 and 3 that makes it less interesting. Like, oh, there's an explanation to why things are the way they are around here. Whereas Silent Hill 2 is much more loose, I guess, in some different ways. It's weird because Silent Hill 1 and 2, the originals and for Silent Hill 2 Remake, involve a lot of traveling around the town. Obviously very foggy, can be kind of annoying. Silent Hill 3, there's one small section where you go from point A to point B in Silent Hill, and that's it. Everything else is much more closed off corridors. And so, yeah, I'm glad I played it, and I'm now really considering playing Silent Hill 4 The Room, which I know is very mixed for people. But I feel like that will kind of complete that slice of that IP for me with playing those 4 PS2 games. So yeah, it was cool. I wonder with Bloober Team if they'll remake Silent Hill. It would be really cool if they just remade Silent Hill 1 and 3 at the same time. Just because those games are so closely interconnected. So yeah, it was interesting. Not amazing. And I think when I posted my tweet about it, I was like, now having played all 3 of these games, I understand why 2 is the Silent Hill game through and through. Just because in terms of its story, I think is so much better. But I had a good time with it, and it was fun going back. And like Chris was saying, like I have a ability, like you kind of get this muscle for going back and playing old games. And I played Silent Hill 2 before the remake came out. And so, man, the combat in these games are just not good. Like these games are not, when it comes to gameplay, these games are not very good to go back to.
I know.
But if you can get over that, there's still, it's cool to go back. So I'm glad I did. If you are interested in playing it, the PC version is the way to go. There are plenty of guides on Reddit to get those mods installed that I would recommend. So technically it is, it's a little bit of piracy, I would say, even though it's on a website called My Abandonware. I have no idea
if it's legal. We do a little bit of piracy.
Just a little bit of piracy. I mean, if they offered me a good option to buy it, I 100% would.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is what we talk about the difference between, if you have no option, I'm going to be a lot less angry at you for doing what you got to do. Yeah.
I could, if I wanted to be, and it still wouldn't be legal. If I went and bought the HD collection, it still wouldn't be legal because it's not that I didn't buy it for PC as a platform. So it's like, whatever. So yeah, Silent Hill 3, okay, I would say.
Cool, decent. Man. Yeah, it would be nice to have for those games to be more accessible. It would be interesting because one has to be so thoroughly remade because of the nature of the console it was on, Silent Hill 1.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting if they just put them together, like you're saying. I never really considered that until you had noted it. Maybe that's the whole idea, but I doubt it because you could, even if that would be easier and more coherent, you could still sell them twice. So you wouldn't really want to do that, I don't think, but it would be kind of cool.
I think I'm going to watch the Silent Hill movie, the 2006 movie, which I've heard very mixed things about. Some people say it's absolutely terrible. Some people say the first half of it is very good. And then other people are like, it's not perfect, but it's actually surprisingly decent. So I got to give it a shot. Okay. Yeah. Make your own decision. And then you can put your review, your fanboy review on your, what is it called? Letterboxd? On my Letterboxd. Dude. Yeah. I as soon as we mentioned on the stream, I was getting followers. I'm like, dude, cool. I'm sorry. It's your curse to follow me on Letterboxd.
It's a blessing.
You're welcome to it.
Blessing and a curse. All right. Well, that's all we're playing. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on patreon.com/laststandmedia before we go away for a little while. You guys know we always wrap up with inquiries from the audience, and that's one of the perks you get over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. In addition to supporting us there and getting early ad-free access and a bunch of other stuff, Sacred Symbols Plus, you can use the different threads in the newsfeed for the various shows each week to submit your inquiries. You've heard them throughout the show. Here's 6 more. Blue Moose wrote in, said, "Hey, SS Studs. What are your guys' thoughts on the increasing influence of advocacy groups like Collective Shout and credit card payment processors in shaping the content we see or don't see in games, particularly when it comes to censorship or the removal of titles from platforms? Do you think this growing pressure from outside forces poses a threat to creative freedom in the industry, or is it just part of a maturing medium finding its ethical boundaries? Love all the amazing content and stay sexy, my friends." Good question. This is one of the things on Sacred Symbols Plus that Hogue and I discussed at length, and it's an interesting conversation. I'm curious, have either of you guys been keeping up with the Collective Shout, this Australian advocacy group, pressuring payment processors to remove games from Steam and itch.io? Hogue and I were having this conversation. Is it itch.io?
Yeah.
Because we both agreed that we want to say itch.io.
Mm-hmm.
Bad. Like real bad. And that's not the way you say it, apparently. So, and there's a lot of conversation around this because it's kind of like this extra legal but somewhat reasonable way to nip things in the bud without the participation of an elected official or some sort of rule set or some level of consistency. On the other hand, I don't think these storefronts should be selling these kinds of games. I think that I have no problem. I mean, I don't want them to exist, but I have no problem principally with these games existing. We're talking about games that are, the big game was this game about rape that these women were going after in Australia. Reasonable enough. Should the game exist under the auspices of freedom of speech? Sure. And expression? Sure. Whatever. But does Steam need to sell it? No. When the group claims in Australia that when Steam and itch.io and these other platforms didn't listen to them, or weren't listening to them, they just went to the payment processors. And they wrote an open letter, which you can find on their website, to PayPal and Visa and MasterCard and all these different places internationally, and succeeded and got a bunch of stuff removed. I think that what happened on Steam is fairly reasonable. If you look at the games that were removed off Steam, they're pretty bad. A lot of it is like incest and like and a lot of them Hogue was saying like a lot of it is visual novels. He's a kind of a freedom of speech extremist. Where he really believes in like a maximal interpretation of it, which I generally do too. I bring up the example all the time. There's like the white supremacist book, The Turner Diaries, which is like really was a major inspiration to like domestic terrorists and mass murderers and stuff like that. The book has the right to exist, but I wouldn't be mad if I didn't find a copy of it in Barnes and Noble. You know,
right.
The problem is that, and this is what Hogue has been kind of saying, is the problem in my example is Barnes and Noble isn't making the choice. Actually, Visa's making the choice by saying, if you don't do this, we're just not going to process payments. And that would just hamstring the entire organization. They wouldn't be able to operate. So with all of that said, for people that are not familiar, I wanted to just lay it out. Dustin, do you have any thoughts on this? Like how do you feel about what's going on? This is a pretty big issue in the industry right now. And I will say from the political point of view, because I read and watch all this political stuff, is it's bleeding over into, because it's becoming a thing about like expression and the power. Mm-hmm. It really has a parallel track with the debanking, the idea of debanking someone, of using financial pressure that is not really legal, but allowed to unperson someone or make them change their minds or do something. So it's kind of in that line, and that's why it's crossing over. So take it away.
Yeah, it's a complicated one for sure. It's tough because I've seen a lot of different things about this where it certainly sounds like there were some games that maybe were not acceptable. Like, the game that you mentioned that involves rape and stuff like that. As far as some of the other like extreme gooner material, I do find it a little weird where it's like, yeah, it's not something for me, but we get into a weird spot where the payment processors are the arbiters of what is acceptable and what's not. So I can't, my gut instinct is probably more with Hogue, where it's like, this feels like an overstep, even if some of these things were not something that we would consider morally okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the overstep from the payment processors because it gave them, it's like, okay, well, they did it for this, and there was a large amount of pushback. And then so that kind of gives them a clearance that it's like, oh, we kind of do have some power here. So maybe they are the arbiters of what is okay or not okay to sell. And I don't like that. That feels gross. I think in some sense, it sounds like Steam maybe should have been a little more responsible with some games in particular that maybe their vetting wasn't good enough. But I have seen examples, and the problem is, and to be fully transparent with the audience, is that a lot of this I'm just seeing online, but I'm not really interested in going and investigating some of these insane Gooner games. But I've seen people say, like, this game had no right to be removed because it doesn't involve sexual assault or whatever. It's just like something for a Gooner that would be interested in, and it's not illegal. And it was removed either from Twitch or not from Twitch, from Steam or itch.io. So it seems like there are other games that are caught in the crossfire of this that doesn't sound good either. So it's tough. It's like they came for the Gooner games and I said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came then they came for my anime games and they came for me. You know what I mean? So it's hard for me to go to bat for these. So I don't see myself becoming an advocate, but I will say that something about it feels very off to me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think that was, Hogue made a lot of really great points. People should go listen to the Sacred Plus episode. But one of the things he was saying, and it's a tough thing to say because it could be misinterpreted, and we don't misinterpret with him or us or whatever. But it's like it's like you're saying, you're going to bat for shit that's really unsavory. And he was saying that, like, you don't want it. He's like, I was describing one of the games, like one of the descriptions. He's like, and he said something really funny. He was like, this is not one of the games that you really want to be going to bat for or something, but it's like,
yeah.
But his point was that, I think we were talking about incest or whatever. And he's like, it's not illegal to write about incest.
That's
the characters are not real. So like, because I was saying, like, one of them are about like underage incest or whatever. And it's like, he was making the argument that, like, they're not real. Like, it's really unsavory and tasteless, and you wonder why anyone would sell it, why anyone would play it, why anyone would make it. But like, and it is. I love what you say about the line, and like, will the line encroach further and further into reason? And I think one of the major things is, like, I was always under the assumption until the last 10 years that the banking institutions and like the payment processors wanted to know as little as possible. And it was only, and I use this example in the Sacred Plus episode, it was only when marijuana became legalized and you started seeing stories about how the marijuana dispensaries and like the grow houses in Washington and California, whatever, could not deal with banks. And they had, and they were literally paying their taxes by the millions of dollars in cash with like armed guards and shit like that, and all these crazy things. And you realize, like, wow, there's this whole way to like keep ostensibly legal businesses out of the realm of banking and payment processing and Swift and all of these kinds of things, just by the power of those unelected, bureaucratic, powerful companies. And this is kind of a similar shade of that, where these guys are not like a cardboard manufacturer or something like that. If they don't want to work for you or they refuse to operate for you, you're done. Like, there's what are you going to do? And we were talking through, like, what would have been a solution? Because I think a lot of people are disappointed Steam is big enough to have maybe held the line. And I'm like, yeah, but it becomes complicated, because this is what the solution I was thinking of was. I was like, Steam, we don't know anything about Steam's finances for sure because they're private, but they probably have many, many billions of dollars in reserve. And what they could do was kind of create their own bank or their own payment processor, where like they were the individual conduit by which game money went in and out, and they basically sold. It was almost like a company town. You know what that is in like the 19 like you'd work at a factory and then they would have like a whole like general store and clothing stores or whatever, and it was just being sold to you from the same people that were running the store, and there was like internal money that was being circulated. Not ideal, but that's maybe a way around it, but very expensive and unprecedented and frankly unnecessary. So that's the level of power they have over. And I think that's why itch.io like maybe even went overboard in some way, because they're so much more, even more vulnerable. And I think when they saw that Steam wasn't going to fight and Valve wasn't going to fight, they were like, well, we have no way of fighting against this behemoth. If PayPal cuts us off and Visa cuts us off, like we can't be paid. You'll have to use like cryptocurrency. It's like
yeah.
Anyway, yeah. What do you think?
No, I mean, I'm in general agreement. I just I think it's too much power. I think it's a deep overstep. There's very few things in this world that I feel are like off limits. I think really the only thing that I would even argue is that like probably like anything involving like underage, there should be like really no place for that, I think. But anything else generally, if you want to express it in art or like in a game, I think it's totally fine. And I don't think that people that handle basically like the sole way that you're able to even make a life should be determining that stuff. Like the payment processes are like really important. And so like I don't think they should be involved in any of that shit, personally. So
yeah, it's interesting. Hogue makes the argument that maybe we should start treating these companies the way that we treat the electric company and the phone company and shit. Like legally, I don't think, certainly not the landlines, but I don't think the cell companies either can like say like, oh, we don't like your politics, or we don't like that you're a white supremacist, or we don't like that you're this or that, like something that's unsavory, but within the bounds of legality. They can't deny you service. You can't get the electric company. You could have like a swastika hanging outside your house and the electric company can't withhold your electricity.
Right.
This is to protect some level of expression. And maybe so being treated like so-called common carriers, to be like, it's actually not up to you to decide like what you process. As long as it's legal, you process the payment. And maybe that's going to require legislation and a lot of arm twisting. These companies are super. The thing that I'm confused about is that I look at it in the other direction where I'm like, okay, these companies have massive power. You also have massive power to just say like, we don't care. What are you going to stop taking Visa? Go ahead. Go ahead and stop taking Visa. Go ahead and stop taking PayPal. Good luck. I mean, they could respond like that and be like, you have no power over us. We'll get bad press over this. No one's going to stop using Visa. No one's going to stop using MasterCard. No one's going to stop using PayPal. So we'll ride it out. And I would like to have that happen. Instead, these guys capitulated like that. However, I want to be clear, and this is I'm telling you guys, this is vulgar out there. So if you have people around like mixed company and shit, the game that Collective Shout, this organization in Australia, was focusing on was a game called No Mercy. Have you seen anything about this game or know anything about it? It's pretty rough. This is the description as it was marketed. In this game, you'll either become every woman's worst nightmare or rather the best dick they'll ever have. Your goal is simple. Leave no pussy non-fucked, since that's the only thing they all want. Never take no for an answer. Fuck your mom, fuck your auntie, and even fuck your friend's mom. Why not? Take what's yours and show no mercy. So we're not dealing so when that comes across a 60-year-old CEO's desk at MasterCard, they have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And obviously they're going to want to tamp that down and not deal with it and just be like, fine, whatever, just cut it off. It doesn't matter. But the sad reality is that also has the right to exist. And the question is like, how should you be able to access it and get it? And this is why I go back to my, Barnes and Noble example, where it's like, you just got to choose what you're selling and what you're not selling. It's up to you. And you need to pay attention. Like that shouldn't have been published on Steam. Yeah. Like that's crazy. I'm not saying that I'm going to come after you with the First Amendment and be like, you don't have the right to make the rape game. It's like, okay, if you're fucking, I guess do that. It's fucking crazy and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But like the companies need to take a little responsibility too. And I think they're starting to use volume as an excuse. Steam didn't know that game was on there because no one is paying attention. Period.
Yeah.
They're not paying attention. They're not
Right.
looking at every game that's going on there. They don't care. And that's a problem. And this is an early 90s ESRB like moment, or even late 80s with like parental guidance and all of that kind of stuff, where they better be careful, because the government's going to start sniffing around this shit. And they're going to be their own worst enemy, not only with the payment processors, but with the government. The ESRB is what kept the government away. If games are just being published outside of that and above and beyond that, then you just got to be careful. The companies like PlayStation and Xbox that where you really have to deal with ESRB ratings and simply can't publish there without them, like they're kind of protected, because this game would never have been on PSN, right? Although who knows? I mean, no one's paying attention there either, but there's just no way that this would have gotten through. People would have seen this, it would have gotten flagged. So I don't want to put it all on the payment processors, and I don't want to put it all on the organization, because I think Hogan and I agreed too. It's like Collective Shout is kind of doing what the Collective Shouts of the world do. They appeal to companies to listen to them, appeal to organizations and people to make changes. So these companies have to take a little responsibility for themselves. And maybe the easy answer is to say, like, maybe you go sell your incest game or your rapey game or whatever on your own website. And we don't need that here. It's okay to say that. Just like I don't want the racist white supremacist book on my bookshelf. But you can read it. Go ahead. Yeah. So that's where I stand. I'm a little concerned about this, just because I think that people are bending too soon, too quick, without asking questions. I think the obvious answer is to just not sell this game. But what is the outcome, and why are people overreacting? It's so funny, dude. Like, it's not really funny. I mean, because I don't want anyone to be abused online, but the Collective Shout people are arguing that they're getting an enormous amount of abuse because itch.io specifically has gone so what they call, I think, overboard, where they're like, they're taking down games we didn't even complain about, we don't want down. Like, they're going nuts. Yeah. You know? And it's like, we didn't ask for that.
I think I saw mouthwashing was affected by it, or at least I saw a lot of people saying that, which is like, mouthwashing is not even remotely.
And I think the theory of the case there, Hogue was saying, was that they might have just done like a really drastic, they're a small company and they're probably scared in some way. So they're like, anything with an NSFW tag or anything with like
suggestive themes,
right? Whatever. Like just take them all down, and then we have to like go through them one by one. And so I think that's probably what happened, but it's making it really bad for those advocates in Australia. And hey, dude, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Say it all the time. So
yeah,
you're getting involved with a fucking crazy group of people, video game people. You have to know that going in. I'm not even being in any way sarcastic. Like, you have to know what you're dealing with. Like, it's not some other like weird malleable group of people. We're crazy people. Anyway, Dusty, go ahead.
Just to save you, Chris, because I also saw that thing about mouthwashing, because Itch actually made a tweet because people were talking about it, that the game hadn't been indexed since October 2014, since it doesn't meet some criteria, because they were like just linking out to Steam. So
I see.
It didn't have to. I saw that so wildly. I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" They removed
a lot of people talking
about that. So that was
I appreciate it.
Yeah, just to save you. But the point still stands overall that Itch went crazy, seems like.
By the way, there's I don't know if you guys saw, Steam's policy has now changed. Did you see this?
No.
I'm seeing if I can find this. Hold on, it's like Steam
as a response to this?
Yeah. This is the most, I should say that this is the most concerning part. So there are 14 clauses in the Steam guidelines and policies, and they're like no hate speech, things that have existed for a long time. So like no hate speech, discrimination, nude or sexually explicit images of real people, adult content that isn't age gated, libelous or defamatory things. Number 15, content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks, or internet network providers, in particular certain kinds of adult-only content. Wow. So it's like all these different things, and then it says like number 15, anything that violates the rules of the payment processors. It's like, damn, dude, that's a pretty wide open door. Yeah. And Hogue was saying that it says may violate. Doesn't. So it's so then even then you don't even know what you're getting. It's pretty bad situation.
Yeah, the one positive thing to lean on, I guess, is that a payment processor, I mean, they just want money. That's their whole business. So like, I don't imagine them necessarily going on the hunt for things to. I don't foresee the payment processors going out of the way to be like, how can we make less money? You know what I mean? I think that's really the one kind of saving grace, is that it's in their best interest to actually like not look at all. And so it would really heavily depend on like people like making a big stink about it. And I do think like the big stink that they were making about this one thing is probably valid considering what it is versus a lot of what's available. I don't foresee this happening with like, I don't know, Grand Theft Auto or something, you know, or like something that's more like arguably just, well, this is video games. This isn't like a rape simulator. So I don't know. We'll see how that shakes out. That is a wide open door though.
Oscar writes in and says, "Hey, Sacred Sickos, I needed a place to publish my grievances towards MGS1, so here I am. I've been playing the Master Collection Volume 1 and going through the first game, but I can't figure out what was so revolutionary about it. I guess if I had never seen a cutscene or felt a controller vibrate, then I would have my mind blown as well. However, seeing this game for the first time with my 23-year-old eyes has me both frustrated and annoyed. The game's controls are obtuse, the intuitive nature is at zero, and the story is trying to be interesting, but how many times must I hear how bad war is? I say all of that to ask, what makes this game so beloved?" I don't even know where to begin abusing you, Oscar.
Yeah, I almost feel like
What? Say it.
he openly admits that he's 23 years old and saying this shit.
I know. It's like, we don't need a 23-year-old's opinion on Metal Gear Solid. But the bigger thing is you said it in your letter, Oscar. I guess if I had never seen a cutscene or felt a controller vibrate, then I would have my mind blown as well. Well, we had never really seen or experienced anything like that at all in the fall and the winter of 1998, years before you were born. And is some of it nostalgia? Yes. Does it hold up? We were saying games from this era just don't hold up very well. I don't think it's hard to see why people were into it, though. It's an incredible game, but it's old. It's really old. It's coming on 30 years soon. So
right.
It's not going to hold up specifically, but you don't see it. That's interesting.
Well, he does.
Well, and I want to know, has Oscar played any other PlayStation 1 games? Has he played any Super Nintendo games? Any games in and around that era? Because that would maybe make you understand a little more.
Yeah.
Unless you've only played modern games, but then you played Death Stranding, you're like, oh, everyone loves Metal Gear. I'm going to go back to that. That's your first experience, and maybe, but this line of thinking of someone that's like, man, 2001: A Space Odyssey sucks. The ships don't even look real. Why did people like this? It's like,
yeah.
Is it possible at all for you to put yourself in the context of the moment at all?
I do think that's hard for people.
It's crazy.
As I get older, I realize that that's actually like a skill. Like to be able to like place yourself within the context of being able to observe things as they were, like is it's probably not a common thing. And even just like if you meet with just normal people, like no one's speaking like that. You know what I mean? Like nobody engages in conversations about like, oh man, for the time. Like it's like it's usually like enthusiasts or people who like really think deeply about these things that engage in that kind of conversation. And so like, I mean, I even say, look, as I'm 31, I missed Metal Gear Solid. Like when it was out, like it just wasn't one of those games that I had come across on PS1. I was more into platformers, like things like Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, all this other stuff. And so Metal Gear Solid completely passed me by. When I went back to try it, it's rough. It is definitely like the least playable of the original Metal Gear Solid games, like by a wide margin. And yeah, like I understood that, but it's pretty clear that even as you write this question, like I mean, Colin said it already. It's if I had never seen this, if I had never experienced that, then I would have my mind blown. And there you go. You kind of answered your own question with it. So like, I'm not going to harp too hard on it. And I understand where you're coming from, because I also was like, when I first played it, I was like, damn, I want to like this, but I just kind of don't. It's like, it runs at like 23 frames a second, and it's like mega inconsistent, and it's blurry, and it's fucked on modern displays. It's just not a game that's been treated very well either, quite frankly, from a porting perspective. And and elsewhere. So I don't begrudge you for finding Metal Gear Solid 1 like not that enjoyable of an experience, but also like it's important to just kind of, even when you're writing out this question or when you're thinking about it, just kind of take into account the context. It's like, I don't think there's anything, I really don't think there's anything impressive from a personal standpoint. Like when I watch Citizen Kane, I'm like, I don't care. Like I don't give a shit. But I understand like what it's doing and like why. Oh, this is, even you can just observe like a shot of just like a camera like panning through a window pane and not cutting, and just like, whoa, that's kind of, for that time and given the context of everything that surrounds it, like that's a really impressive thing to be doing. And that's not something that people had seen before. I don't give a shit about Rosebud. I don't give a shit about this story. I don't even really care about these characters really, but like you got to be able to observe things from the context of their origin and the surrounding environment, because without that, I think you're going to miss out on a lot of things to appreciate, not only in like media, but just in life in general. I think requires a lot of contextualization and just think more widely about these things, I think would be the only thing that I would say. But awesome. I get it. I totally get it. I fucking Metal Gear Solid 1 on original hardware and even just the ports is like it's not been served well. And it's because I think they couldn't really, I think it was like a lot of the animations are like locked to certain, it's something really mega specific about like the coding of that game and like how it was built that like doesn't allow it to be like, you can't make Metal Gear Solid 1 like 120 frames as far as I remember. So yeah, it's not gonna be for you, but you gotta show some respect.
Oscar, back to Fortnite with you. Thank you for writing in. Michael Lamaro wrote in and said, "Hey boys, what's up with Wolverine? Should we expect to see this game in the coming year and a half or so? Do you think there's a chance it could be canceled? I'll eat some chicken cutlets and listen. Oh, you're so lucky." I don't know. I mean, I think the game is going to come out. I think that it's clearly taking way longer than they anticipated. Remember, Wolverine and Spider-Man 2 were announced at the same time. And that was in 2021. And we really have only seen that one. It's like him at a bar or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the trailer, the teaser for it.
That's all we've ever really seen, except, of course, that we saw way, way more of the game than they ever intended, because the Insomniac was victimized by a hacking situation. The game was leaked to such a degree that it was playable if you knew how to like fuck around with the files and stuff like that. And a lot of people did. And a lot leaked, and there were videos and concept art and writing. And I mean, a lot of the game. I told you guys that I read like one of the things that leaked was like a synopsis of the story, and I read it understanding full well what I understand right now, which is that I won't remember any of this because I don't know what any of these people are. And I don't remember a goddamn thing about it. So I read it at the time. I wonder if it's the game's it's probably a combination of two things. The game's obviously not coming along. It's lost a lot of people along the way. Remember that guy, Brian Horton, who was originally directing, or I think was the second director of the game, left to go to the Initiative. And then that obviously didn't go very well. Meanwhile, the guys that directed, including a friend of mine, Marcus Smith, the guys that directed Ratchet and Clank, the most recent Ratchet game, and one of the guys that did Resistance are now in the directorial roles of the game. So it's in good hands now. But I can't help but think if the leak and the reaction to the leak might have had anything to do with it. I think it's really unfair to see things. It's the same thing that happened with Grand Theft Auto 6. You're seeing a bunch of shit that's not meant for anyone to see. It's not done. They're messing around with things. Who knows what's final and what's anywhere near being final, and like what is even going to be in the game. But nonetheless, people played with it and saw it, and I think we're really critical of it, regardless of where it was. And I wonder if they had kind of an unforeseen, like if you could get a silver lining of the situation. It's like, well, the silver lining is we got hacked. Everyone saw our sales numbers, like everything, like the we haven't even started talking about, like, they're supposed to be doing X-Men games. Right? Like we've just not even talked about that in 2 years because there's so much like other things to talk about. But like there's like they have a deal wrapped up to the late 2030s to work on Marvel games forever. So they're in this thing. Yeah. I think canceling Wolverine would be a huge mistake because it doesn't portend well for what is happening in the future. And I think they're probably taking their time to get it right. And maybe using the unfortunate silver lining of the situation to say like, well, people didn't like this, and this. We can maybe fix it. So I don't know what's going on with Wolverine, but they have. I don't I think there was some official stuff like they acknowledged that they're going to put that's going to be, pro enabled and all sorts of stuff. So it just the things they say about it sound like it's happening. When it'll appear, like one day at a state of play or something, and then we'll know. But I don't think it's canceled or anything. When? I would say next year. I don't have any information to work on, but you gotta shit or get off the pot.
Yeah.
So you can't be wasting so much time on this. If you're going to make a 7 and release a 7, just get it out. But make sure it's not a 5 or a 6. That's where I stand. Chris, where are you on this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's possible. Who the fuck knows, really? But like, my gut tells me it's not canceled. It's just they suffered a huge data breach, and so that probably isn't great for morale. Obviously, they're having a difficult time finding a direction for it. Like, I think ultimately, Insomniac games tend to shine for reasons that I don't think have anything in common with Wolverine, quite frankly. Like a lot of Insomniac's games kind of live and die by their weapon selection system and their traversal. And Wolverine as a character kind of has none of that. So I think they're kind of out of their element a little bit. I think they really only have one framework to go off of as far as like a successful Wolverine game goes, and that X-Men Origins Wolverine game from 2009 or 2010, I can't remember exactly which year. That was like very, very good. Uncharacteristically good, though. It was like kind of like a surprise. And I think they're just trying to make it work. I don't see Spider-Man's gameplay or like Spider-Man's design philosophies translating well to Wolverine in the same way that I could see, you could see Ratchet to Fuse. You could see Sunset Overdrive to Spider-Man. You could see that very clear if you have any kind of understanding of like game design and like how to analyze those things. But like, I don't really see that big of a connection between Spider-Man and Wolverine, really. As far as like playable characters go, and as far as traversal goes, and as far as overall game design goes, they're very, very different games. And so I really do feel like they're just kind of having a harder time figuring it out than they normally would. I think it'll still be very good. If I had to predict how I'd feel about it, I'd probably feel like, okay, that was fine. Like, that was good. Like, I don't think I'm going to be over the moon about Wolverine in the same way that I was about Spider-Man PS4 or, I mean, even Spider-Man 2 kind of left me disappointed, which is kind of crazy. But not that it's like bad or anything. It's just definitely less. It's lesser than Spider-Man PS4, in my opinion. And so we'll see how it goes. I think next year is probably pretty likely as well. Mm-hmm. It's been long enough. And I don't think they're going to come out with something that's tragically terrible. Well, I can't imagine that.
Who knows even what their schedule is like now, because things were probably even outdated in the hack, but they are so out of schedule now. If this, not only with like what was supposed to happen with Venom and Spider-Man 3, but Wolverine, and then you have to get into these X-Men games, like you got to get going, or this thing is going to go into the fucking, no joke, going to go into the 2040s, so, and maybe at that point they just want out of it. I don't know. Who knows? Like what's going on at this point? I don't know.
Yeah, that schedule might even be completely not even what they're doing anymore, and I could see that pretty clearly. I don't think Venom's coming out. That's one thing I'm pretty kind of. I feel kind of bullish about that. Like I think they were just like no.
Well,
we're not good.
Tony Todd, I would be surprised, right? The guy. That's the guy's name. Did he do all of the mocap for it and stuff? I mean, I wonder if they just couldn't even finish it. Or what the deal is with that. Or maybe they're realizing that these interstitials are just a waste of time. But then again, Miles did really well. I don't know, man. That's another game you could imagine just appears one day. But it's like, how much can they really have going there? Because Spider-Man 3 has to be in development as well. And you don't want to have these games so close to each other. Unless you want to do a Metal Gear Ground Zeroes kind of thing. Which would be kind of interesting. But Dustin, you have anything you want to add about the status of Wolverine, which is now turning a little bit into vaporware, but probably not in reality.
Yeah. Well, between the two of you guys, unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to give my full, classic 15-minute.
Yeah, give me a good 15 minutes. Yeah.
So the only thing I will add is just that, despite the setbacks on Wolverine, I think it's also important to remember that Insomniac has delivered 3 times on PlayStation 5 already, which is much more than most of in fact, probably the most of any PlayStation studio.
By far, no doubt.
So far. So yeah, it's clear that Wolverine something fucky is going on, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. And I think you're right that if we don't at least hear something about it next year, then something's really fucked.
Yeah. So, then I wonder if it's like, what are you even doing now? Because you're setting an expectation for this time spent. You have to balance the things. What we were saying when Justice League was delayed, or kill the Suicide Squad rather, where it was like, no, kill this Justice League, Suicide Squad, kill the Justice League. Where we were saying like they've put so much money and time into it that year delay, you can only do so much, but you kind of have to release something. Or you could cancel it and write it down. You're going to lose a lot of money, but you're getting to this point where it's like, all right, how much are we really spending on this? What are our resources? Like, again, I just feel like it might be best for them to just get something out, as long as it's not anything less than good. It might not be Insomniac great, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know anything about the game, to be honest. All right. Ed H wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, I hope you guys are doing well. In last week's episode, you discussed a listener inquiry about why game development takes so long these days. I think you missed a big part of the story, which is the general disavowal of so-called crunch in the industry. This was cheered on by the gaming media and engaged hardcore gamers, so more and more studios stopped crunching their developers to attract and retain talent, and also gain positive PR among the gaming audience. At the end of Grounded 2, the making of the Last of Us 2 documentary, various people at Naughty Dog discuss how hard it was crunching the first game and how they've committed to not doing it anymore. Or to finish that game, and how they're committed to not doing it anymore. And Rockstar have apparently reduced their crunch culture after Red Dead 2. If your people can get up from their desks at 5 o'clock regardless of how development is going, then it's inevitable your game development is going to take longer. And if all the AAA studios are reducing crunches they compete in the marketplace of talented devs, then the big games will get fewer and further between." It's a great point. I don't really know that I have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
But it is a great point. I mean, we have understated or not stated much at all the role that anti-crunch culture has played. Maybe the other way to look at it is that games were coming out much quicker than they should have back in the day, or could have. 2 years could have been 2.5 years, or 3 years. And crunch culture was there, and people were proud of it at one point, to crunch. And that became something that they weren't proud of. So I think that's a very relevant point. But you said the thing that's most important, Ed, is that like this is done to attract and retain the most talented developers. And if they have their choice of what shop they want to go to, which the best of the best always are going to, even in a truncating market, then you're going to have to treat them pretty well. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And if that means like a 9 to 5 and it takes 6 months or a year longer to get the game out, then so be it. But it makes the financial risk greater, and of course the distance between games greater as well. I think the bigger thing I'm confused about, and it's easy for me to say, is like, if I was really passionate about a project, I've said this many times, it's like I would put in extra hours voluntarily because I want to see it through. But like if you have to cater to the lowest common denominators on your team and the weakest links, then they're the ones that are not going to want to go hard, and you're going to have to all slow down. So it's a very complicated thing. I don't have much more to say about it, but do you guys have anything you want to add?
I mean, I know what you're saying, and I agree to some extent. I think all of us have crunched because we cared about the things that we were doing. But I also think, like, I don't know, you look at an industry that has like thousands upon thousands of layoffs, that's getting more and more tumultuous. And if your thought in that kind of environment is, how do I lose even more of my precious time and break my back even more,
right,
for a company that's just going to toss me away?
Yeah,
or that has a, like, I don't know. It's not that. I don't think forced crunch is a good thing. I think creative people are naturally going to crunch on the things that they care about. I think that's just kind of, I don't think that's something you can even regulate. I think people are just going to do it regardless, because it's just kind of how that works. But there is something to be said about just like, you can't expect that of an employee base if you're not offering them some level of stability in the same way that we used to have it, or at least we had it more so than now, which is another part of it as well. I think morale is kind of down everywhere. I think because even when at games studios that succeed, like, there's always like, all right, time to lose, 100 people. And it's like, well, I mean, fine, but you're definitely going to get worse work out of it. And so that's also part of it too. I think it's a good ride in, though. I think that's probably true. Yeah. I think there's also multiple facets to it.
Dustin, anything you want to add before we move on?
Nope.
Give me 15 minutes on it. 10 to 15.
I'll give you 30.
That's too much. Never mind. That's too much. Leatherneck Jedi wrote in and said, fellas, I need your help here. I've got a question and you guys are the only ones I trust to give an even half-educated answer. After listening to Summon Sign last week, and specifically Reese Elliott's comments that Ghost of Tsushima sold more than The Last of Us Part 2, I went down a sales rabbit hole. Long story short, I did not realize that every modern PlayStation exclusive sequel sold so much less than the initial release. God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, and especially Horizon Forbidden West all sold noticeably less than their predecessors. My question is, if assuming this is normal, why are developers so quick to make a sequel over a new IP? I thought it was common knowledge that sequels sold better than the new stuff. I realize that the originals have been around longer and thus have had more time to sell, but this doesn't seem to match out with the disparity. Please make sense of the upside world down I found myself living in the past week or so I can feel safe again going outside and knowing that gaming gods are indeed good. Thank you for writing in. I don't think it's not always the case, but we actually on Sacred League, one of the questions was the best-selling original Xbox game, which is Halo 2. So it outsold obviously the original Halo, which was an extraordinarily high seller. And and Empire was bigger than Star Wars and all whatever. But I do think the factors are somewhat different around some of these games. Like The Last of Us, for instance, launched to a saturated PlayStation 3 market with a lot of units out there, and then was re-released again on PS4. And The Last of Us Part 2 was released once, and then again more tepidly, and I don't think we would even have access to those numbers at this point. So it's not a huge surprise. And then the same thing with God of War launching late in the PS4, Horizon launching somewhat midway through the PS4 generation, and then later. But those games were both cross-platform as well. It could be something about lack of interest, especially with Horizon, or maybe an overblown sense of interest in a franchise. I also think purchasing decisions have changed. People have gotten more involved in permanent games, forever games, games as a service, online games. They're simply not buying a la carte games as much. And I think maybe even bigger point that is worth making. And again, you say you understand some of these things about like how there's time and access and all the rest, but you don't have to sell as many copies to make it worth your while. You've already done so much of the work. So you're getting to the end point and maybe you sell 70% as many copies, but it only costs X amount because you have the foundation of the game. I think a lot of developers feel like it's a waste to not do more with something that is so intensive. If you spend 5 years with something, it seems kind of a shame to throw it away. So even if there are diminishing returns, which there are, those returns can still be very valuable. The Last of Us Part 2 as an example might have not sold as many copies as The Last of Us Part 1, but is like a massive financial success.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. So don't read too much into these things, but it's a fair question. Dustin, you want? Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to jump in. I just I think it's worth noting that like you're talking about like the asset, the ability to really like get the most out of your assets. I think that's
and even understanding what a game is, gameplay.
Yeah, just like proving a formula basically to the point where it's like, okay, this thing has found success. Let's do more of it. He's talking about like, certain sequels sell less or whatever. And that's true because in a lot of these cases, a lot of the sequels depend on having played the original. Like, I mean, you're not going to it's almost the rule that you would expect that the sequel to something will always, or at the very least, like generally speaking, have fewer people, because a lot of people are going to check out the original thing and it might be a massive success. And then a lot of people are going to try it out and then they'll be like, oh, because it's a massive success, let me try it out. And then they're not going to feel it. And then those people aren't going to jump onto the sequel because they know that it's not for them, but they've still established a huge, player base of people that do like it. And it's a lot less riskier, even if you're going to sell more, even if you're going to sell less than your original version with your sequel, it's still way more of a risk to make something like Concord or something, you know what I mean? Which was just tragically a huge failure. Well, I don't know about tragically, but like,
well, for them,
I'm glad for them. And so, yeah, I mean, you're ultimately betting on a proven formula that is successful. And even if it's not going to reach the same heights, you're going to reach a fuck ton of people. Like The Last of Us Part 2 sold millions. Like it's very, very it's very well received as far as that goes.
Indeed.
And so, yeah, I don't know. That's really all I wanted to say.
Dustin, anything to add?
Yeah, well, I think that he mentioned that he says about the external, like having more time on the market so a game sells more. I think it's important too that so much has changed. Obviously, Xbox is huge with how they've changed what sales and player counts and how they make money with Game Pass, but even PlayStation has. Like you mentioned God of War Ragnarok, my friend Jason, my normie friend Jason, though he's not really a normie, because he beat like this ultra hard boss on Expedition 33.
Oh, wow.
But he's not listening to gaming podcasts and like in the space constantly like we are. When he played God of War Ragnarok, he never bought it because he has PlayStation Plus Premium, and I believe that's on there, along with some of these other sequels. Is Spider-Man 2 on there yet?
I don't think so.
Maybe at least Spider-Man Miles Morales is. And also Horizon, it may not be on there anymore, but it was on there, which they went and said that lost them a lot of money. So there are quite a few situations too where these games are just, their selling point is not to be sold as a unit anymore. They're existing on PlayStation's service. So there's a lot of factors, I think. Despite, maybe in a lot of cases it is true overall that game sequels do sell less, but there are so many factors to consider.
Yeah. Halo 2, I remember, was just an anomaly because I think Halo 2 sold more copies than there were. Like, I think there were more copies of Halo 2 than there were Xboxes. Like, people bought Halo 2 that didn't own an Xbox just to have it so they could bring it to people's houses. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a weird environment for sure.
The J1 wrote in, final inquiry, says, hey, hello, CDC. What are your thoughts on SkillUp, aka Ralph, making a video game website? The site is called thisweekinvideogames.com. He hired a former GameSpot editor, Edmund Tran, to run it. SkillUp wanted to have a website to break news, not just copy and paste work, as well as not being covered in ads or AI-generated content. I appreciate his approach to this goal. He wants the website to outlive him. And Chris, stop killing celebrities. I went and looked at this website. You have to actually subscribe to and be a supporter to really use it, which is fine. I'm not going to do that, but it's totally fine. I understand. I think this is a cool idea. And it's thisweekinvideogames.com or TWIV, but thisweekinvideogames.com. You can go check it out. It's a cool idea. I just don't really see a future for this sort of thing. And actually, it reminds me of a website that already exists, which is called Sifted, SIFTD, which is basically, and I know they say they want to have more original content and stuff. Sifted is not original. But it's made by a guy that used to work at G4, like the original G4. And, or actually, no, I'm sorry, Game Trailers.
Game Trailers, yeah.
What was his name? Shane? Right? The guy?
I'm not sure about it.
I was on his show once. I can't remember. Like, I'm sad to say I can't remember. But when I saw this and I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, a website like this kind of already exists. But so do many other gaming websites, many other video game podcasts, many PlayStation podcasts or whatever. So that's not really a preclusive thing. But I just don't, I feel like there's always going to be a niche for everything. But I feel like people are continue to chase the old ways that are just not going to come back. It's why one of the things that when we were kind of figuring out what we wanted to do moving forward, when I had my meetings with all of you this year, Maddie was one of the people that said to me, he's like, what about making like a hub for content and doing more of that kind of stuff? And I'm like, I wish it was 20 years ago. You know, like I remember when 1UP was created and made itself something, right? And like you could start something like that and really do it. It's probably going to fail, but not necessarily. Now it's like people don't use websites like that anymore. They don't absorb news like that. I don't absorb news like that. I read the video game websites when I write sacred symbols every week to make sure I didn't miss anything on social media, which I typically don't. So it's a cool idea. I appreciate putting their money, their time, their effort there, but it just seems weirder and weirder to me to kind of pursue these kinds of things at the same time when it just seems obvious that the audience doesn't even want to deal with the websites that exist now. So that's my take. I wish it well. I hope it does awesome, but I don't know. And who is it? SkillUp. I don't know anything about SkillUp, but he's pretty big, right? So he has like a huge group of people that will support it. So, I mean, how much does it cost? Let's see. Be a supporter.
I don't remember.
Casual visitor, free forever. So you can just sign up, I guess. And then founding supporter is $10 a month, and then founding benefactor at $20 a month. There's all sorts of different perks. So they'll probably make it happen. There's annual too as well. But yeah, not for me.
Yeah. I think I like it a lot. I think because I actually saw this when, what is it? What were we all in town for? The hell was it?
Summer Games Fest.
Summer Game Fest.
Summer Games Fest. When you guys left, I met up with, because Ralph was there. We were he showed it to me. And he was talking about specifically mobile, where like a lot, just the sites on mobile are just like
horrible,
unusable.
Horrible.
And I was like, oh yeah, that's like something we talk about that on Sacred all the time, or like that's something that like that's just objectively true. And he was like, yeah, we're trying to do something to alleviate that, and that I appreciate like a great deal. And yeah, I like Ralph. He's a good guy. I like the idea of the site. I like how it looks. I like how it functions on mobile in particular, because where I saw it. But yeah, I don't really know enough about that space. I think as long as they can keep the cost of it reasonable, I don't really see a reason why it couldn't work. I think there's enough people who are into this stuff, and especially websites don't work anymore just because I don't think it's because people don't like websites. I think websites don't work because a lot of websites have made themselves unusable. And if this can make a big enough case for, it's like, okay, well, hey, look, we're not going to penalize you for going on this website on the thing that most people use the internet on, which is their fucking phone. It's astounding to me that other websites just don't care to alleviate that problem. Then I think it's reasonable. And with a guy like Ralph kind of signal boosting it, I think it's got more of a chance than whatever. I've never heard of Sifted in my fucking life.
Yeah, it's a small thing. It's a small fan funded thing, but I just know that existed. Like it exists, like a Drudge Report style.
Yeah.
Video game website that just is an amalgamation of everything everyone else is doing. But it sounds like they want to do their own original content as well. Yeah. If they have one person monitoring it, basically, and doing it, it's easy enough to kind of break even, at least, I think.
Yeah, I wish them well. I think it's a cool idea. I visited it a couple times since. Yeah, I like those guys. I wish it all the best. I just don't know enough about the market really, or the behind the scenes, especially like now. I might have had a better idea like many years ago, as to how this stuff worked. But like now, it's like I have no fucking concept. So good on them for trying something. I think it's admirable, and it's very ambitious, I think, in this modern day and age to do it. So like, yeah, props to them. Hope it works.
Yeah, I'm wishing them the best. Anything you want to add, Dustin, before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I hope it works out. And I have no ill will or bad feelings towards SkillUp at all. I don't understand how this business model is going to work out, just because the whole thing is that it's supporter. I mean, there's a whole section that's supporter only. So it's like you are asking people to pay for something that they can get for free somewhere else. So it better be pretty damn desirable, right? I think people are way more interested in people interpreting news than just presenting it. I mean, that's how we survive, right? And so I'm sure there will some people that will support a clean version of the news and be willing to pay for that. I don't see very many people wanting to do that. So
yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. It's an interesting experiment, and like I said, I hope it works out for them. I just know that like I would never find myself paying for any kind of news site, I think, ever. For any what video games are not. Like it's just I'm not. I think that era is over.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
And I want to be clear, I don't think I could do it. It's not like I was like, I'll do it. And I was like, no, I don't want to do it. No way. All right. Well, that was fun. It's good to be here with you guys today. That's what's over. Let's get out of here before Chris loses electricity again. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of your day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to play a little bit more Deus Ex, make some dinner, and then I'm off to see The Naked Gun tonight.
That's right.
I hope. I'm not gonna get overhyped for it. I still ultimately like. I don't know. I'll wait to see for myself, but feeling positive about it.
Cool.
It seems like it's gonna be cool. I'll let you know.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, but that's really it. Maybe do some cleaning.
Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans?
Any plans? No plans tonight, really, at all, which is nice. Other than getting the show ready, of course, as I do. Tomorrow, I have a haircut, so that's exciting. And then no plans this weekend. It's weird. Like I've had a lot of plans recently, so I'm just gonna be chilling and hanging out. And I got to figure out what I'm gonna play next now because I'm done with Silent Hill, and so I have a bunch of things I could play. It's just trying to figure out what's most desirable right now. You know, I was almost gonna start Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, that's interesting.
The other day, because there's a really good PC mod. Like I was. That's basically like a remaster. And maybe that's the move. I don't know though. Okay. We'll figure it out.
All right, fair enough. I'm gonna work out and then I don't know, do something, eat, hang out, do a little work probably. That's basically it. I appreciate you guys today. It was good to see you. Thank you for your time. Thank you all out there for your love, support, kindness, etc. Couldn't do without you over on patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access and a bunch of other perks. Laststandmedia.store for merch, and we'll see you for streaming on YouTube as well every Monday afternoon Eastern time. Thank you so much for supporting us there as well. It's a nice new initiative, and I'm quite excited about it. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Guys, be well. Be well out there. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.